The Reconquista, spanning from 711 to 1492, a series of campaigns by Christian states to recapture territory taken by Muslims in the Iberian Peninsula. Beginning with the Islamic conquest of the Visigothic kingdom, the roots of the Reconquista are deep, and it's characterized by nearly 8 centuries of warfare. This long process culminated in 1492 with the conquest of Granada, the final Muslim state on the peninsula, by King Ferdinand of Aragon and Queen Isabella of Castile. This victory not only unified Spain under a single Christian monarchy, but also set the stage for significant religious and cultural changes, including the expulsion of Jews and Muslims and the establishment of the Spanish Inquisition. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to have you with me for another video. We are well and truly past 20,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. I wonder what our next goal will be. I'm sure we can get there in time. Now, as always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. Enjoying the content is the best way to do so, but those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the video description. That being said, let us get relaxed, take a deep breath, and we may begin our history of the Reconquista. Let's go back to the beginning, the very beginning. In the year 711, North African Berber soldiers, accompanied by a coalition of Arabs under Tariq ibn Ziyad's command, crossed the Strait of Gibraltar, engaging a Visigothic force led by King Roderick at the Battle of Guadalete. Now remember that at this time Muhammad's conquests were raging, and, well, the Islamic forces were expanding at a rate never before seen. The speed in which the empire came about was truly astonishing. And that Strait of Gibraltar I mentioned, that is the gap of water that celebrates Spain and Africa. Now, back to the Battle of Guadalete. Well, this battle occurred amidst severe internal conflict within the Visigothic kingdom of Hispania. In fact, many of Roderick's troops simply deserted when push came to shove. Of course, this led to his defeat, and a rather sad end, as he drowned while attempting to cross the Guadalquivir River. Well, following Roderick's defeat, the Umayyad governor of Ifriqiya, Musa ibn Nusayr, joined Tariq in a campaign against various towns and strongholds in Hispania. Several towns, including Merida, Cordova, Zaragoza, and possibly Toledo, were captured, while others simply agreed to treaties in exchange for maintaining their autonomy, or at least a fraction of it. After establishing a local emirate, Caliph al-Walid I of the Umayyad Caliphate removed many of the successful Muslim commanders. Tariq ibn Ziyad was recalled to Damascus and replaced with one Musa ibn Nasir. Musa's son, Abd al-Aziz ibn Musa, reportedly married Roderick's widow, Egilona, and established his regional government in the city of Seville. However, Abd al-Aziz was suspected of secretly harboring a desire to convert to Christianity, and even worse than that, or perhaps on the same level depending on which Islamic scholar you ask, planning a successionist rebellion, prompting Caliph al-Walid I to order his assassination. Ethnic tensions between Berbers and Arabs emerged as a serious weakness among the Muslim conquerors, jeopardizing Umayyad unity. Now, I won't go into the complicated categorization of different groups of Berbers and all the rest, but think of the Berbers as Mediterranean Africans. Well, despite their successes, the Umayyad forces faced resistance, and a major defeat in Europe at the Battle of Toulouse halted their expedition, albeit temporarily. A punitive expedition led by Abdul Rahman al-Ghafiqi defeated Odo of Aquitaine at the Battle of the River Garonne in 732. Odo then sought aid from his rival, Charles Martel, who led Frankish and Aquitanian armies against the Umayyad forces at the Battle of Poitiers in 732. Martel's victory was a turning point, as Moorish rule in what is now France became to decline, although it would endure in parts of the Iberian Peninsula for several centuries thereafter. Now, in response to a significant increase in taxes on Christians by the new emir Anbasa ibn Suhaim al-Kalbi, several rebellions erupted in Al-Andalus. Despite efforts by successive weak emirs, these uprisings could not be suppressed, and around 722, a Muslim military expedition was dispatched into the north to quell a rebellion led by Pelagius of Asturias, a pivotal event traditionally regarded as the beginning of the Reconquista. Well, despite their small size, these two northern realms, Navarre and Asturias, demonstrated a rather remarkable resistance, maintaining their independence. The Umayyad rulers based in Cordoba, recognizing their inability to extend power over the Pyrenees, opted to consolidate their authority within the Iberian Peninsula. While Arab Berber forces periodically raided deep into Asturias, this region, situated on the periphery of the Islamic world, posed challenges, but at the same time held very little strategic interest. Often, the game was not quite worth the candle. Alfonso I of Asturias focused not only on raiding Arab Berber strongholds in the Meseta, but also on expanding his domains at the expense of neighboring Galicians and Basques. However, Asturian control over the kingdom remained quite tenuous in the early years, necessitating continual efforts to strengthen it through alliances and conflicts with other northern Iberian peoples. Following the death of Pelayo in 737, his son Fabiola of Asturias ascended to the throne, but he reportedly met a rather tragic and brutal end, in the way that he was mauled to death by a bear during what is known as a courage trial. Basically like a challenge, go out into the woods. Well, it seems that this one was a little bit too much of a challenge. Well, despite this setback, Pelayo's dynasty endured, gradually expanding the kingdom's boundaries until roughly 775, encompassing all of northwest Hispania. Further territorial expansion occurred under Alfonso II of Asturias, who reigned from 791 to 842. During his reign, an expedition pillaged Lisbon in 798, possibly in collaboration with the Carolingians. The Asturian kingdom's legitimacy was cemented with the recognition of Alfonso II as King of Asturias, not only by Charlemagne, but also the official endorsement came from the Pope. Additionally, during his rule, the discovery of the remains of St. James the Great in Galicia at Santiago de Compostela enhanced the kingdom's prestige. This discovery spurred pilgrimages from across Europe, fostering communication between Asturias and the Carolingian lands in the centuries that followed. 10 years later, Odo of Aquitaine sought to secure his southern borders against Charles Martel's incursions by marrying his daughter to Uthman ibn Naisa, a rebel Berber, and the lord of Sardania. However, a punitive expedition led by Abdul Rahman al-Ghafiqi, the emir of Al-Andalus, resulted in Uthman's defeat and death. In 759, Pepin the Short expelled the Muslims from Narbonne and waged a ruthless 8-year war to conquer Aquitaine. Following in his father's footsteps, Charlemagne solidified Carolingian control of Aquitaine by appointing counts of Frankish or Burgundian origin, and establishing the Church as his ally. Thus, Toulouse became a pivotal base for Charlemagne's expeditions against Al-Andalus. Charlemagne's efforts to secure the southern border of the Carolingian Empire culminated in the creation of the Spanish March in 781. This regional sub-kingdom included part of contemporary Catalonia and aimed to contain Aquitanians while guarding against Muslim incursions. In the same year, Charlemagne's young son Louis was crowned King of Aquitaine under the supervision of William of Gellon, tasked with overseeing the nascent Spanish March. Meanwhile, the southern fringes of Al-Andalus witnessed internal strife between Abd al-Rahman I and Yusuf ibn Abd al-Rahman, an autonomous governor or king perhaps of the region. Abd al-Rahman I eventually expelled Yusuf from Cordoba, but faced external opposition from the Abbasids of Baghdad. In 778, Abd al-Rahman advanced towards the Ebro Valley, prompting regional lords to seek assistance from the Christian Franks. At the Diet of Paderborn in 777, Charlemagne received envoys from Zaragoza, Girona, Barcelona, and Huesca, who offered their allegiance. All they wanted in return was Frankish military aid against Abd al-Rahman and his unwanted advances. Charlemagne's expedition into the Iberian Peninsula in 778 ended in a setback at the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass, where his rear guard was ambushed and destroyed by Basque forces. This battle, in particular, is also the subject of a large portion of the poetic work The Song of Roland. Not sure if you've read that one, but you should probably do it. Well, despite this ambush by the Basque forces, Charlemagne continued to exert influence in the region. Upon the death of Abd al-Rahman in 788, Hisham I took the throne and proclaimed a jihad in 792, advancing against the kingdoms of Asturias and the Carolingian Septimania. Although they initially defeated William of Guelon, the Count of Toulouse, William led a successful expedition the following year across the eastern Pyrenees. In 797, Barcelona became the focal point of conflict, as its governor, Zayd, rebelled against the Umayyad emir of Cordoba. Although the emir's army recaptured the city in 799, Louis, leading a Frankish army, crossed the Pyrenees and besieged Barcelona for 7 months, until it finally capitulated in early 801. Charlemagne strategically established vassal regions across key Pyrenees passes, Pamplona, Aragon, and Catalonia. These regions, forming the Marca Hispanica by the late 8th century, served as buffers against Muslim incursions and were under direct Frankish control. Pamplona's first king, Inigo Arista, rebelled against Frankish rule and established the Kingdom of Pamplona in 824. Aragon, founded by Aznar Galindez in 809, protected the old Roman road and eventually merged together with Navarre by the end of the 10th century. Now onto Barcelona, which emerged as a fairly significant power under the rule of Count Wilfred in the late 9th century. It controlled the policies of other counties, in a union, leading to its independence under Count Borel II in 948. Although smaller than Asturias, these states, except for Navarre, lacked the capacity for aggressive attacks against the Muslims. They simply did not have the men nor the resources to do so. Too much of a risk. However, what they did have was mountainous terrain, and this mountainous terrain provided them relative safety from conquest, allowing the borders to remain stable for centuries. The Kingdom of Asturias, situated in the rugged Cantabrian mountains of northern Iberia, was the first Christian power to emerge in the wake of the Muslim conquest. Founded around 718 by Pelagius, a Visigothic nobleman, it provided a pretty safe sanctuary for those who were fleeing the rapid Muslim advance. This included, of course, the remnants of the Visigothic aristocracy, and the indigenous groups like the Astures, Cantabri, Basques, and Galicians, who had not assimilated into Hispano-Gothic society. Pelagius's uprising, supported by these diverse groups, led to the establishment of the Asturian monarchy. Initially, the kingdom's authority was limited to the mountainous region, with Cangas de Onis serving as its early capital. However, successive rulers, particularly Alfonso III, sought to expand southward, emphasizing the kingdom's connection to the Visigothic legacy. Although some historians have suggested continuity between the Asturian kingdom and the Visigothic realm in Toledo, modern scholarship generally emphasizes the distinct and autonomous nature of the Astur-Leonese dynasty. Pelagius's kingdom initially relied on guerrilla warfare tactics, hit and run, harrying the enemy wherever they could, gradually consolidating power through matrimonial alliances and military campaigns. Now, for example, Alfonso I expanded westward into Galicia and conducted many raids over many years into Muslim territories. And of course, he didn't just take all this plunder and waste it. He used it to further supply and strengthen his military forces, investing in the future, it seems. Well, all of these raids not only bolstered Asturian military capabilities, but they also served as a means of asserting Christian presence in the formerly Visigothic territories. Over time, Asturias became a pivotal player in the Christian efforts to retake the Iberian Peninsula from Muslim rule, laying the groundwork for the Reconquista that would unfold over the centuries to come. Under King Alfonso's reign, which by the way lasted from around 791 to 842, which is quite an impressive reign, the Kingdom of Asturias saw significant developments. The kingdom's authority was firmly established, and the capital was transferred from its mountainous stronghold to Oviedo, reflecting this changing dynamic of power. During this time, Alfonso II initiated diplomatic contacts with neighboring kingdoms, such as the Carolingians and Pamplona, securing official recognition for his kingdom and crown from both the Pope and Charlemagne, two people that you really wanted to have on your side. A pivotal event during Alfonso II's reign was the purported discovery of the aforementioned bones of St. James the Great, discovered in Iria Flavia, which is kind of around present-day Padron, around 813 or maybe a little later. Now, the cult of St. James became closely associated with Compostela, which is from the Latin Campus Stellae, meaning the star field, possibly in the early 10th century. The discovery of these bones of St. James led to the establishment of Santiago de Compostela as a major pilgrimage site, laying the foundation for the later Way of St. James, which attracted pilgrims from across Europe. Despite ongoing battles between the Umayyads and the Asturians, neither side managed to assert complete control over the northern territories. However, under the reign of King Ramiro, the border slowly began to shift southward. Asturian holdings in regions such as Castile, Galicia, and Leon were fortified, and efforts to repopulate the countryside were intensified. In 924, the Kingdom of Asturias evolved, and from then on it was the Kingdom of Leon, with Leon becoming the seat of the royal court. Under Alfonso III of Asturias, significant developments took place that shaped the course of history in the Iberian Peninsula. Alfonso strategically repopulated and established Leon as the capital, initiating a series of campaigns to extend his control over territories north of the Douro River. He reorganized his realm into major duchies, such as Galicia and Portugal, and major counties, rather. I always read that word wrong. Well, these counties including Saldania and Castile. He also began extensive fortification of the border regions and constructed numerous castles, either completely new ones or substantial repairs on the old ones. Upon his death in 910, This kingdom had emerged as the dominant regional power. The Kingdom of Leon, a new formidable adversary. Now Alfonso's successor, Ordoño II, continued his efforts to expand Leon's influence. He organized attacks against Muslim strongholds like Toledo and Seville, aiming to push further south. However, the Caliphate of Cordoba posed a formidable threat, leading to conflicts and alliances with neighboring realms like Navarre. Despite initial victories, Ordoño II faced defeat at Valjejuncuera in 920, marking a period of instability and conflict for the Kingdom of Leon. For the next 8 decades, Leon experienced internal strife, Moorish attacks, and the partial independence of regions like Galicia and Castile. This turbulent period weakened Christian forces and delayed the Reconquista. However, there were moments of hope, such as during the reign of Ramiro II, when alliances with figures like Fernán González of Castile led to victories against the Caliphate's forces. By the end of the 11th century, under the rule of King Afonso VI of Leon, significant territorial gains were made. Afonso extended his realm to the Tagus River, forging alliances and collaborating with Frankish knights. And this expansion marked the completion of the original repopulation efforts, with a western nucleus now forming in what is known as modern-day Portugal. The period also saw the beginning of the Portuguese Reconquista, which lasted until the middle of the 13th century, culminating in the conquest of Faro by Afonso III of Portugal in 1249. Ferdinand I of Leon played a pivotal role in the mid-11th century, leading military campaigns to expand his realm and weaken the neighboring Taifa kingdoms. His conquest of Coimbra and his demands for parias from the Taifas significantly weakened their military and financial strength. Additionally, Ferdinand implemented repopulation efforts in the borders, granting numerous fueros to attract settlers and bolster defense. Upon Ferdinand's death in 1064, his kingdom was divided among his sons, leading to conflicts among them. Sancho II of Castile sought to reunite his father's kingdom and engaged in hostilities against his brothers, with the support of Rodrigo Diaz, later known as El Cid Campeador. Sancho's death in the siege of Zamora in 1072 further complicated the situation, with his brother Afonso VI eventually assuming control over Leon, Castile, and Galicia. Afonso VI, known as the Brave, continued his father's policies, empowering the fueros and overseeing the repopulation of key cities like Segovia, Salamanca, and Avila. He pursued a cautious approach to conquest, gradually integrating Toledo into his realm over several decades, marking a significant achievement as it was the former capital of the Visigoths. Afonso's diplomatic skills and willingness to negotiate with the Taifa rulers helped him achieve political goals before resorting to military force. His more assertive stance towards the Taifas caused concern among their rulers, prompting them to seek assistance from the Almoravids in North Africa. This alliance would have significant repercussions for the Iberian Peninsula, leading to increased conflict and the eventual emergence of the Almoravid dominance in the region. The Kingdom of Pamplona, situated along the Pyrenees and the Atlantic Ocean, emerged when local leader Inigo Arista led a revolt against Frankish authority and was proclaimed king in Pamplona around 1124. Now initially, the kingdom's power was closely tied to the Muwalad Banu Qasi of Tudela. But Pamplona's influence expanded significantly during the reign of Sancho the Great, 1004 to 1035. Under his leadership, the kingdom underwent substantial territorial growth, incorporating regions such as Castile, Leon, and parts of Aragon, and various small counties that eventually coalesced into the Principality of Catalonia. The expansion also resulted in Pamplona gaining overlordship over Gascony and the independence of Galicia. However, by the 12th century, the kingdom began to contract, returning to its core territories. In 1162, King Sancho VI declared himself as the King of Navarre, reflecting the kingdom's focus on its deep-seated Navarrese identity. While throughout its early history, the Kingdom of Pamplona engaged in frequent conflicts with the Carolingian Empire, but somehow managed to maintain its independence, which remained a defining characteristic of its history until 1513. And despite territorial fluctuations, Pamplona's strategic location, partnered with its political resilience, allowed it to endure as a distinct entity in the Iberian Peninsula for quite some time. Now, the Kingdom of Aragon originated as a division of the Kingdom of Navarre, when Sancho III of Navarre decided to partition his realm among his sons. Aragon became the portion of the kingdom passed to Ramiro I, an illegitimate son of Sancho III. Throughout history, the kingdoms of Aragon and Navarre were intermittently united under the same rule, until the death of Alfonso the Battler in 1135. In 1137, the heiress of Aragon married the Count of Barcelona, and their son Alfonso II ruled over the combined territories of his parents, establishing the composite monarchy known as the Crown of Aragon. Alfonso II successfully reabsorbed the Principality of Tarragona into the realm, ousting the Norman d'Aguillo family. Over the following centuries, the Crown of Aragon expanded its dominions across the Iberian Peninsula and the Mediterranean. James I of Aragon, also known as James the Conqueror, and for bloody good reason, notably annexed territories to the north, south, and the east, including the kingdoms of Valencia and Mallorca. James also negotiated the Treaty of Corbeil in 1258, whereby the French king relinquished any feudal claims over Catalonia. In an attempt to reunite the Aragonese and Navarrese crowns, James I sought a treaty with Sancho VII of Navarre, who, by the way, had no heirs. But the Navarrese nobles rejected James in favor of Theobald IV of Champagne, That's the region of Champagne in France, by the way. And fun fact, to my knowledge, if the champagne does not come from Champagne, it cannot be called champagne. Apparently, the French keep this this cultural export of theirs very, very close. From what I hear, there was a legal battle some years back, but that has nothing to do with the Reconquista. I do apologize. Now, the culmination of Aragon's significance came with the marriage of Ferdinand II of Aragon to Isabella of Castile, leading a dynastic union that laid the groundwork for modern Spain. This union, achieved through marriage, ultimately resulted in the conquest of Upper Navarre and the Emirate of Granada, consolidating Spanish territory under their rule. In 1139, after a resounding victory at the Battle of Orique against the Almoravids, Afonso Henriques was hailed as the first king of Portugal by his triumphant troops. And by the way, legend has it that during this battle, Jesus Christ announced himself, that's right, from the heavens, Afonso's heroic deeds, prophesying that the establishment of the first Portuguese Cortes at Lamego, where he would be crowned by the Primate Archbishop of Braga. Adding to the intrigue of this momentous occasion, in 1142, a contingent of Anglo-Norman crusaders en route to the Holy Land aided King Afonso Henriques in a daring but, unfortunately, unsuccessful siege of Lisbon. But don't worry, they'll get it back later. The Treaty of Zamora in 1143. Now that is a pivotal moment in the history of Portugal, as Alfonso VII of Leon and Castile formally acknowledged Portuguese independence from the Kingdom of Leon, basically creating its status as a sovereign nation. This recognition was further underscored by Pope Alexander III in 1179 through the papal bull titled Manifestus Probatum, affirming Afonso Henriques as the legitimate King of Portugal. The subsequent decades saw Portugal embroiled in fierce campaigns against the Moors, with the aid of crusaders and military monastic orders, such as the Knights Templar, the Order of Aviz, and of course the Order of St. James. These efforts gradually pushed the Moors southward to the Algarve on the southern coast of Portugal. By 1249, Portugal's participation in the Reconquista culminated in the definitive capture of the Algarve under the rule of Afonso III of Portugal. This marked the end of the Moorish rule in Portugal, and the beginning of a period of religious, cultural, and ethnic consolidation within the kingdom. Following the completion of their Reconquista, Portugal emerged as a predominantly Roman Catholic realm. However, brief conflicts with Castile did persist, notably under Denis of Portugal, who waged a, albeit short, war of possession of the towns of Serpa and Mora. Afterward, he pursued a policy of peace, culminating in the signing of the Treaty of Alcañices with Ferdinand IV of Castile in 1297, which established a permanent border between the two kingdoms. Amidst the suppression of the Knights Templar across Europe in the early 14th century, King Denis of Portugal re-established the Templars of Tomar as the Order of Christ in 1319. Dennis, recognizing the order's invaluable contributions to the Reconquista and the reconstruction of Portugal in general, ensured that their assets remained within the order rather than being appropriated by the crown. While the experience gained during the battles of the Reconquista proved instrumental in Portugal's subsequent expansion and exploration efforts, most notably the conquest of Ceuta, which laid the foundation for the Portuguese Empire. Additionally, contact with Muslim navigation techniques and sciences facilitated Portuguese nautical innovations, including the iconic caravel, which was a kind of ship they had that could bear the rough seas better, of course playing a pivotal role in Portugal's voyages of discovery during the Age of Exploration. I've recently done a few videos on characters like Vasco da Gama and a few others, Ferdinand Magellan. Quite interesting. You should go and watch them. Sometimes you do Age of Discovery videos and it's either going to be Spain or Portugal, maybe Francis Drake in Britain, but fascinating time. Well, alongside Portugal's rise, several minor Christian realms had emerged, including the Kingdom of Viguera, the Lordship of Albarracin, the Principality of Tarragona, the Principality of Valencia, each contributing to this very complex image of medieval Iberia. If you've ever seen a map of medieval times, especially around the time of the Holy Roman Empire, all of the smaller kingdoms, quite complicated. You'll never memorize them all. It's like trying to remember all of the different Pokemon. Well, in this chaos of the 9th century Iberia, as we rewind a little bit, the Berbers, emboldened by revolts, had returned to North Africa, sparking a wave of unrest. Sensing an opportunity for autonomy, many governors of distant cities from the Umayyad capital, Cordoba, plotted to establish their independence. In 929, the Emir of Cordoba, Abd al-Rahman III, seized the momentous opportunity, declaring himself caliph and breaking away from the Abbasids in Baghdad. With this bold move, Abd al-Rahman III consolidated all military, religious, and political power, initiating a sweeping reorganization of the army and bureaucracy. Under Rahman III's leadership, attempts to subjugate the remaining Christian kingdoms of the Iberian Peninsula intensified. His aggressive campaigns pushed back the Christians beyond the Cantabrian Mountains, signaling the Umayyad dynasty's dominance in the region. However, it was Abd al-Rahman's grandson, a mere puppet in the hands of influential Vizier al-Mansur, who continued the expansionist agenda. Al-Mansur's ruthless campaigns ravaged cities such as Burgos, Leon, Pamplona, Barcelona, and Santiago de Compostela, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake until his death in 1002. The demise of Al-Mansur was the real turning point, plunging Al-Andalus into a period of instability and internal strife. Between 1002 and 1031, the region was torn apart, mainly by civil wars, culminating in the fragmentation of the Umayyad territory into Taifa kingdoms. These small kingdoms, or taifas as they are known, emerged as city governors and asserted their independence, resulting in the proliferation of up to 34 distinct realms, each centered around its capital. Lacking a cohesive vision for Moorish presence in Iberia, Taifa rulers frequently clashed with each other. All of this while the Christians began to retake what was once theirs. Well, of course, what was once theirs was also once somebody else's, but, hey, that is just the way it works. I don't make the rules. Well, all of this just continued to make the situation worse and worse. The taifas could never really get along. It wasn't a religious thing. It was just a political thing. The law of man, the law of its nature, is conflict. As long as you have neighbors, they'll always have something that you want to take away from them. Perhaps not so much in our modern times, where we've been somewhat subdued, but certainly back in those times where you didn't have a Instagram feed to swipe through all day to distract you. It was all about the conflict. Anyway, I digress. Amidst all of this chaos, the Christian kingdoms of the north continued their relentless advance. Alfonso VI of Leon and Castile's conquest of Toledo in 1085 symbolized the shifting tides of power in the region. Faced with mounting pressure from encroaching Christian forces, Taifa rulers turned to Yusuf ibn Tashfin, the Berber chieftain leading the Almoravids, in a desperate bid for support. However, the resurgence of the Taifa states and their cooperation proved to be short-lived. The collapse of the Almoravid dynasty in the 1140s did lead to a resurgence of the Taifas, yes, but it was followed by another period of fragmentation when the Almohad Caliph declined in the 1220s. The Almoravids, a militant Berber Muslim militia, emerged as a formidable force in medieval Iberia, marked by their uncompromising stance towards Christians and Jews. Unlike their predecessors, the Almoravids sought to unite the fragmented Taifa kingdoms into a single Almoravid caliphate, with their armies marking multiple incursions into the Iberian Peninsula between 1086 and 93. Notably, they dealt a significant blow to Christian forces at the Battle of Sarajas in 1086, halting the southward expansion of the Christian kingdoms. However, their ambitious plans were thwarted by the valiant efforts of El Cid, who led the successful defense of Valencia in 1094, dealing the Almoravids their first defeat. Meanwhile, Navarre experienced a period of decline in the prominence under the reign of King Sancho IV, who lost control of Rioja to Sancho II of Castile and faced the looming prospect of vassalage to Aragon. Upon Sancho IV's death, Navarrese turned to Sancho Ramirez, the King of Aragon, who ascended the throne as Sancho V of Navarre and the First of Aragon. Sancho Ramirez's reign was marked by territorial expansion and international recognition for Aragon, as he united the kingdom with Navarre and advanced its borders southward, notably capturing Huesca in 1096. In the region of Catalonia, internal strife and external pressures from neighboring taifas pose significant challenges. Barcelona, in particular, grappled with dynastic crisis, leading to open warfare among these smaller counties. However, by the 1080s, Barcelona managed to restore its dominion over the smaller counties, stabilizing the region's political landscape once again. Following a brief period of disintegration characterized by the emergence of the Almohads, a rising power in North Africa, being most of Al-Andalus fell under their control. However, their dominance was once again short-lived, as they suffered a decisive defeat at the Battle of Las Navas da Tolosa in 1212, leading to the gradual loss of their territories in the subsequent decades, little by little eroding away. By 1252, only the Emirate of Granada remained, albeit as a vassal state of Castile, marking the end of Muslim rule in most of Iberia. Well, the Reconquista culminated in the Granada War, waged by Ferdinand and Isabella, which concluded with the surrender of Granada in 1492. The Muslim population in Castile therefore witnessed a dramatic decline, with many perishing in conflict or enslavement, while others emigrated or remained under Christian rule, albeit with considerable hardship. Thus, the fall of Granada marked the final nail in the coffin for Islamic Iberia, and it paved the way for the Spanish expansion into North Africa, albeit facing formidable opposition from the burgeoning Ottoman Empire in the east. But, well, perhaps there'll be more videos about the Ottoman Empire a little later. Robert the Bruce was a legendary Scottish king who reigned from 1306 until his death in 1329. His journey to the throne was marked by chaotic internal conflict and the struggle for Scottish independence from England. Initially, he was a nobleman, torn between allegiances. His commitment to Scotland's independence crystallized after he killed his rival, John Comyn, leading to his excommunication and eventually his coronation as King of the Scots. His most famous victory came later, in 1314, at the Battle of Bannockburn, where his forces defeated a much larger English army led by King Edward II, securing de facto independence for Scotland. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you are new here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to have you back with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, the best thing you can do is like, comment, and subscribe. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the description of the video. Now, without further ado, let us all get relaxed, take deep breaths, and we can begin our biography of Robert the Bruce. Robert the Bruce, born on July 11th, 1274, came into the world amidst uncertainty about his birthplace, although Turnberry Castle in Ayrshire is considered the most likely location, mainly due to its association with his mother's earldom. However, alternate claims do suggest Lochmaben in Dumfriesshire or Writtle in Essex. The Bruce lineage actually goes back quite a bit, tracing back to the first Lord of Annandale, Robert de Bruce. Don't get confused, that's B-R-U-S, not B-R-U-C-E. Well, it was he who settled in Scotland during the reign of King David I and received the lordship of Annandale in 1124. Robert was the eldest son among 10 children of Robert de Bruce, the 6th Lord of Annandale, and Marjorie, the Countess of Carrick. Through his mother he inherited the earldom of Carrick, while his father bestowed upon him the lordship of Annandale, along the royal lineage as a 4th great-grandson of David I, granting him a potential claim to the Scottish throne. Beyond the lordship of Annandale, the Bruce family held extensive lands in Aberdeenshire and Dundee, as well as substantial estates across England, including Cumberland, County Durham, Middlesex, Yorkshire, and more. Also a claim in County Antrim in Ireland. Little is known about Robert the Bruce's youth. It is likely that he was raised in a blend of Anglo-Norman and Gaelic cultures, reflecting the diverse regions of northern England and southeastern Scotland. Annandale, where he grew up, was heavily feudalized, with Northern Middle English, which was a precursor to Scots, commonly spoken. In contrast, Carrick, his purported birthplace, retained a strong Celtic and Gaelic-speaking society. Now, in terms of being trilingual, that probably happened quite early on, mainly just due to the nature of the circumstance and those who surrounded him. Robert had managed to speak Anglo-Norman, Gaelic, and early Scots, all quite fluently at that. Additionally, as the heir to a significant estate, he would have probably been familiar with Latin, which was necessary for legal and religious purposes. His education would have covered various subjects, including law, politics, theology, and of course, a good dose of chivalry and the knightly arts, all very common for any European noble of the day. Well, as king, Robert likely commissioned verse to commemorate the events of the Battle of Bannockburn and a few others. He also supported his son's education by hiring Dominican friars as tutors and providing them with a good deal of books. Historical documents, at least the ones we have discovered up till now, suggest that Robert had a keen interest in ancient rulers and their governance, using their examples to inform his own rule. While tutors for the young Robert and his brothers were most likely drawn from the unbeneficed clergy, or perhaps mendicant friars associated with the churches patronized by their family. Additionally, they would have had masters from their parents' household to instruct them in various skills, including horsemanship, swordsmanship, hunting, and, of course, courtly behavior. Must remember our table manners. Aspects of chivalry, integral to personal and leadership development, were likely taught by a reputable knight, possibly drawn from his grandfather's retinue from the Crusade. This grandfather, by the way, known as Robert the Noble, or Bruce the Competitor, appears to have been a significant influence on the future king, evident in Robert's later prowess in war tactics and also single combat, which he also excelled at quite nicely. The Bruce family frequently moved between their castles, including Lochmaben Castle in Annandale and Turnberry on Loch Doon Castle in Carrick. Additionally, Robert and his siblings may have experienced fosterage within allied Gaelic kindreds, a traditional practice in Carrick and other regions. This fosterage would have provided them with exposure to Gaelic culture, and, with that, warfare tactics, as the two were, let's just say, one and the same. While this potentially influenced Robert's later affinity for hobilar warfare, as it is called, and of course, sea power. Historians looking back have suggested that Robert and his brother Edward, approached the age of 12, may have been sent to reside with allied English noble families, such as the De Clares of Gloucester, or even in the English royal household itself. While there is limited evidence of Robert's presence at Edward's court, records do indicate that he and his father were pursued for debts, suggesting occasional residence in royal centres frequented by King Edward I. Robert's first documented appearance was a witness on a charter issued by Alexander Og MacDonald, Lord of Eastleigh, when he was 16 years old. This coincided with the death of Margaret, the Maid of Norway, in 1290, around the time Robert would have been knighted and began to emerge on the political stage in support of the Bruce dynastic interests. Following his mother's death in the early days of 1292, significant political developments unfolded in Scotland. In November of the same year, Edward I of England, acting on behalf of the Guardians of Scotland, and in accordance with the Great Cause, awarded the vacant crown of Scotland to John Balliol, who was Robert the Bruce's grandfather's first cousin once removed. In response to these events, Robert de Bruce, the 5th Lord of Annandale, that is once again de Bruce, made a strategic move by reassigning his lordship of Annandale and transferring his claim to the Scottish throne to his son. Anticipating this decision, made on the 7th of November, Robert de Bruce, the 6th Lord of Annandale, relinquished his earldom of Carrick to his eldest son, Robert, who would later become king. They should have chosen different names, I know. Well, this maneuver aimed to safeguard the Bruce family's claim to the throne, while their middle lord, Robert the Bruce's father, held only English lands. Although the Bruce's attempt to claim the throne ended in failure, the success of the Balliols propelled an 18-year-old Robert the Bruce onto the political stage in his own right, marking the beginning of his significant involvement in Scottish affairs. Following John's ascension to the throne, Edward persisted in asserting his authority over Scotland, leading to strained relations between the two kings. The Bruces aligned themselves with King Edward against King John and his Comyn allies, viewing John as a usurper of the throne. Well, despite Scottish objections, Edward I agreed to hear appeals on cases decided by the Guardian's court during the interregnum. Tensions escalated when Macduff, the son of Malcolm, Earl of Fife, brought a case demanding John's appearance before the English Parliament to answer charges. Although John complied, the breaking point came when Edward demanded Scottish magnates provide military support for England's war against France. This demand led the Scots to form an alliance with France. While the Comyn-dominated council, acting on behalf of King John, summoned the Scottish host to convene at Cadonlee on the 11th of March. However, the Bruces, along with the Earls of Angus and March, refused to attend. In response, the Bruce family temporarily withdrew from Scotland, while the Comyns seized their estates in Annandale and Carrick, granting them to John Comyn, the Earl of Buchan. Seeking refuge, the Bruces found sanctuary under Edward I, who appointed the Lord of Annandale to command Carlisle Castle in October of 1295. In early 1296, Robert married his first wife, Isabella of Mar, the daughter of Domnall I, Earl of Mar. But tragically, she didn't last very long. Isabella passed away shortly after their marriage, possibly during or from complications arising from childbirth, and they only had one child. They named her Marjorie. The initial clash in the conflict between Scotland and England targeted the Bruces directly. On the 26th of March 1296, Easter Monday, by the way, 7 Scottish earls launched a surprise assault on the walled city of Carlisle. This attack, while seemingly directed against England, was primarily aimed at the Comyn Earl of Buchan, and their faction especially, who were perceived as adversaries by the Bruces. Given that both his father and grandfather had served as governors of the castle in the past, Robert the Bruce likely possessed first-hand knowledge of its defences. And it's worth noting that in 1315 Robert the Bruce would himself lead a personal assault on Carlisle. In response to King John's alliance with France and the attack on Carlisle, Edward I invaded Scotland by the end of March 1296. The English forces seized the town of Berwick in a particularly bloody assault, easily smashing apart the flimsy palisade that surrounded it. A palisade is kind of like it's a wooden wall. You have rammed earth on the bottom and they stick up a bunch of logs and reinforce them. It's what you have when you don't have a stone wall. At the Battle of Dunbar, Scottish resistance was effectively crushed, leading to the deposition of King John and the installation of English governors in Scotland. While the campaign was initially successful for the English, their triumph would prove to be only temporary. Although the Bruces had regained possession of Annandale and Carrick, in August 1296, both Robert Bruce, Lord of Annandale, and his son Robert Bruce, Earl of Carrick, swore allegiance to King Edward I, along with over 1,500 other Scots at Berwick. However, when the Scottish revolt against Edward erupted in July of 1297, James Stewart, the 5th High Steward of Scotland, led his own rebellion. The young Robert Bruce, now 22, joined the rebels, independently of his father, who remained neutral and sought refuge in Carlisle. Robert Bruce appears to have been influenced by his grandfather's associates, Wishart and Stewart, who inspired him to resist against Edward I. With the outbreak of the revolt, Robert left Carlisle and rallied the knights of his ancestral lands in Annandale, appealing to their loyalty and camaraderie. Bruce defied orders to support Edward's commander, John de Warenne, the 6th Earl of Surrey, despite their familial relation. Instead, he remained steadfast in support for the revolt against Edward I. Evidence of Bruce's prominent role in inciting rebellions can be found in a letter from Hugh Cressingham to Edward, dated the 23rd of July, 1292, which suggests that Bruce's allegiance would greatly benefit Edward's cause. On the 7th of July, Bruce and his allies negotiated terms with Edward through the capitulation of Irvine, where they agreed not to serve overseas against their will, and were pardoned for the recent violence. They also swore allegiance to King Edward. However, Bruce never delivered his infant daughter Marjorie as a hostage as stipulated in the agreement. Following King Edward's return to England after the Battle of Falkirk, the Bruce's possessions were excluded from the lands assigned to Edward's followers. The reason for this exemption still remains a little unclear. Fordun recounts that Robert's alleged participation in the battle under Anthony Beck, the Bishop of Durham, but this claim is also disputed. Additionally, Bruce is said to have taken drastic measures in the following month, destroying Annandale and burning Ayr Castle to prevent its occupation by the English. Now, following William Wallace's resignation as Guardian of Scotland after his defeat at the Battle of Falkirk, Robert Bruce and John Comyn assumed joint guardianship. However, their stark personal differences pretty much rendered effective governance impossible. Comyn, with his allegiance to King John and a substantial claim to the Scottish throne of his own, stood as Bruce's adversary. In an attempt to mediate, William Lamberton, Bishop of St. Andrews, was appointed as a neutral third guardian in 1299. Yet the tensions, they persisted on and on, prompting Bruce's eventual resignation as joint guardian in favour of Sir Gilbert de Umfraville, the Earl of Angus, in 1300. In the May of 1301, Umfraville, Comyn, and Lamberton also stepped down, paving the way for Sir John de Soles to assume sole guardianship. Soles, who was chosen for his impartiality, actively sought to restore King John to the Scottish throne. Meanwhile, Edward I's sixth campaign into Scotland commenced in the July of 1301, capturing strategic locations, but ultimately failing to cripple Scottish resistance. A truce was agreed upon finally in the January of 1302. Bruce's allegiances shifted during this period, culminating in his submission to Edward alongside other nobles, signaling a pragmatic approach to the ongoing conflict. Rumors circulated regarding John Balliol's potential return, supported by Soles and other nobles, though it proved to be unfounded. In 1302, Bruce actually penned a letter of apology to Melrose Abbey, acknowledging his error in requisitioning their tenants without a national mandate. He pledged future cooperation only in defense of the realm, and in that same year he remarried Elizabeth de Burgh, solidifying his ties with the powerful Ulster earldom. Edward's renewed invasion in 1303 led to widespread submission, with leading Scots, excluding William Wallace, surrendering by February 1304. Bruce and Lamberton forged an alliance in the June of 1304, indicative of their shared patriotism despite their earlier capitulation to the English. Subsequent governance arrangements saw Edward's nephew, the Earl of Richmond, spearhead the Scottish administration. Meanwhile, Wallace's capture and execution in 1305 showed the English crown's determination to quell any resistance. And it was quite a brutal one. Yeah. It was not a slow death for William Wallace, I'm afraid. Well, Edward's distrust of Bruce became apparent in directives concerning Kildrummy Castle's custody, and also the revocation of land grants in 1305. Despite Edward's suspicions, Bruce, now the Earl of Carrick and the 7th Lord of Annandale, wielded considerable influence and a formidable claim to the Scottish throne. His conviction in his right to the throne was unwavering and uncompromising, but his aspirations, they faced resistance from John Comyn, another staunch supporter of John Balliol. Comyn wielded significant influence as one of Scotland's most powerful nobles, with extensive familial ties not only just across Scotland but England as well, boasting connections to various earldoms, lordships and sheriffdoms, quite a lengthy CV. Moreover, his lineage traced back to Donald III and David I, further bolstering his claim to the Scottish throne. Well, according to Barbour and Fordon, a clandestine agreement purportedly saw Comyn renounce his claim to the throne in favor of Bruce, contingent upon Bruce leading a rebellion. However, upon learning of Edward's I's plan to apprehend him, Bruce fled the English court, apparently tipped off by one Ralph de Monthermer. Bruce's escape hinted at the imminent rupture of his relationship with Comyn. The chronicler Barbour recounts a fateful encounter between Bruce and Comyn in Dumfries, where a dispute erupted. In fact, it was such an eruption that it culminated in Bruce fatally stabbing Comyn to death, right at the altar in the Greyfriars Monastery, by the way. Well, accounts do differ regarding the aftermath, with some alleging Bruce's supporters dealt the fatal blow. Well, either way, the incident marked a decisive turn in Bruce's pursuit of the Scottish crown. Following this, Bruce seized Dumfries Castle, before seeking absolution from Bishop Robert Wishart in Glasgow, who called upon the clergy to rally behind Bruce's cause, despite the excommunication that followed. 6 weeks after these dramatic events, Robert the Bruce ascended to the Scottish throne in a very majestic coronation ceremony at Scone, near Perth, on Palm Sunday. Bishop William de Lamberton officiated the ceremony on March 25, 1306, with the utmost formality and solemnity. The bishop brought forth the royal robes and vestments, carefully concealed from the English eyes by Robert Wishart, to adorn King Robert, surrounded by the bishops of Moray and Glasgow, along with esteemed earls such as Athol, Menteith, Lennox and Mar. Behind the throne of Bruce stood the proud banner of the kings of Scotland, symbolizing his authority and lineage. The significance of this event was underscored by the arrival of Isabella, the Countess of Buchan, the following day, and despite missing the initial coronation, Isabella, invoking her family's ancient rights, arranged for a second ceremony. With regal dignity, she placed the crown once more upon the brow of Robert de Bruce, reaffirming his title as Earl of Carrick, Lord of Annandale, and the King of the Scots. In the spring of 1306, Edward I embarked on another northern campaign, further solidifying his grip on Scotland. As he marched through, he ruthlessly confiscated the Scottish estates of Robert de Bruce and his supporters, redistributing them among his own followers. To intensify the pressure, Edward issued a decree excommunicating Bruce, branding him as an outlaw and a threat to the realm, which was funny because it was his realm. How can you threaten your own realm? Well, in June of that year, Bruce faced a significant setback at the Battle of Methven, where he suffered a crushing defeat. But despite the loss, his resolve remained unbroken. This was a battle, not a war. As the situation grew increasingly perilous, he made a strategic decision to ensure the safety of his family. In August, his wife, his daughters, and other women from his party sought refuge at Kildrummy Castle under the guardianship of Bruce's brother, Neil, the Earl of Atholl, accompanied by the remaining men who were of the most highest loyal degree. Bruce himself, well, he was accompanied by a small but fiercely devoted band of followers, and among them included Sir James Douglas and Gilbert Hay, along with his brothers Thomas, Alexander, and Edward, as well as Sir Neil Campbell and the Earl of Lennox, who chose to evade capture and continue the fight. However, these efforts were soon met with a severe blow. On the 13th of September 1306, Kildrummy Castle fell to a formidable force led by Edward, the Prince of Wales. Nigel de Bruce, the king's youngest brother, along with Robert Boyd and Alexander Lindsay, were captured. Despite Boyd's escape, Nigel de Bruce and Lindsay faced execution in Berwick under King Edward's orders to eliminate all loyalists of Robert de Bruce. Sir Simon Fraser suffered a similar fate, but they took him all the way to London to make a public show of it all. Nothing better than a public execution, right? Well, the plight of Bruce's family worsened when, just before the castle's fall, the Earl of Atholl made a desperate bid to rescue Queen Elizabeth de Burgh, Marguerite de Bruce, and King Robert's sisters, along with Isabella of Fife. However, their efforts were betrayed, resulting in the capture by the English. Atholl was taken to London to be executed, and the women were endured to a very harsh confinement, locked in a cold, wet room. Castles are not the best places for extended stays. The winter of 1306–07 remains a little bit of a mystery regarding Robert's whereabouts. However, it seems probable that he sought refuge in the Hebrides during this period, potentially finding shelter under the protection of Christina of the Isles. Christina, married to a member of the Mar kindred, had familial ties to Bruce through his first wife and her brother, Gartnate, who was married to a sister of Bruce. Alternatively, Ireland presents itself as a viable option for Bruce's sanctuary during this time. While Orkney, then under Norwegian rule, or Norway proper, where his sister Isabel Bruce held the title of Queen Dowager, seems a little less likely, but they cannot be entirely discounted. Well, if it were me, I would have chose somewhere a little bit warmer. In February 1307, Bruce and his followers made a daring return to the Scottish mainland, arriving in two separate groups. One contingent, led by Bruce himself and his brother Edward, landed at Turnberry Castle, initiating a guerrilla warfare campaign in southwestern Scotland, excuse me. Well, the other group, which was led by Bruce's brothers Thomas and Alexander, landed slightly further south in Loch Ryan, but tragically met their demise as they were captured and summarily executed, which was the style at the time. Well, by April, Bruce had already marked his presence with a small yet significant victory over the English at the Battle of Glentrool. Following this triumph, he confronted Aymer de Valence, the second Earl of Pembroke, at the Battle of Loudon Hill, emerging victorious again, on a bit of a roll, it seems. Concurrently, James Douglas made his inaugural expedition on behalf of Bruce into southwestern Scotland, demonstrating his allegiance by attacking and incinerating his own castle at Douglas Glade. And if anything shows commitment to a cause, it's doing an arson attack on your own home. Well, leaving his brother Edward in charge in Galloway, Bruce embarked on a northern campaign, seizing Inverlochy and the Urquhart castles, while laying waste to Inverness Castle and Nairn. Although his attempt to threaten Elgin proved unsuccessful, Bruce's momentum continued to build. Then, on July the 7th, 1307, King Edward passed away. Rest in pieces, leaving Bruce to face opposition from the late king's son, Edward II, as he pursued his quest for Scottish independence. In late 1307, Bruce shifted his operations to Aberdeenshire, where he posed a threat to the Banff before falling seriously ill, likely due to the hardships endured during the prolonged campaign. But don't worry, he got better. After recuperating, despite leaving John Comyn, the third Earl of Buchan, unsubdued in his rear, I know, right? Bruce redirected his efforts westward. He seized Balvenie and Dufus castles, followed by Taradale castles on the Black Isle. Bruce then retraced his steps through the hinterlands of Inverness, marking a second unsuccessful attempt to capture Elgin. However, his fortunes changed dramatically, with a landmark victory over Comyn at the Battle of Inverurie in the May of 1308, which paved the way for subsequent triumphs. And of course, that's a different Comyn, by the way, the third Earl of Buchan. All the Scots seem to have rather similar names, so we'll try to keep up. In a swift and relentless campaign, Bruce overran Buchan and defeated the English garrison at Aberdeen. The harrying of Buchan in 1308 aimed to eradicate all support for the Comyn family, who still commanded loyalty in the region, despite their defeat. Bruce's forces demolished most of the Comyn castles in Moray, Aberdeen, and Buchan, and dealt a decisive blow to the once powerful family's influence in the north, which had endured for nearly a century. The rapid success of Bruce's campaign, particularly in capturing northern castles, remains somewhat of a mystery. Without significant siege weapons and no apparent numerical or technological superiority over his opponents, Bruce's achievements defy easy explanation, The lack of morale and effective leadership among the Comines and their allies is probably what contributed to their swift downfall in the face of Bruce's resolute challenge. Well, after these events, Bruce turned his attention toward Argyll, where he defeated the isolated MacDougals, staunch allies of the Comines, at the Battle of Pass of Brander. He subsequently seized Duffstanage Castle, the final major stronghold of the Comines and their allies. Bruce's campaign continued with harrying raids in Argyll and Kintyre, targeting the territories of Clan MacDougall. In March 1309, he convened his first parliament at St. Andrews, and by August of the same year he had established control over all of Scotland north of the River Tay. The clergy of Scotland formally recognized Bruce as a king at a general council the following year, despite his excommunication, showing there was more political significance for their support. In October of 1310, Bruce made an unsuccessful attempt to broker peace between Scotland and England, writing to Edward II from Kildrum in Cumbernauld parish. Over the next 3 years, Bruce's forces systematically captured and subdued English-held castles and outposts, including Linlithgow in 1310 and Dumbarton in 1311, followed by Perth in the January of 1312. He also conducted raids into northern England and laid siege to Castle Rushen in Castleton, Isle of Man, capturing it on the 21st of June 1313, thus denying the English strategic control over the island. Bruce's 8 years of relentless resistance against the English, marked by guerrilla tactics and strategic warfare, has earned him a place among the great guerrilla leaders of history, despite his upbringing as a feudal knight. Now, the following year, 314, by this time Robert the Bruce had succeeded in recapturing most of the castles in Scotland that were held by the English. His forces were even conducting raids into northern England as far as Carlisle. In response to this growing success, Edward II of England devised a major military campaign with the support of Lancaster and the barons, and they massed a sizable army, estimated between 15,000 to 20,000 men. Thus, in the spring of the same year, 1314, Edward Bruce commenced the siege of Stirling Castle, a crucial stronghold in Scotland, whose governor, Philip de Mowbray, agreed to surrender, if not relieved before the 24th of June 1314. Meanwhile, James Douglas captured Roxburgh, and Randolph took control of Edinburgh Castle. Bruce, in an act of retribution, ordered the execution of Piers de Lombard, the governor of Edinburgh Castle. Additionally, Bruce raided England once again, and finally subdued the Isle of Man. Upon learning of the agreement regarding Stirling Castle, Edward II hastened his march northward from Berwick to relieve the besieged fortress. Robert the Bruce, commanding between 5,000 and 6,000 troops, primarily armed with spears, prepared to intercept Edward's forces and prevent them from reaching Stirling. Thus, the Battle of Bannockburn commenced on the 23rd of June, as the English army attempted to navigate the challenging terrain of the Bannockburn, surrounded by marshland. Skirmishes erupted between the two sides, resulting in the death of Sir Henry de Bohun, who was slain in personal combat by Robert the Bruce himself. The following day, the bulk of the Scottish army emerged from the woods of Embark to confront the advancing English forces. The English army, unprepared for battle, and deployed in marching order rather than battle formation, found themselves struggling to maneuver in the cramped terrain. Robert's spearmen, effectively utilizing the landscape to their advantage, overwhelmed the English cavalry. Thus the English army, completely unable to regain control, suffered heavy losses, a calamity for the English. Well, Edward II, he was there too, but he narrowly escaped the battlefield, pursued closely by the Scottish forces. In the aftermath of the defeat, Edward retreated to Dunbar and then sailed to Berwick before returning to York. During his absence, Stirling Castle fell to the Scots, solidifying Robert the Bruce's victory at Bannockburn. Freed from the English threats, at least the immediate ones, Robert the Bruce's armies turned their attention to invading northern England. Bruce successfully repelled a subsequent English expedition across the border, and launched daring raids into Yorkshire and Lancashire. His military successes bolstered his confidence, leading him to make bold strategic moves. Thus in 1315, Bruce dispatched his brother Edward to invade Ireland, aiming to assist the Irish lords in resisting the English encroachments and reclaiming lost lands. This decision was prompted by offers of assistance from Domnall Neil, the king of Tir Eogain, and sorry for the pronunciations. Edward's invasion was met with some success, and he was crowned as King of Ireland in 1316. Robert later joined his brother in Ireland with another army to provide additional support. Robert the Bruce also embarked on a propaganda campaign promoting an ideological vision of a pan-Gaelic Greater Scotia. His words, not mine, where his lineage would rule over both Ireland and Scotland. This vision was supported by his marriage alliance with the De Burgh family of the Earldom of Ulster in Ireland, established in 1302. Furthermore, Bruce himself boasted Gaelic royal lineage on his mother's side of Carrick, tracing back prominent figures such as Eof of Leinster, whose ancestors included Brian Boru of Munster and the kings of Leinster. By strategically leveraging his familial ties and ancestry, Bruce sought to foster a sense of unity among Scottish and Irish Gaelic populations, of course under his kingship. And we actually have a letter here that he sent to some of the Irish chiefs. I don't know how it survived, but we have it. And I'll read from it now. Whereas we, and you, and our people, and your people, free since ancient times, share the same national ancestry, and are urged to come together more eagerly and joyfully in friendship by a common language and by common customs, we have sent you, our beloved kinsmen, the bearers of this letter, to negotiate with you in our name about permanently strengthening and maintaining inviolate the special friendship between us and you, so that, with God's will, our nation may be able to recover her ancient liberty. The diplomatic efforts of Robert the Bruce and his alliance with the Irish chiefs, particularly in Ulster, yielded some degree of support for the Scots in Ireland. Domnall O'Neill, an influential Irish chief, justified his backing of the Scots to Pope John the 22nd by highlighting the shared ancestry and cultural ties between the two nations. Initially, the combined Scot-Irish army appeared formidable, achieving repeated victories against the English and devastating their towns. However, this success was limited by their inability to garner support from non-Ulster chiefs and make significant advances in the southern regions of Ireland. Many Irish people in the south perceived little distinction between the English and the Scottish occupation. Well, the campaign faced additional challenges when Ireland was struck by a famine, severely impacting the army's ability to sustain itself. Desperate for provisions, the Scots resorted to pillaging and indiscriminately laying waste to settlements, regardless of their allegiance. This indiscriminate behavior, of course, further alienated the potential Irish allies. Well, ultimately the campaign met its end with the death of Edward Bruce at the Battle of Fogart. The defeat was viewed as a kind of relief by many in Ireland, as it brought an end to the famine and the pillaging inflicted by both the Scots and the English. The Irish annals of the period celebrated the defeat of the Bruces by the English as a significant event in Irish history, emphasizing the relief it brought to the suffering population. Well, Robert the Bruce's reign was marked by significant diplomatic achievements, notably the Declaration of Arbroath in 1320, which bolstered his position, especially with the papacy. And ultimately, Pope John the 22nd lifted the excommunication, which was very nice of him. Another pivotal moment came in May 1328, when King Edward III of England signed the Treaty of Edinburgh-Northampton, formally recognizing Scotland as an independent kingdom, with Bruce as its rightful king. In 1325, Robert acquired lands at Cardross, exchanging them for Old Montrose in Angus, Scotland, with Sir David Graham. This marked the beginning of the construction of a manor house that would become Bruce's favored residence in his final years. Detailed records from 1328 describe the manor house at Cardross, boasting royal chambers, a chapel, kitchens, and even a medicinal garden. It was a modest, yet comfortable dwelling, perhaps reflecting Bruce's empathy for his subjects who had endured the hardships of war, famine, and pandemics. By 1327, Robert had been suffering from a serious illness, with contemporary accounts suggesting that it was leprosy. However, modern scholarship debates this diagnosis, considering alternative possibilities, perhaps tuberculosis, eczema, or even syphilis, maybe even a series of strokes. Well, despite his illness, there's no evidence of Bruce being segregated from his associates, indicating that he continued to lead actively until his death. As his health deteriorated, Robert sought solace and healing at Glenluce Abbey, Monreath, and eventually at the shrine of St. Ninian of Whithorn. It's said that he fasted and prayed for several days before returning by sea to Cardross. During his final days, Robert convened a council with his prelates and barons, making generous gifts to religious institutions and expressing remorse for not fulfilling a vow to embark on a crusade. He expressed his final wish was that his heart would be embalmed and taken on pilgrimage to the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, accompanied by a company of knights led by Sir James Douglas, before being interned at Melrose Abbey upon its return. He also made arrangements for perpetual soul masses to be conducted at various religious sites, including the chapel of St. Cerf in Ayr, and the Dominican friary in Berwick, as well as Dunfermline Abbey. Well, the time had to come that Robert the Bruce passed away on June the 7th, 1329, at the manor of Cadros near Dumbarton. Despite not fulfilling his vow to embark on the crusade, he died fulfilled, knowing that his lifelong struggle for recognition of the Bruce right to the crown had well and truly been achieved, and he was confident in leaving the kingdom of Scotland in capable hands of his trusted lieutenant, Moray, until his infant son reached adulthood. Just 6 days after his death, papal bulls were issued granting the privilege of unaction at the coronation of future kings of Scots, further solidifying his triumph. The exact cause of his death remains a little unclear. While contemporary chroniclers accuse him of having leprosy, none of the Scottish accounts of his death suggest such a condition. Well, of course, there's plenty of modern hypotheses, including the aforementioned. Also, cancer and motor neuron disease have been proposed. Some even suggest that his rich court diet, including reportedly copious amounts of eels, very English for a Scotsman to eat that many eels, well, that might have contributed to his health issues in later years. Just too many eels, it seems. Well, a team of researchers led by Professor Andrew Nelson from the University of Western Ontario conducted a study on the original casting of Robert the Bruce's descendant, Lord Andrew Douglas Alexander Thomas Bruce's skull and a foot bone. Their analysis found no signs of leprosy, such as eroded nasal spine or penciling of the foot bone, pretty common signs of the disease. Which, of course, well, as far as I'm concerned, it's proof enough that he wasn't a leper. Eleanor of Aquitaine, born around 1122, one of the most powerful and influential figures of the Middle Ages. As the Duchess of Aquitaine, she was the most eligible heiress in all of Europe at the time, and her marriage to Louis VII made her the Queen of France. However, their marriage was annulled in 1152, so she swiftly married Henry II of England, and thus became the Queen of England. Her court in Poitiers was famed for its cultural richness, and was considered a center of troubadour poetry and godly love, everything quintessentially medieval. Eleanor played a crucial role in managing the vast Angevin Empire, which stretched across England, France, and parts of Spain. She was also a patron of the arts, and is credited with fostering the chivalric ideals of the time, a legacy that includes not only her contribution to the arts, but also her formidable influence on European politics through her direct role in the governance of her lands and her participation in the Second Crusade. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. The best way is to watch and enjoy the videos. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the description of the video. And now, it's going to be a very long video indeed, so make yourself comfortable, and we can begin our full biography of Eleanor of Aquitaine. Eleanor of Aquitaine was born into a distinguished lineage of dukes, going by the name of William, who had ruled the region of Aquitaine since the 10th century, after the Carolingian monarchs. By the 12th century, Aquitaine was an extensive, though vaguely defined region of present-day France, stretching from the Loire River in the north to the Pyrenees in the south, and from the Atlantic Ocean to the Massif Central in the east. It was during this time that Aquitaine was among the richest, and consequently most influential states under the French crown, in stark contrast to the smaller domain controlled by the French kings around the Ile-de-France. The loyalty of the neighboring dukes and counts to the French throne was therefore more formal than actual. Details about Eleanor's earliest years and schooling are subject to a fair bit of speculation, given the lack of concrete information about aristocratic households of that era. The earliest records mentioning Eleanor date to July of an unspecified year, though it's commonly believed that she was born during her parents' visit to Bordeaux, potentially in her father's castle near Belin. Other speculated birthplaces include Poitiers, Bordeaux's Ombria Palace, or Nil-sur-Lotis. Initially estimated at 1122 or 1124, Eleanor's birth year is more convincingly set around 1124 due to the late 13th century genealogical records, and also her age at the time of her death. It is these records that indicate that she was 13 at the time of her father's death in 1137, supporting the 1124 birth year. While there are references to a loyalty oath from the Aquitaine lords on her 14th birthday, her parents likely did not marry before 1121. Her death is noted as either 80 or 82 years old, but we're not going to skip that far ahead. Eleanor was the eldest of 3 children of William X, who was the Duke of Aquitaine, and Eleanor de Châtellerault, the daughter of Aimery I, the Viscount of Châtellerault, and his wife, Dangerot de l'Île-Beauchard, who was also the long-term mistress of William IX. Well, named after her mother, she was baptized as Eleanor, derived from the Latin alia, Aenor, meaning the other Aenor. The name evolved into Eleanor in the northern French languages to Eleanor in English, though the spelling varied throughout her life. Little is known about her educational background. Following the death of her mother and brother in 1130, when she was only 6 years old, the only noted comment on her education comes from the troubadour Bertrand de Born, who mentioned her reading poetry in her native language. Now, Eleanor had initially spoke Poitevin, which is a dialect of northern French langue d'oil, but she was soon introduced to Occitan, the language of the southern poets and courtiers at the Aquitaine court. Following the deaths of her mother and brother, Eleanor became the primary heir to her father's vast domains. Aquitaine, the largest and wealthiest French province at the time, spanned an area equivalent to 19 modern French departments, and about a third of what is considered France at the time. In 1137, Duke William X embarked on a journey from Poitiers to Bordeaux, bringing his daughters along with him. Upon their arrival in Bordeaux, he entrusted them to the care of Geoffrey de Leroux, the Archbishop of Bordeaux, at the Ambrières Castle. The Duke then continued on to the shrine of St. James of Compostela, with other pilgrims, but died there on the 9th of April that year, being Good Friday. Not so good for him, I'm afraid. Well, at the age of 13, Eleanor suddenly became the Duchess of Aquitaine, making her one of the wealthiest and most sought-after heiresses in Europe. Aware of the risks of her potential abduction for her wealth and title, William X, anticipating his death, entrusted his daughters and their inheritance to King Louis VI of France, requesting that the king protect his lands and also find a suitable husband for Eleanor. Until her marriage, the king would have control over her lands. The Duke also ordered his companions to keep his death a secret until they informed King Louis they were to travel quickly from Compostela across the Pyrenees, stop at Bordeaux to inform the Archbishop, and then hasten to Paris to notify the king. King Louis VI of France, also known as Louis the Fat, and of course in declining health, hence the name of course, saw this as an opportunity to expand his domain. His son, Louis, originally destined for the monastery, became the heir apparent after his older brother Philip died in a riding accident in 1131. The death of Duke William opened up the possibility of acquiring the rich Duchy of Aquitaine. Thus King Louis, eager to increase the royal domain, which was relatively small, recognized the advantage of securing Eleanor's allegiance through marriage to his son. He understood that the urgency of settling Aquitaine's succession swiftly and the strategic benefits of the union. Consequently, he quickly arranged for his son Louis, accompanied with a significant entourage of about 500 French knights, along with notable figures like Geoffrey II, Bishop of Chartres, Theobald II, the Count of Champagne, and Raoul de Force, the Count of Vermandois, to travel to Bordeaux together. Their mission was to formalize the marriage and thereby secure the vast resources of Aquitaine for the Capetian dynasty, a move that was aimed to ensure a smooth transition and prevent any potential challenges to Eleanor's inheritance and her strategic marital alliance. Very little is documented about Eleanor's time as the Queen of France. She married Louis on July the 25th, 1137, in Bordeaux's Cathedral of Saint André, officiated by the Archbishop of Bordeaux. Right after their wedding, Eleanor and Louis were proclaimed Duke and Duchess of Aquitaine. It was decided that Aquitaine would remain autonomous until Eleanor's eldest son became both the King of France and the Duke of Aquitaine, ensuring that her estates would not merge with the French crown until the next generation. As a wedding gift, Eleanor presented Louis with a rather ornate rock crystal vase. Following their marriage, the couple traveled to Poitiers, where they celebrated with a week of festivities and were invested as Count and Countess of Poitou on August the 8th. However, Louis's time as the Count of Poitou and the Duke of Aquitaine was brief. As they journeyed towards Paris, they received the news that Louis VI had passed away on August the 1st, making them the new King and Queen of France. Louis had been crowned king in 1131, and Eleanor was crowned Queen of France on Christmas Day in 1137 in Bourges. Eleanor was not well received by certain members of the court, among them being Abbot Sugar and Louis's mother Adelaide of Maurienne, who subsequently left the court and remarried. Some courtiers actually unfavorably compared Eleanor to Constance of Arles, another southern queen known for her unorthodox dress and speech. Thus Eleanor faced criticism from church leaders like Bernard of Clairvaux and Sugar for her behavior, which they considered to be improper. The Cite Palace in Paris, that's a hard one to say, underwent modifications to accommodate her preferences, and her sister, Aelith, known as Petronilla, joined her there. The redecoration was not well received either, but you know what they say, you must turn a house into a home. The succession of the county of Toulouse, now that was a complex issue. Eleanor was a descendant of the Counts of Toulouse through her grandmother, Philippa, who was the Countess of Toulouse. Philippa was the only child of William IV of Toulouse, but upon his death in 1093, his brother Raymond IV claimed the title. Philippa and her husband, William IX of Aquitaine, fought for her rights, a conflict that lasted nearly 3 decades until 1123, when Raymond IV's son, Afonso Jordan, took control. Eleanor inherited this claim from her father, William X of Aquitaine. In 1141, Louis VII tried to enforce Eleanor's claim by marching to Toulouse and laying siege to the city on June the 21st. However, they failed to take the city and withdrew after receiving homage from Count Alfonso. Despite this setback, Eleanor persisted in her asserting claims, leading to her further expeditions in 1159 and throughout the course of her later life. Louis VII of France frequently clashed with the Church and Pope Innocent II during his reign. In 1140, he intervened in the election of the Bishop of Poitiers, Grimoald, who was consecrated without Louis's consent, despite his father granting this right to the province of Bordeaux. Louis attempted to prevent Grimoald from entering Poitiers, drawing both Pope Innocent II and Bernard of Clairvaux into the dispute. The conflict ended when Grimoald finally died, but Louis's interference in ecclesiastical matters did not end there. The Archbishopric of Bourges became vacant in 1141, and Louis quickly nominated his chancellor, Cadurc, while blocking the candidacy of Pierre de la Châtre, who was elected by the canons of Bourges and consecrated by the Pope. Louis barred Pierre from entering Bourges, prompting the Pope to recall William X's attempts to replace church officials with those loyal to him, hinting Eleanor may be influencing these actions. In fact, the Pope went so far to describe Louis as a foolish schoolboy meddling in church affairs. His words, not mine. Say that to my face, why don't you? Louis swore that Pierre would never enter Bourget as long as he lived, leading to an interdict on his lands and Pierre finding refuge with Theobald II, the Count of Champagne. Louis's relationship with Theobald was already strained at this point, and the Bourget's affair exacerbated this. The situation got worse when Raoul I, Count of Vermandois, and the king's seneschal left his wife, Eleanor of Champagne, for Petronilla, Eleanor of Aquitaine's sister. Louis approved an annulment and remarried Raoul to Petronilla, which angered Theobald and led to protests from Bernard of Clairvaux, and a papal council that annulled the marriage and excommunicated everybody involved. Despite this, Louis refused to recognize the council's rulings and invaded Champagne in a conflict lasting from 1142 to 44. The siege of Vitry in 1143 turned particularly tragic when a fire in the cathedral killed over 1,000 people that were seeking refuge. Shocked by the devastation, Louis sought peace with Theobald. With the Pope's intervention, a peace deal was eventually brokered, but Raoul's refusal to leave Petronilla led to further conflict. Public opinion and influential figures like Bernard of Clairvaux and Sugar pushed for a resolution, and Pope Celestine II's succession led to more conciliatory efforts. It was during these times that rumors about Eleanor's influence and behavior began to circulate, portraying her as involved in dark arts and affairs, notably with Geoffrey of Anjou. Discussions about the consanguinity of Louis and Eleanor's marriage also arose, with Louis having opposed similar issues in other marriages. Finally, peace was restored in 1144 in St. Denis, facilitated by Bernard, who convinced Eleanor to abandon her support for her sister. Despite the couple's continued excommunications until 1148, the peace agreement validated Raoul and Petronilla's marriage, and saw Louis withdrawing opposition to the Archbishop of Bourget. Discussions about Eleanor's apparent infertility also emerged, with suggestions that a child might follow her concessions. In April of 1145, Eleanor did give birth to a daughter, Marie, and in 1144, the month of June, Louis and Eleanor attended the dedication of St. Denis, where Louis donated that crystal vase as a peace offering. Louis VII's deep remorse over the tragic massacre at Vitry led him to contemplate a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. However, his plans were preempted by pressing matters closer to home. The success of the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099, I have a whole video on it, by the way, had resulted in the creation of 4 crusader states in the Outremer, Outremer being the word for overseas. Well, these were now under the threat after the Zengi and Saracen Turks captured the region of Edessa, which was one of the Frankish states. On December the 24th, 1144, this loss had made the neighboring states of Antioch, Tripoli, and Jerusalem as vulnerable as they were nervous, with Antioch, ruled by Eleanor's uncle Raymond of Poitiers, being particularly at risk. In late 1145, Louis received envoys from the beleaguered Outremer, and appeals were also directed to Pope Eugene III. On December the 1st, the Pope issued a bull urging Louis and all faithful Christians in France to undertake a crusade to the endangered states, promising a full remission of sins for those who participated. Basically, it was a get-out-of-jail-free card. Well, Louis, alongside Eleanor, was in Bourges when this call to arms reached them. Louis immediately declared on Christmas Day his intention to lead the crusade. Due to the lack of enthusiasm, among the French nobility, Louis delayed further planning until Easter 1146, enlisting Bernard of Clairvaux to support the crusade at a gathering in Vézelay on March the 31st. Eleanor of Aquitaine took up the cross during Bernard's sermon, indicating her commitment to join the crusade, despite having to leave her daughter behind. She also rallied women from the Aquitanian nobility and around 300 other volunteers. Now, while it was not uncommon for women to participate in crusades, their inclusion was more often than not met with a good deal of criticism, particularly from clerics and other members of the religious orders who may have been influenced by the later accounts of figures like William of Newburgh. Well, either way, by February of 1147 the planning phase had commenced at Étampes, revealing that Emperor Conrad III would also join the crusade. Requests for safe passage through neighboring lands were sent out, and final arrangements were made at St. Denis over Easter, where the Pope appointed Suger as the regent of France, assisted by Ralph of Vermandois in Louis's absence. Eleanor's decision to join the crusade further fueled her detractors, who spun tales of her and her ladies departing as Amazonian warriors. On the 11th of June, the crusade set out from St. Denis with a force of 25,000 or perhaps up to 50,000 crusaders and pilgrims, depending on what source or estimation you read. They travelled through Metz, crossed the Rhine at Worms, and continued to Regensburg and along the Danube. They met envoys from the Byzantine Emperor Manuel Komnenos, and followed the river through Hungary to Belgrade, reaching the Eastern Empire by mid-August. By October the 4th, 1147, they had arrived in Constantinople, where they awaited their seafaring companions. In Constantinople, the French received hospitality from Emperor Manuel Komnenos, with Louis and Eleanor staying in the Philippatian palace. Meanwhile, the German contingent of the crusade had already crossed into Asia Minor. Once regrouped, the French crossed into Asia on October the 15th, heading south towards Nicaea. Learning that the Germans had suffered a significant defeat at Dorylaeum, the French opted for a safer coastal route to Ephesus, passing through Pergamus and Smyrna, arriving on December 20th. After a brief stay in Ephesus, Conrad and most of the Germans returned to Constantinople by sea, leaving the French to continue their journey. In January 1148, Louis VII made the decision to take an island route towards Laodicea in Phrygia, aiming for a faster path to Antioch via Antillia on the southern coast. They arrived at Laodicea on January the 6th, and then proceeded across the mountainous terrain. During their ascent of Mount Cadmus, one of the highest peaks along their path, Louis managed the rear of the column, safeguarding the unarmed pilgrims and the baggage, while the vanguard, led by Geoffrey de Rancon of Aquitaine and Amadeus III, the Count of Savoy, pushed ahead to the next valley, considering it a superior site to stay the night. This decision left the main body of the column isolated, and thus made them easy targets for a Turkish ambush. The ensuing Battle of Mount Cadmus saw the Turks inflict heavy losses on the French crusaders. Louis barely escaped, apparently using tree roots to scale up a cliff face, a moment described by Odo of Deaul as a divine provision for his safety. However, many were not as fortunate, with Odo lamenting the lack of heavenly aid, except for the coming of night. The chronicler William of Tyre suggested that the disaster was partly due to the excessive baggage purportedly carried for Eleanor and her ladies, and the inclusion of too many non-combatants. Louis's lack of effective leadership and poor tactical decisions contributed to the fiasco. Officially, Geoffrey de Rancon was blamed for the decision to move the camp, but many viewed Eleanor as the true culprit, given Geoffrey was her vassal. This incident further eroded Eleanor's popularity within the Christian ranks, as she was also faulted for the large baggage train and the positioning of her Aquitanian troops. By the 20th of January, the battered and bruised survivors reached Antalya. There they found a shortage of ships and exorbitant fares, leading only the royal party and a few followers to sail out, arriving in Antioch on March 19th. The others? Well, only half of them made it to their destination. It's a rough journey, to say the least. Upon their arrival in Antioch, tensions quickly surfaced between the Crusaders and Raymond of Antioch. Raymond's strategy focused on attacking Aleppo to regain Edessa, which conflicted with Louis's goal of proceeding directly to Jerusalem. However, Louis's forces were significantly weakened, and he had his own personal motives for wanting to continue to Jerusalem. Eleanor's strong ties to her uncle Raymond stirred discord between her and Louis. By March the 28th, amidst Eleanor's objections, the French departed Antioch, now reduced to a tenth of their original number. This departure sparked further debate about the consanguinity between Louis and Eleanor, with John of Salisbury suggesting Eleanor instigated these discussions. Upon reaching Jerusalem in May, the Crusaders were welcomed by Queen Melisende and King Baldwin III. At a strategy meeting in Acre on the 24th of June, they decided to lay siege to Damascus on July 24th, 1 month later, a decision that led to a quick and embarrassing retreat, and effectively marked the end of the crusade. Well, despite all of this, Louis vowed to remain, digging his heels in until Easter 1149, against the advice of Sugar, his regent. The stay in Antioch and the resultant friction between Eleanor and Louis led chroniclers like John of Salisbury and William of Tyre to suggest an affair between Eleanor and Raymond. This accusation became a permanent part of Eleanor's legend, with some versions even claiming she had liaisons with a Saracen leader, but citation certainly needed on that one. Of course, all of the accusations were propped up by the people who were trying to find anything they could to throw at her. Something has to stick eventually, right? Well, contemporary accounts indicate that Eleanor's involvement in political matters was seen as the most controversial aspect of her conduct, and certainly a good way to make a lot of enemies, become a politician. Well, in the spring of 1148, Louis VII and Eleanor of Aquitaine departed from Acre to Italy, each aboard separate ships. Their journey faced immediate challenges, however, including hostile naval forces near the Peloponnesus in May, and severe storms that diverted Eleanor's ship to the Barbary coast. Louis arrived in Calabria on July the 29th, only later discovering that Eleanor had been given refuge by King Roger II of Sicily in Palermo. While at the king's court in Potenza, Eleanor learned about the tragic fate of her uncle Raymond, who was beheaded by Nureddin's forces at the Battle of Inab on June 29th. This news marked a significant setback for the Crusaders' objectives, of course. Choosing not to return directly to France, Louis and Eleanor journeyed north to Rome, making a stop at the Abbey of Monte Cassino on the 4th of October due to Eleanor's illness. Pope Eugenius III welcomed them at his Tusculum Palace, where they arrived on October the 9th. During their stay, Pope Eugenius, already informed about the couple's marital discord and an apparent lack of physical intimacy, upheld the legitimacy of their marriage under canon law and encouraged reconciliation. It is believed that during this period, Eleanor conceived her second child. The couple then traveled through Italy, revisiting Rome, and crossed the Alps back to France, arriving back home in Paris on November the 11th, 1149, after being away for 2.5 years. Certainly a long holiday. Well, by the summer of 1150, Eleanor had given birth to their second daughter, Adelicia. The absence of a male heir after 13 years of marriage, and Eleanor being 26, raised concerns about the future of the Capetian line. The death of Abbot Sugar in January of 1151, a supporter of the marriage, shifted the balance, as Bernard of Clairvaux and others viewed the marriage's consanguinity critically. Later that year, Henry Plantagenet, the new Duke of Normandy, visited the Parisian court. Chroniclers later suggested an encounter between Henry and Eleanor that played a role in the dissolution to her marriage to Louis. Well, that's just a suggestion. Either way, by this time, Eleanor's influence and reputation were well and truly in decline. In the autumn of 1151, the couple toured Aquitaine, removing French garrisons, replacing them with Eleanor's loyalists. On the 11th of March, 1152, at the castle of Beaugency, a synod presided by Hughes de Toucy, Archbishop of Sens, considered the annulment, with both Louis and Eleanor present. Archbishop Samson of Reims represented Eleanor, who did not contest the proceedings. On March 21st, the archbishops, with the approval of Pope Eugenius, annulled the marriage on the grounds of consanguinity. Eleanor and Louis were third cousins once removed, while their daughters were then declared legitimate, as children from marriages annulled in good faith were not at risk of being declared illegitimate. So that was good luck for them. while custody of the daughters was granted to Louis, as per custom and law, and Archbishop Samson ensured that Eleanor's lands were returned to her. While Eleanor cited reasons of kinship as the grounds for the annulment, the event fueled further speculation about her character and added to the legends surrounding her life. The narratives of her as a scorned wife, though lacking evidence, persisted in popular lore. Well, after her annulment, Eleanor faced potential threats due to her status as a wealthy, single woman. She traveled from Beaugency towards her court in Poitiers. During her journey, she narrowly avoided 2 kidnapping attempts. The first attempt was by Theobald V, the Count of Blois, who tried to seize her in Blois on the night of March 21st. Eleanor escaped by taking a boat down the Loire River to Tours. The second attempt was by Geoffrey Plantagenet, who planned to capture her at Port de Pile on the border of Touraine and Poitou. Forewarned in Tours about Geoffrey's plan, Eleanor altered her route, avoiding the usual river crossings and proceeding downstream to the confluence of the Creuse and Vienne rivers. By avoiding the main roads, she arrived safely in Poitiers by boat. Upon her arrival in Poitiers, just before Easter, Eleanor quickly sent envoys to Henry, the Duke of Normandy, and the older brother of Geoffrey Plantagenet, inviting him to marry her. This swift proposal suggests that there might have been a prior arrangement during Henry's previous visit to the French court, and marrying Henry would not only secure her lands in Aquitaine, but was also a strategic alliance, since Anjou was adjacent to Aquitaine to the north. Eleanor then began to revoke all the decrees Louis had made regarding Aquitaine and replace them with her own. Henry received her proposal by April the 6th and reached Poitiers by mid-May. On May 18th, 1152, just 8 weeks after her annulment, Eleanor and Henry were married in a private and hastily arranged ceremony at Poitiers Cathedral, transferring her Aquitaine lands from Louis to Henry. The secrecy of the ceremony was intended to prevent Louis from intervening. Eleanor and Henry were related more closely, actually, than she and Louis had been, as third-degree cousins through their mutual ancestors, Ermengarde of Anjou and King Robert II of France. This rapid remarriage added to the scandalous rumors about Eleanor, suggesting she had a previous relationship with Henry. Well, when Louis VII discovered that Eleanor had married his rival Henry, he was more than a little bit annoyed. Knowing that Henry was also a contender for the English throne, Louis immediately flew off the handle and prepared for war. He refused to relinquish his title as Duke of Aquitaine, which now belonged to Henry by marriage. This led to Louis's invasion of Normandy, sparking an extended conflict between the Angevin and Capetian dynasties that would last for over 50 years. Well, as the Duchess of both Aquitaine and Normandy, Eleanor wielded considerable power, issuing charters and adopting new titles that reflected her expanded role. Shortly after their marriage, Henry left to pursue his claim to the English throne, dealing with Louis's invasion, which he quickly repelled. By the fall, Henry had returned to Aquitaine, where the couple installed a stained-glass window in Poitiers Cathedral to commemorate their marriage. By late 1152, they had moved to Rouen in Normandy. In January 1153, Henry sailed for England, leaving the pregnant Eleanor with his mother, Empress Matilda, and his brother William. Their first child, William, was likely born in Angers on August 17, 1153. In England, Henry negotiated a truce with King Stephen at the Treaty of Winchester in November of 1153, agreeing that he would be Stephen's heir. This was confirmed at Westminster during Christmas, and upon his return to France, Henry and the again pregnant Eleanor saw a more cooperative Louis VII, who had reconciled with them and relinquished his claim on Aquitaine. King Stephen of England passed away on October 25, 1154, making Henry the new ruler, now Henry II. Although summoned immediately, they did not cross the English Channel from Barfleur until December the 7th, landing near Southampton near the following day. First, they visited Winchester to meet Theobald, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who had served as regent. From there, they moved to London, taking residence at the Royal Palace in Bermondsey. Henry was crowned King of England at Westminster Abbey on December the 19th, 1154, with Eleanor sitting by his side. The ambiguity does remain, however, about whether Eleanor was crowned or anointed again, since she had already been crowned as the Queen of France in 1137. Well, either way, this event marked the start of the Plantagenet dynasty, which would govern England until the late 15th century. As Queen of England, Eleanor was granted numerous dower lands and regular financial allowances, effectively making her one of the kingdom's wealthiest individuals. Little about her activities during Henry's reign is recorded by chroniclers, who mainly noted her presence in relation to the king. Biographies have been constructed based on these itineraries and surviving official records, such as letters, writs, and charters. Furthermore, the autonomy of queens had been diminishing before her ascension. However, she did take part in the ceremonial occasions, like the Easter or Christmas courts, even though she had never managed to master the English language, which of course was very different in those days. Well, Henry's domain stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees, and he was often away, travelling more than any predecessor. During these absences, Eleanor often acted as regent or co-regent with the justiciar. Although she sometimes accompanied Henry, she also travelled widely across her domains alone, or perhaps with her children. While claims about her as a patron of the arts are likely exaggerated somewhat, many writers did dedicate works to her, such as Robert Wace's Roman de Bru, and works by William of Blois. Others, like Mary de France, seemed inspired by her, associating her with Arthurian legends of later and former times. Now, on the 28th of February, 1155, Eleanor gave birth to their second child, Henry, while the king was away. On January the 10th, 1156, Henry left for one of his many prolonged absences, with Eleanor pregnant again. That spring their son William died, and was buried at Reading Abbey. But in June, their third child, Matilda, was born, and Eleanor travelled to France to join Henry, returning to England in February of 1157. In September, their fourth child, Richard, was born at Beaumont Palace. After 1156, Eleanor's independent rule over her duchy diminished, with her name disappearing, except to confirm Henry's acts. By 1157, Louis VII had remarried and had another daughter, Margaret. Henry II, noticing Louis's lack of a male heir, planned to acquire the French throne by marrying his son Henry to Margaret. He went to France in the August of 1158 to negotiate and took Margaret into his care. He thus stayed away for 4 years, and during this time Eleanor gave birth to their fourth son, Geoffrey, on September the 23rd, 1158, and soon after went to France to join Henry. In 1159, they attempted to enforce Eleanor's claim to Toulouse, straining relations with Louis VII again, as Raymond V of Toulouse was Louis's vassal and relative. Although Henry formed a coalition to conquer Toulouse, Louis aided Raymond. Among Henry's allies was Raymond Berengar IV of Aragon, symbolizing alliances by betrothing his son Richard to Raymond Berengar's daughter. By September, Henry was forced into a truce, marking the start of a 40-year Anglo-French conflict. Eleanor returned to England in December, secured funds for Henry's campaigns, and escorted them to France before returning. In September 1160, Henry II called Eleanor and their children to join him in France after an extended period apart. In that same year, Louis VII's second wife had passed away, leaving him with only daughters and no male heir. He thus quickly remarried, and Henry saw this as an opportunity to secure alliances by arranging the marriage of Prince Henry and Margaret, despite their young age. And this was also without Louis's knowledge. Well, Eleanor stayed in France, and in September 1161 she gave birth to their daughter Eleanor in Domfront, Normandy. The gap between Geoffrey's birth in 1158 and Eleanor's in 1161 led to speculation about another child, Philip, who John Speed mentions, but whose existence remains unverified. Eleanor and Henry returned to England on the 25th of January 1163, concluding her regency. By February 1165, Henry was again on the continent, arranging the marriages of their daughters Matilda and Eleanor to strengthen ties with the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. Eleanor joined him in May, acting as his regent in Anjou and Maine. There she gave birth to Joan in October at Angers, with Henry returning to England shortly after her arrival. During these periods, the royal couple seldom saw each other, with Henry joining Eleanor in March 1166, only after she requested his assistance to quell potential revolts. The time of separation fueled rumors about Henry's infidelities, notably his affair with one Rosamund Clifford, which became public by late 1166 and was acknowledged by 1174. But Eleanor's response to these affairs, well, it was seemingly indifferent. In fact, she even raised Geoffrey of York, the illegitimate son that Henry acknowledged, at Westminster. Well, after Joanna's birth, Eleanor had stayed at Angers, with Henry not joining her for Christmas, but arriving by Easter when she conceived their last child, John. They spent Christmas 1167 together at Angers, and in 1168 Eleanor brought 11-year-old Matilda to the continent for her marriage to Henry the Lion, Duke of Saxony. Henry's relationship with Thomas Becket also deteriorated during this period, beginning in 1163. Becket, who was once a close ally and the Archbishop of Canterbury, sought Eleanor's help during his exile in France from 1164, though she appeared to favor reconciliation. In December of 1167, Eleanor moved her possessions to the Argentan and celebrated Christmas there before moving to Poitiers. Henry accompanied her, then left to deal with the Lusignan family's rebellion. Eleanor was left in charge, showcasing her governance skills until 1173, hinting at a potential marital discord. Well, by 1168, Eleanor, who was 44 years old at that time, had finished up her childbearing years, having borne 8 children, including 3 future kings. Louis VII's son, Philip Augustus, born in 1165, ended Henry's hopes of adding the French throne to his empire through alliances. In 1163, Henry's ongoing feud with Becket had begun, straining their friendship and political alliance. Becket's attempts to involve Eleanor were minimally documented, with evidence suggesting that she was in the middle of them advocating for peace. Well, after gathering her possessions in December 1167, she moved to Argentan for Christmas, and then proceeded to Poitiers, her governance base amidst Henry's military campaigns. Her leadership in Poitiers lasted until 1173, enhancing her role in managing Aquitaine's rebellious vassals. This period marked the end of Eleanor's direct involvement in the English regency, as she shifted focus to managing her continental domains. Her influence and the couple's intermittent separations fed into the narratives of their strained marriage, further complicated by Henry's known infidelities, and Eleanor's pragmatic management of their shared political responsibility. During the 5 years that followed their separation, speculation about the motives behind Eleanor and Henry's distance, whether for political strategy, growing estrangement, or a mix of both, has been widespread. Eleanor had indeed performed her royal duties, producing heirs and establishing alliances through her children, but by then there was only so much she could have done. Additionally, she took proactive steps to impose order in the historically turbulent Aquitaine and maintained her responsibilities as the Angevin queen, even acting as regent in various territories. It is suggested that it was Eleanor who actually initiated the separation, an action that Henry seemingly did not bother to contest. Well, the exact details of Eleanor's life in this period is a little unclear, but it is known that she and Henry had spent Christmas of 1168 apart, she being in Poitiers and he in the Argenton. In January the 6th, 1169, Henry, alongside his two eldest sons, met with Louis VII in Montmirail. The Treaty of Montmirail, which resulted from this meeting, had lasting effects on Henry's family, with Henry dividing his territories among his sons and arranging a marriage between Prince Richard and Louis's daughter Alice. Beyond managing his vassals and maintaining diplomatic ties with the French king, Henry was also focused on securing domestic alliances. He arranged betrothals for Geoffrey and Joanna, with Constance of Brittany and King William II of Sicily respectively, and initiated marriage negotiations for John with Alicia, the eldest daughter of Humbert III, Count of Savoy. To ensure a smooth succession, Henry sought to crown his heir, Prince Henry, despite ecclesiastical opposition. The ceremony took place in 1170 on the 14th of June, after which he was known as Henry the Young King. While Henry and Eleanor communicated during this period, they seldom saw each other, except at major celebrations like Christmas at Ber-le-Roi near Bayeux in 1170 and at Chinon in 1172. Despite the rumors of their growing alienation, Eleanor increasingly exerted her independence in governing her duchy, notably altering her formal address to exclude the kings, referring instead to her faithful followers. So, it was during this time that tensions were really ramping up between Henry II and his young sons, who were impatient to exercise the authority over the Angevin Empire territories allocated to them at Montmirail, rather than waiting for their father's demise. You know what young people are like. Always in a hurry. Well, Louis VII, recognizing an opportunity to exploit these familial rifts, now that the young king was his son-in-law, invited him and Queen Margaret to Paris in November 1172 to talk about and foster the ambitions of the young and impatient king. Eleanor of Aquitaine's time in Poitiers from 1168 to 1173 is often cited as highly influential in cultural history, yet the specifics of this period remain largely unknown. Henry II was busy with his own concerns after bringing Eleanor to Poitiers, and historical narratives have long portrayed this court as a hub of chivalry and troubadour culture, an image that evolved into the notion that Eleanor, along with her daughter Marie of Champagne, oversaw what became known as the Court of Love, where the ideals of courtly love in that Arthurian and Chaucerian sense became to be known and identified. As I said before, quintessentially medieval. Well, at least the good parts of this fantasized notion of a medieval European identity. Troubadours were indeed present and composed praises for her, but the idea of the Court of Love as a formal institution was indeed a romanticized creation of later centuries. The concept largely stemmed from the late 12th century treatise titled The Art of Courtly Love by Andreas Capellanus, often described as a chaplain to Marie of Champagne, and it was written well after Eleanor's period in Poitiers, and it is agreed that the work is largely satirical. In the work Tractatus, Capellanus describes Eleanor, Marie, Ermengarde, Viscountess of Narbonne, Isabel of Flanders, and other ladies adjudicating lovers' disputes, and acting as a jury for the questions about romantic love. He records around 21 cases, with the most famous being whether true love can exist within a marriage. Capellanus claims that ladies concluded that it was unlikely. However, there is no actual evidence to support Capellanus's depictions. In fact, Marie never visited her mother's court during this period, and the court where Capellanus wrote was antagonistic towards both Henry and Eleanor. Sorry to ruin your fun. Well, despite the inaccuracies, many popular accounts, including bibliographies like that by Polly Scheuer Brooks, still lend some credence to these tales, often suggesting they were part of a kind of parlor game. Well, either way, this notion that Eleanor had invented this term courtly love is unsubstantiated, and the term itself only emerged in the late 19th century, as much with any other romanticized tales about the old world, certainly popular at that time. Well, the concept of courtesy, a set of love-focused attitudes celebrated by troubadours, predates Eleanor's time in Poitiers. Indeed, her paternal grandfather, William IX of Aquitaine, 1071 to 1126, was a known troubadour who celebrated tales of love and chivalry long before Eleanor's era. Thus, while fin amour became popular and spread through the courts of the south in the early 12th century, and troubadours like Bernard de Ventadorn and Arnaud Guilhem de Marsan were present at her court, much of what is said about Eleanor's role in these cultural developments is speculative. Well, I think we can put that away for a while, but don't let the truth spoil your imagination. If you want to have fun thinking about these sorts of things, go ahead and do it. It's not like you're going to be submitting it to any peer review. I don't think it's any harm, unless we're making films presented as historical fact. That is crossing the line. But feel free to engage in the realm of historical fan fiction. Now, from February 21st to 28th, 1173, Henry and Eleanor were at Montferrand for the betrothal of their son Prince John to Alice of Maurienne. However, the event was overshadowed by a growing conflict between Henry II and his son, Henry the Young King, over the allocation of royal powers. After Montferrand, the royal family moved to Limoges, where tensions increased further. In March, Henry II and the young king travelled together to Chinon, arriving on March the 5th. The following morning, Henry II discovered that the young king had fled to Paris to seek the support of Louis VII, who then declared his support for the young king as the new reigning monarch. This marked the beginning of the revolt of 1173–74, a significant conflict in the reign of Henry II. Chroniclers at the time often blamed Eleanor for the conflict, because of course they did. It's just another thing that contributes to her controversial reputation, whether it be based in fact or simply because people did not like her. Do you think people would do that? Spread lies and rumors about people they don't like? Perhaps they would. Well, these people had suggested that she might have encouraged her sons to rebel, although they typically added phrases at the end such as, "so it was said," to indicate a speculative nature of these claims. But the insinuation was there. Those who wanted to believe it certainly didn't need much convincing. Confirmation bias, we call it. William of Newburgh recounted that the young king, and I quote, devised evil against his father, with the advice of Louis VII, and went to Aquitaine to incite his brothers Richard and Geoffrey to rebellion, allegedly with Eleanor's tacit approval. Thus, Richard of Hoveden provided a slightly different perspective, noting that Eleanor sent her younger sons to France to join their older brother against their father. In the spring, Eleanor attempted to travel to Paris to join her sons, but was captured en route to Chartres and taken to Henry II in Rouen. Her arrest was kept a deep secret, and she was confined for over a year in an undisclosed location. Meanwhile, Louis VII held a court in Paris, where the French nobles pledged their allegiance to the young king. Of Henry II's sons, only the young John remained loyal to his father. Hostilities thus began in May, with the forces of the young king and Louis VII invading Normandy, but neither side gained a decisive advantage in 1173. After a brief winter truce, hostilities resumed, and in May 1174, Henry II entered Poitiers. He took his daughter Joanna and other noble ladies back to his stronghold in Normandy. On July 7th, 1174, facing the threats of an invasion of England, Henry II and his party, including Eleanor, John, Joanna, and others, sailed from Barfleur to Southampton. Upon their arrival, Eleanor was taken to a place of confinement, the location of which remained unknown to the public. Despite Henry II's victory and the subsequent concessions at the Treaty of Montlouis in September of 1174, Eleanor spent much of the remainder of Henry's life under various forms of confinement in England. Her locations during this period are not well documented, though references to places like Lugershall Castle and other residences in Buckinghamshire, Berkshire, and Nottinghamshire suggest a range of confinement sites. Gerald of Wales noted that in 1175, Henry II contemplated having his marriage to Eleanor annulled on the grounds of consanguinity. He sought the counsel of a papal legate, meeting Cardinal Pierlon at Winchester, who strongly advised him against this course of action. The following year, Henry attempted to persuade Eleanor to become a nun at Fontreval, but she resisted this proposal, with the support of the Archbishop of Rouen. Henry's repeated attempts to gain papal approval for these moves were ultimately unsuccessful. Meanwhile, Henry continued to use his children in diplomatic endeavors, In the summer of 1176, Eleanor was at Winchester with their daughter Joanna. Plans for Joanna's marriage to William II of Sicily were finalized, and she was sent to Sicily in August, with the marriage occurring the following February. In the same year, their son John was betrothed to Isabella of Gloucester, despite her only being 3 years old. Well, by September 1177, another of their daughters, Eleanor, was married to Alfonso VIII of Castile in Burgos, and in July 1181 their son Geoffrey was married to Constance of Brittany. Now, in terms of Eleanor of Aquitaine's confinement, it was not akin to that of a typical prisoner. Of course, it couldn't be. It was more of a form of house arrest, with her stripped of her revenues, rather, I do apologize, but gradually gaining more freedoms, particularly after 1177, and then again after 1184. It was during these years that she witnessed the deaths of 2 of her sons and her daughter Matilda, that being Henry, Geoffrey, as well as those sons. Details about these years are sparse, and Eleanor's relationship with her sons became increasingly strained, particularly with Richard, who was reportedly her favorite, as Henry was wary of any communication that might lead to plotting against him. Eleanor was thus rarely allowed to see her sons, though she was occasionally released for special occasions, such as Easter of 1176. Queen Eleanor's bower near Shrewsbury and close to Ormond Alley is believed to be one of her places of confinement during this time. The deaths of Rosamond Clifford in 1176 at Godstow, Oxfordshire, led to enduring myths about Eleanor's involvement in her death, myths that became part of this so-called black legend of Eleanor, despite a lack of contemporary evidence to support such claims. Henry thus built a tomb for Rosamund in the abbey, and made large donations in her memory. Chroniclers like Gerald of Wales and Roger of Hoveden wrote that Henry began an affair with the young Alice of France around this time, which complicated matters because she was married, betrothed at this time, to her son Richard. Well, this affair, of course, alarmed Louis VII, as Alice was his daughter. Very scandalous, isn't it? Henry's delay of the marriage, which Richard opposed, led to Alice bearing Henry several children. Well, the death of Henry the Young on 11th of June 1183 in Martel, at the age of 28 from dysentery, profoundly affected Eleanor. His dying wish was for his mother's freedom and the welfare of his queen. In response, Henry II sent Thomas Agnell, the Archdeacon of Wells, to inform Eleanor about her son's death. Reportedly, she already knew. She had a premonition of this event in a dream. Mother's intuition, perhaps, not always giving us the best of news. Well, years later, she shared with Pope Celestine III how this loss had tormented her, an event that shifted the family dynamic, making Richard now the primary heir. Well, the death also triggered disputes over Queen Margaret's lands, and between Henry II and Philip II, her half-brother. Philip claimed that certain properties in Normandy and England that Henry asserted were Eleanor's and should revert to her upon her son's death. This necessitated Eleanor's presence in the disputed regions, leading to a relaxation of her confinement. Finally, she can get out of the house. While Roger of Hovenden noted that Henry commanded her to be free to tour her lands, improving her income significantly. The renegotiation of the Treaty of Montmirail and Richard's contentious betrothal to Alice required a meeting between the English and the French kings at Gisors in December of 1183. Henry revoked many of the previous land concessions. Eleanor returned to England then in early 1184, where her daughter Matilda and her exiled husband joined her. At Winchester, Matilda gave birth to her fifth child, William. Eleanor and Henry tried to mediate their sons' conflicts, but without success, spending Christmas at Windsor. In 1185, Eleanor and Henry travelled to Normandy for a family council, remaining there for nearly a year. Despite her limited freedom to act in Aquitaine, she was clearly under the influence of Henry and their sons Richard, Geoffrey, and John. The death of Geoffrey in August of 1186 in Paris left only Richard and John as heirs, intensifying their conflict over the inheritance. Richard's efforts to incorporate Toulouse into Aquitaine led to direct conflict between Henry and Philip, resulting in a combined force of Richard and Philip against an increasingly frail Henry. This forced Henry to relinquish much of his French holdings. Henry's health deteriorated after John joined the alliance against him, and he died at Chinon on the 6th of July, 1189. Around this time, Eleanor also learned of Matilda's death. Over her last years with Henry, Eleanor travelled with him and participated in governing, though she remained under the custodianship and was never fully free. Henry's death had marked the end of their complex marriage and Eleanor's long imprisonment, paving the way for her to play a more active role in the years that she had left. Upon the death of Henry, Richard became the uncontested heir to the throne. One of his initial actions as king was to order William Marshal to immediately release his mother from imprisonment. Upon Marshal's arrival in England, he found that Eleanor had already been released by her custodians. At 65 years old, Eleanor immediately assumed the role of regent of England, acting in Richard's stead while he remained in France. Eleanor travelled to Westminster and received oaths of loyalty from numerous lords and prelates on behalf of the new king, signing herself as Eleanor by the grace of God, Queen of England. Now that's a signature with some weight of authority, don't you think? On August the 13th, 1189, Richard arrived in Portsmouth from Barfleur and was greeted with great enthusiasm. From 1190 to 1194, Richard I was largely absent from England, first participating in the Third Crusade from 1190 to 92, and subsequently being held captive by Henry VI, the Holy Roman Emperor. During this period, royal authority in England was formally exercised by a council of regency alongside a series of chief justiciars. William de Longchamp from 1190–91, Walter de Coutances from 1191 to 93, and followed by Hubert Walker. Although Eleanor did not hold a formal office during Richard's absence, she arrived in England with Coutances in June of 1191, and wielded significant influence over English affairs and the actions of Prince John until Richard's return. She was indeed instrumental in raising the ransom demanded by Henry VI for Richard's release, and played a key role in the negotiations with the Holy Roman Emperor that ultimately secured her son's freedom. Her influence is also evident in the numerous letters she wrote to Pope Celestine III regarding Richard's captivity. One of her letters from 1193 expresses her deep personal suffering due to her son's imprisonment, writing and using the words that she was wasted away by sorrow due to the ordeal, as any mother would be. We can all agree on that. Well, she outlived her son Richard, who died in 1199, and then saw the reign of her youngest son, King John, in the same year. A truce between Philip II of France and John led to an agreement that Philip's 12-year-old heir, Louis, would marry one of John's nieces, the daughters of his sister, Eleanor of England, Queen of Castile. Eleanor of Aquitaine, then 77 years old, was tasked by John to travel to Castile to choose one of his nieces as the bride. Well, despite her advanced age, Eleanor set out from Poitiers. Shortly after her departure, however, she was ambushed and captured by Hugh IX of Lusignan. Eleanor negotiated her release by agreeing to his demands and continued her journey, crossing the Pyrenees into the kingdoms of Navarre and Castile, and by the end of January 1200, she arrived in Castile, safe and sound. Eleanor's daughter, Queen Eleanor of Castile, had two unmarried daughters of her own, Urraca and Blanche. Eleanor chose the younger daughter, Blanche, for the marriage, and after a 2-month stay at the Castilian court, Eleanor journeyed back across the Pyrenees with her granddaughter Blanche. They celebrated Easter in Bordeaux, where the famous warrior Mercadier came to escort them north. Tragically, Mercadier was killed shortly after by a rival mercenary, a blow that profoundly affected Eleanor. Too fatigued to continue to Normandy, she and Blanche traveled slowly to the Loire Valley, where Eleanor entrusted Blanche to the Archbishop of Bordeaux and retired to Fontevraud Abbey. Eleanor's health declined in early 1201. When war broke out between John and Philip II, Eleanor supported John and travelled from Fontevraud to Poitiers to prevent her grandson Arthur I, Duke of Brittany, from seizing control. Arthur, a rival to John for the English throne, besieged Eleanor at Mirabeau. John quickly had marched to her rescue, captured Arthur, and likely his sister Eleanor, the Fair Maid of Brittany. Following this, Eleanor returned to Fontevraud and took the veil to live out the rest of her days as a nun. 3 years later, on March 31st, 1204, Eleanor had passed away. She was buried in Fontevraud Abbey alongside Henry II, Richard I, and her daughter Joan. Her tomb effigy, depicting her reading a Bible and adorned with representations of exquisite jewelry, is one of the finest surviving from this period. However, during the chaos of the French Revolution, the abbey was ransacked, the tombs destroyed, and the bones of Eleanor, Henry, Richard, Joan, and Isabella of Angoulême were scattered and lost. By her death, Eleanor had outlived all of her children, except King John of England, who would die some 12 years later in 1216. And she didn't quite outlive Queen Eleanor of Castile either, who went on to do her own royal duties for quite some time. The Wars of the Roses, a series of dynastic conflicts in England between the houses of Lancaster and York, both branches of the royal Plantagenet family. A war that unfolded between the years of 1455 and 1487. The name, the War of the Roses, comes from the emblems associated with the two rival houses, being the red rose for Lancaster and the white rose for York. The struggle was ignited by both political and economic issues, leadership disputes, and the quest for control over the throne of England, peaking with battles like Towton, which was among the bloodiest fought on English soil. The wars concluded with the ascent of Henry Tudor, that being Henry VII, at the Battle of Bosworth Field, which effectively ended Plantagenet rule and marked the beginning of the Tudor dynasty. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, welcome to another one. As always, if you like what I do, there's a Patreon link in the description. Otherwise, trying to hit 6k subs, and we're quite close. A like, comment, and subscribe will certainly help me get there. Now, with that out of the way, let's begin. First, a deep breath, and make yourself comfortable. Let's start from the very beginning. The House of Plantagenet, originating from Anjou in France, ruled England from 1154 until 1485, concluding with the War of the Roses and the ascent of the Tudor dynasty under Henry VII. This period marked a significant transformation in England's governance and national identity, propelled by conflicts with the French, Scots, Welsh, and Irish, and of course the formalization of English as the primary language. The Plantagenet reign saw the establishment of legal and feudal reforms, most notably the Magna Carta, I'm sure you're familiar with, which balanced the power of the monarchy with defined obligations to the realm. These reforms contributed to the emergence of a rather complex justice system and a budding sense of English nationhood. Now, during the 15th century, the Plantagenets endured defeats in the 100 Years' War, and of course faced mounting internal strife, marked by the widespread revolts and the rise of powerful noble factions. The internal discord culminated in our very topic for today, this War of the Roses, which pitted the two houses, Lancaster and York, against one another. Well, the subsequent Tudor period after this brought about a more centralized royal authority, sidestepping many of the challenges that had plagued the late Plantagenet rulers. So, speaking of these issues, we arrive to an issue itself, being Edward III, one of the notable Plantagenet kings. He had several sons who played significant roles in the nobility and the historical narrative of England. His creation of dukedoms for his sons introduced a new class of nobility that held substantial political and military power that was independent of the crown. This move laid the groundwork for what would become known as bastard feudalism, where nobles maintained private armies and could exert significant influence or opposition to the monarch. The term bastard feudalism, coined in the late 19th century, describes the evolution from traditional feudal levies to a system where nobles maintained loyalty through personal retainers rather than through feudal obligations. It was this shift that allowed nobles like John of Gaunt and later figures such as Richard of York and Warwick the Kingmaker to amass significant military and political power, challenging the authority of monarchs like Richard II and Henry VI. The House of Lancaster's claim to the throne was primarily through the aforementioned John of Gaunt, deriving legitimacy from a preference for the male line of succession. In contrast, the House of York's claim was rooted in descent from both the male and female lines, tying back to Lionel, Duke of Clarence. This divergence in claims fueled the rivalries and conflicts that characterized the Wars of the Roses, illustrating the complexity of lineage, feudal loyalty, and power in late medieval England. So, effectively to sum up, the creation of these dukedoms, while giving a little bit of people a bit of how can we put it, putting their mind at ease, giving them a little bit of power and sending them on their way to a different part of the country, it came back to bite them, as they all thought that they were the ones to take the throne. And, well, disputes in these sort of matters begin a lot more wars than religions do, in my opinion. Just like when a relative dies and there's an argument over the will. It's pretty much the same thing on a larger scale. Now, the question of succession following the death of Edward III in 1377 significantly contributed to the conflicts. Edward III was preceded by his eldest sons, that being Edward the Black Prince and Lionel of Antwerp, creating uncertainty over who was truly the rightful heir. Edward's grandson, Richard II, ascended to the throne as a child amidst this uncertainty, leading to a reign marked by regency and unrest. Edward's third son, John of Gaunt, and his descendants through the male line were initially favored in the line of succession over the descendants of Lionel of Antwerp, though who were through the female line. This set the stage for more dynastic disputes. Now, Richard II, his rule began under the influence of regencies dominated by his uncles, particularly John of Gaunt. His reign saw significant challenges, including the Peasants' Revolt of 1381, which I just completed a full video on if you're interested. Also, his approach to governance was characterized by a shift towards absolute monarchy, which alienated the aristocracy and led to repeated conflicts with Parliament. Richard's aesthetic and peace-oriented policies contrasted sharply with the militaristic and administrative styles of his predecessors. His peace negotiations with France, which would have positioned England as a lesser power, were unpopular and rejected by the Parliament. His marriage to Isabella of Valois was part of these peace efforts, but did little to secure his position. Oh, and I should mention that Isabella was 6 years old at the time when she was married off to Richard II. There is a rather disturbing painting of this event. Ugh. Anyway, in 1399, the confiscation of the lands of John of Gaunt's exiled son, Henry Bolingbroke, following Gaunt's death, triggered Bolingbroke's return from exile, and ultimately led to Richard's deposition. Bolingbroke's ascent to the throne as Henry IV marked the beginning of the Lancastrian dynasty. Well, Richard II's reign didn't last for too long. It ended in controversy and a little bit of tragedy, with his likely death in captivity. His policies and the manner of execution have been debated by historians, with some suggesting a possible personality disorder influencing his later actions. Of course, I'm going to make a full video on Richard II, which will be interesting, to say the least, so look forward to that. But either way, his legacy, heavily shaped by Shakespeare's portrayal and subsequent historical interpretation, remains complex, to say the least. Now on to Henry IV, whose early reign was marred by challenges and rebellion, starting with the Epiphany Rising in 1400, which was aimed at reinstating Richard, but it ended in the execution of the conspirators and Richard's mysterious death soon after. Well, in Wales, Owain Glyndwr spearheaded a significant rebellion that persisted beyond Henry's reign, only concluding in 1415. The Tudor family, linked to Glyndwr by marriage, later emerged as pivotal figures in the later Wars of the Roses. Now the House of Percy, dissatisfied with Henry's governance, staged multiple uprisings, notably at Shrewsbury in 1403 and Bramham Moor in 1408, both of which were quelled, resulting in the leaders' deaths. Henry IV's death in 1413 brought his son Henry V to the throne, who sought to stabilize his rule through military endeavors, notably in France. This Henry V leveraged French support for Glyndwr as a pretext for the 1415 invasion of France, culminating in the significant victory at Agincourt and the subsequent campaigns that solidified the Lancastrian claim to the French throne. The Treaty of Troyes in 1420 marked a high point, designating Henry as the heir to the French throne through his marriage to Catherine of Valois. Domestically, the failed Southampton plot in 1415 aimed to replace Henry V with Edmund Mortimer, but it was thwarted by Mortimer's loyalty. This incident underscored ongoing domestic threats to Henry's rule, despite his international success. Well, upon Henry V's death in 1422, his infant son, Henry VI, quickly ascended the throne, leading to a period of regency. The young king's reign saw the rise of Richard of York, who possessed significant claims to the throne through both York and Mortimer lines, and became a formidable figure due to his vast estates and rather impressive wealth. During his early reign, Henry VI found himself amidst a court life with political machinations and rival factions. His uncle, Humphrey, the Duke of Gloucester, aspired to be named Lord Protector until Henry reached maturity. Gloucester's ambition was not merely for power. He sought the approval of the populace, positioning himself as a champion of the common man. However, his plans were consistently held back by Cardinal Henry Beaufort, another influential figure at court, who frequently summoned John, Duke of Bedford, and Henry's regent in France, to mediate disputes or protect his position from Gloucester's challenges. The situation abroad was equally turbulent. The French, under the inspiration of Joan of Arc, had achieved significant victories at Orléans and Patay, effectively reversing many of the English gains from Henry V's campaigns. These losses culminated in the coronation of Charles VII in Reims on July 17, 1429, a significant blow to the English claims in France. Henry VI was crowned shortly thereafter on November 6th, a symbolic move meant to reaffirm his legitimacy and also to counteract Charles VII's coronation on the mainland. Around the same time, Henry's mother, Catherine of Valois, remarried to Owen Tudor, and their sons, Edmund and Jasper Tudor, would later play pivotal roles in the war. Henry's coming of age in 1437 should have marked the transition to a more stable rule, but the death of Bedford in 1435 and Beaufort's withdrawal from public life left a vacuum that William de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, swiftly filled. Suffolk, favoring diplomacy over military confrontation, became a dominant force at court, often clashing with the Gloucester faction and militarily inclined Richard of York. Suffolk's influence peaked with the Treaty of Tours in 1444, which he engineered to secure the peace with France through Henry's marriage to Margaret of Anjou in exchange for the territories of Maine and Anjou. Suffolk's elevation from Earl of Marquess and subsequently to Duke was a testament to his favor with the king. However, the secrecy surrounding the territorial concessions of the treaty bred suspicion and discontent among the English populace and nobility, particularly Richard of York, who saw his military efforts and resources being diverted to support Suffolk's diplomatic endeavors. In 1447, Suffolk's machinations led to the arrest of Gloucester for treason. His subsequent death, under suspicious circumstances, likely in prison, stirred further unrest among those opposed to Suffolk's policies. Furthermore, Richard of York was removed from a key military role in France and assigned to the less influential position of Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, effectively sidelining him from immediate political influence. As England's political stability deteriorated, the Duke of Suffolk, William de la Pole, became increasingly influential at the court of King Henry VI. However, his handling of foreign policy, particularly the loss of Maine and Anjou to France as part of the marriage agreement between Henry VI and Margaret of Anjou, made him very unpopular. The public and many nobles pointed the finger at him and held him responsible personally for these territorial concessions, which were perceived as national humiliations. The military setbacks in France, including the disastrous defeat at Formigny in April of 1450, further eroded Suffolk's standing. The same year, he faced the wrath of the House of Commons and was impeached. Henry VI intervened to mitigate the punishment by exiling him for 5 years instead of allowing his imprisonment. However, Suffolk was intercepted by pirates while en route to Calais and was executed in 1450, a clear indication of his unpopularity and also the volatile nature of English politics. Well, the downfall of Suffolk did not lead to a restoration of stability as a lot of people wanted. Instead, Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset, took over as the leader of the peace faction at court, advocating for a diplomatic resolution to the ongoing conflicts in France. Somerset's position was precarious, as military failures continued and his close association with Queen Margaret of Anjou aroused suspicions and rumors of an affair, particularly after the birth of the royal couple's son, Prince Edward, in 1453. Well, it was further complicated by the Jack Cade Rebellion in 1450, a significant uprising in the region of Kent. The rebels, led by the rebellion's namesake, Jack Cade, issued the Complaint of the Poor Commons of Kent, accusing the government of corruption and mismanagement. Although the rebellion was suppressed, its underlying causes and grievances lingered and were later adopted by Richard, the Duke of York, as part of his critique against the government's failures. Richard of York's return from Ireland and his subsequent imprisonment highlighted the deep divisions within the English nobility. These tensions were exacerbated by Henry's apparent mental health issues, which led to periods of incapacity and ineffective leadership. Could you imagine having a ruler with mental health issues that led to periods of ineffective leadership? How could they let that happen? Well, this instability culminated in the First Battle of St. Albans in 1455, a direct confrontation between the Yorkists and the Royalist forces led by Somerset. And this, 23 minutes into the video indeed, marks the beginning of the Wars of the Roses. Yes, it was quite a wind-up to that, I know, but it's important to set the background. Well, Henry VI's recovery from his mental breakdown in 1455 temporarily shifted the balance of power back to his loyalists, leading to the release and the restoration of Somerset and the exile of Richard of York. However, the political and military situation remained as volatile as before, with ongoing feuds, such as those between the Nevilles and the Percys, further complicating the governance of the country. In the intricate weave of the 15th century politics, the Yorkist leaders, Richard Neville, the Earl of Warwick, and Richard, the Duke of York, managed to capture Henry VI during this aforementioned Battle of St. Albans, setting a decisive course for a new war. This victory not only secured Henry VI as a pawn in their political maneuverings, but also led to significant casualties among their Lancastrian adversaries, including the influential Edmund Beaufort, 2nd Duke of Somerset, and Henry Percy, the second Earl of Northumberland. The death of these key figures allowed York to be reinstated as the Lord Protector, signifying a temporary Yorkist ascendancy in English politics. Warwick's command over the strategically vital port of Calais further fortified the Yorkist position. This control provided him not only with a military stronghold, but also with the ability to conduct naval raids, which, while contentious, underscored his naval skill and only served to add to his reputation. Despite Queen Margaret of Anjou's attempts to curb his influence, Warwick's successful anti-piracy measures and his unauthorized naval attacks against Castilian and Hanseatic forces underscored his defiance of royal authority, which actually enhanced his stature greatly within Yorkist circles. However, there was a shift in 1456, when Henry VI resumed his personal rule, diminishing York and Warwick's influence. This period of relative stability was short-lived, as the ongoing feud between the Neville and Percy families flared up again. The situation was further complicated by Warwick's provocative actions in 1458, which included attacks on foreign fleets, leading to his and York's summons to London to answer for their actions. Fearing imprisonment, or perhaps worse, they consolidated their forces and prepared for a conflict. The tension culminated in the Battle of Blore Heath in 1459, where Yorkist forces, under the command of the Earl of Salisbury, secured a victory against a larger Lancastrian force. This victory was pivotal, reaffirming Yorkist military capabilities despite the growing Lancastrian opposition, which had been actively recruiting and arming under Queen Margaret's direction. The Yorkist leader's decision to flee to Calais in the face of a reinvigorated Lancastrian campaign led by Queen Margaret marked a strategic retreat, but it also set the stage for a significant Yorkist counteroffensive. The control of Calais played a crucial role in maintaining Yorkist strategic options, enabling them to gather resources and plan their return to England with a more strengthened military force. Now, by late 1460, Warwick, Salisbury, and Edward of March, later King Edward IV, had returned to England, quickly gathering support and capturing Henry VI at the Battle of Northampton. The victory provided the Yorkists with another opportunity to assert control over the government. The subsequent political manoeuvrings saw York making a bold claim to the throne, which, while initially shocking to the Assembly, led to the Act of Accord. This agreement stipulated that York and his descendants would succeed Henry VI, a compromise that reflected the Yorkist leader's consolidation of power, but also sowed the seeds for further conflict, as it was unacceptable to staunch Lancastrian supporters, and that included Queen Margaret. The death of Richard of York marked a pivotal moment in the Wars of the Roses, dramatically altering the Yorkist leadership and also their strategy. Queen Margaret, alongside the Lancastrian supporters such as Henry Holland, the third Duke of Exeter, and Jasper Tudor, rallied troops in Wales and the West Country, securing additional military support from Scotland and France in exchange for territorial concessions, a testament to the international dimension of the conflict. Richard of York's decision to leave the safety of Sandal Castle and engage the Lancastrians was the event that directly led to his death, and significant Yorkist losses at the Battle of Wakefield on 30th of September 1460. This defeat not only resulted in York's death, but also the capture and execution of his allies, including his son, the Earl of Rutland, and the influential Earl of Salisbury. The events necessitated a rapid reorganization of Yorkist leadership under Edward, the Earl of March, Richard of York's son, who inherited not only the dukedom of York, but also his father's claim to the English throne, and he felt just as strongly about the latter. Now, in early 1461, Edward decisively defeated the Lancastrian forces at Mortimer's Cross, leveraging celestial phenomena to boost troop morale and adopting the sun in splendor as his heraldic symbol. Despite his victory, the Lancastrians achieved a strategic advantage with their success at the Second Battle of St. Albans, releasing King Henry VI and reasserting his rule. The dynamic shifted quickly, however, as Edward VI was proclaimed king in London, an indication of his popularity and also the city's rejection of the Lancastrian claim. His physical presence and charismatic leadership contrasted sharply with Henry VI's perceived weakness, helping Edward solidify his position even more. Edward and Warwick's subsequent march north culminated in the Battle of Towton, the largest and bloodiest ever fought on English soil, resulting in a decisive Yorkist victory that effectively annihilated the Lancastrian leadership and confirmed Edward's sovereignty. Thus, King Edward IV's reign, following his coronation on the 28th of June 1461, marked a period of consolidation. His decision to pardon many attainted Lancastrians showed a strategic effort to stabilize his reign by reconciling with former foes, allowing them to even retain their properties and former titles, which helped pacify potential sources of dissent. Warwick, known as the King-Maker, enjoyed immense benefits from Edward's rise, gaining vast lands, titles, and key positions such as High Admiral of England and Steward of the Duchy of Lancaster. In fact, his influence extended to international diplomacy, successfully securing a truce with Scotland and solidifying Yorkist control in Ireland, demonstrating his pivotal role in both domestic and foreign affairs. However, this did not mean everything was stable. In 1462, Margaret of Anjou made attempts to reclaim lost ground by capturing key northern castles with French support, though these efforts were transient, showcasing the ongoing volatility. By 1463, the next year, internal conflicts resurfaced as northern England rose in support of Henry VI, leading to further confrontations and the significant Battle of Hexham in 1464, where Yorkist forces decisively defeated the Lancastrians. This victory led to the capture and execution of prominent Lancastrian leaders, and even the capture of Henry VI, who was then imprisoned in the Tower of London, effectively quelling any significant Lancastrian resistance. Edward's marriage in 1464 to Elizabeth Woodville was a pivotal event that shaped much of his subsequent reign. This union was controversial due to Elizabeth's relatively modest social background and the secrecy surrounding their wedding. This marriage alienated Warwick, who felt sidelined and betrayed after promoting a French alliance and a royal marriage to solidify peace and international support. Edward's choice undermined Warwick's position and inflamed tensions within the Yorkist alliance. The rise of the Woodville family into prominent positions further strained relationships with the nobility, particularly Warwick, who saw his influence waning as the Woodvilles ascended in court. Things became increasingly complex as Edward pursued an independent policy, favoring an alliance with Burgundy over France, contradicting Warwick's diplomatic efforts and leading to further alienation. Thus, Edward's actions set the stage for future conflicts, not only with the Lancastrian adherents, but with his own court, which was filled with disgruntled nobles, led by Warwick and supported by Edward's own brother, George the Duke of Clarence. And they were all conspiring against him. In the turbulence of 1469, England was shaken by uprisings and power struggles, culminating in significant clashes and the temporary capture of King Edward IV. A rebellion in Yorkshire under Robin of Redesdale, coupled with another revolt, demanded the restoration of Henry Percy as Earl of Northumberland, demonstrated widespread dissatisfaction with Edward's rule. These revolts were ostensibly aimed at removing perceived evil counsellors around the king, but were fueled by more deep factional manipulations by Warwick and George, who sought to exploit the unrest for their own gain. Warwick and Clarence's machinations included marrying Clarence to Warwick's daughter Isabel in Calais, a strategic move to consolidate their power base against Edward. Upon returning to England, they aligned themselves with the Yorkshire rebels, leading to a significant confrontation at the Battle of Edgecote, where prominent royal supporters were killed and Edward was captured. The capture highlighted the fragility of Edward's position, and of course this formidable challenge posed by Warwick and Clarence. The initial success of the rebels, however, did not translate into a stable government. The lack of broader support for Warwick and Clarence, combined with ongoing disorder, forced them to release Edward, who quickly went back to his royal duties. The political instability persisted, leading to further conflicts such as the Battle of Losecoat Field, where Edward decisively crushed a rebellion influenced by Warwick and Clarence, solidifying his control and forcing his adversaries into a temporary exile. The situation escalated further when Warwick, in a remarkable turn of alliances facilitated by Louis XI of France, reconciled with his bitter enemy Margaret of Anjou, in a bid to restore Henry VI to the throne. This alliance was sealed by the marriage of Warwick's daughter Anne to Edward of Westminster, Margaret and Henry's son. In September 1470, using a two-pronged invasion strategy and exploiting internal royal conflicts, Warwick successfully deposed Edward, leading to a brief reinstallation of Henry VI, a period that was known as the re-adeption of Henry. However, the restored Lancastrian regime was short-lived. Internal divisions, the lack of solid support, and external pressures quickly undermined Warwick's control. Edward, with substantial support from Burgundy, returned to England in 1471, gathering forces rapidly and gaining crucial allies, including the defection of Clarence back to his side. The climactic battle at Barnet in April 1471 saw the end of Warwick, and marked a decisive turn in the Wars of the Roses in the favour of Edward IV. The battle was characterized by tragic miscommunication among the Lancastrian forces, and a fierce assault by Edward's troops capitalizing upon it, leading to Warwick's death and a crippling blow to the Lancastrian cause. Edward's return to power was solidified by his decisive victories and strategic political maneuvers, which included plenty of reconciliations and also retributions against his enemies. However, he did not last too long. The death of Edward IV in April 1483 marked the end of his influential reign, initiating a period of profound uncertainty and instability in England. Edward's decision to appoint his brother Richard, the Duke of Gloucester, as Lord Protector for his young son Edward V, set the stage for significant power struggles. Now, Richard of Gloucester's role as Lord Protector was meant to be a temporary arrangement until Edward V came to age. However, things shifted as Richard took steps to consolidate power around himself. Who could have seen that coming? Within a short period, Richard moved to isolate his young nephews and arrest their loyal supporters. By the June of 1483, Richard had successfully declared the children of Edward IV all illegitimate, based on accusations of a pre-contract of marriage between Edward IV and a different woman prior to his marriage to Elizabeth Woodville, thus completely disqualifying Edward V from the throne. Well, it seemed to have worked, because on the 26th of June 1483 Richard was proclaimed king, notably King Richard III, significantly altering the course of English history. The rapid change in governance led to widespread speculation and discontent among various factions within the realm. The mystery regarding the fate of Edward IV's sons, known historically as the Princes in the Tower, fueled further discontent, as they disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The country effectively made a collective eyebrow raise, and they were widely believed to have been murdered. Now, Richard III's reign faced immediate challenges, including invasions and rebellions, which was the style at the time. Notably, Henry Tudor, the Lancastrian claimant with a rather tenuous claim to the throne, that being said, gathered support in France and launched an invasion in 1485. The culmination of these conflicts occurred at the Battle of Bosworth Field on the 22nd of August 1485, where Richard III was actually killed. Well, this was the top moment of the Wars of the Roses, and we'll talk about it in a little bit more detail. Now, Henry VII worked to consolidate his power and heal the divisions caused by decades of civil war. He married Elizabeth of York, the daughter of Edward IV, thus uniting the houses of Lancaster and York, marking the beginning of a relatively stable period in English history. Of course, this all had to come crashing down. the conspiracy against Richard III rapidly gained momentum, supported by both disenfranchised Yorkists and those with Lancastrian sympathies, who saw Henry Tudor a viable alternative to the controversial Richard. Of course, he wasn't as controversial as Richard II with his 6-year-old wife, but ugh. Anyway, the discontent was fueled by the mystery surrounding the fate of the princes in the Tower, Richard's nephews, which cast a long shadow over his reign for rather obvious reasons. The disappearance of Edward V and Richard of Shrewsbury provided a focal point for opposition, as it embodied the fears and suspicions many held about Richard's methods and intentions. Now, as we've said, Henry Tudor's claim to the throne was tenuous at best, but his promise to marry Elizabeth of York, the daughter of Edward IV, offered a potential unification of the warring houses of York and Lancaster. This alliance was intended to reconcile the divide that had led to decades of civil war, offering a new vision for a stable and united England. Elizabeth Woodville's backing of Henry Tudor, despite her previous allegiance to the House of York under Edward IV, was more of a strategic move. It reflected the pragmatic shifts in loyalty that characterized the turbulent politics of the time, and highlighted the adaptability of political figures who were only seeking to survive, but if they could, thrive amid the shifting allegiances and fortunes of the Wars of the Roses. The Duke of Buckingham, once a staunch supporter of Richard III, played a pivotal role in the growing conspiracy due to personal grievances and ambitions that were not satisfied under Richard's reign. His defection to the Tudor cause was significant, as it not only deprived Richard of a key ally, but also lent substantial legitimacy to the rebellion. Things were not looking good for Richie. Now, the convergence of these disaffected parties under the banner of Henry Tudor underscored the broad base of the opposition to Richard, and set the stage for the climactic conflict at the Bosworth Field. It was here the forces of Richard III and Henry Tudor would ultimately clash, determining the fate of the English crown and marking the definitive end of the Plantagenet dynasty. The Battle of Bosworth Field not only ended Richard III's brief reign, but also marked a decisive turning point in English history, signaling the final conclusion of the Wars of the Roses and the emergence of the Tudor dynasty. His victory, Henry Tudor's that is, was less about his claim to the throne, which was pretty tenuous, and more about his ability to consolidate support across factions, weary of decades of civil strife. Also, generally, people were just a little bit sick of fighting each other, I think, and they didn't really care which side won, as long as they could just go back to having normal lives. Well, at least, that's what I assume the common people would be thinking. War definitely takes a toll on you. Now, Henry Tudor, now Henry VII, inaugurated a period of relative stability and the centralization of power in the monarchy, a contrast to the feudal conflict that had been characterizing much of the 15th century. His marriage to Elizabeth of York effectively united the warring houses of Lancaster and York, symbolizing the end of dynastic conflicts and the beginning of a bright new era in English governance. The significance of the Battle of Bosworth Field extends beyond its immediate military outcome, as it reshaped the English monarchy and set the stage for the political transformations of the Renaissance and the cultural transformations of the Reformation that would sweep through Europe. This new Tudor era, beginning with Henry Tudor, Henry VII, would see the strengthening of the administrative capabilities of the state, the expansion of overseas exploration, and significant shifts in religious policies. Henry VII's reign brought about more important changes in governance, including the establishment of the Court of the Star Chamber, which helped reduce the influence of the nobility by centralizing legal authority. His economic policies, often categorized by heavy taxation and stringent control over the nobility's financial powers, laid the groundwork for later successors and also challenges of his successors, including Henry VIII and Elizabeth I. Videos on them very soon. Thus, this Battle of Bosworth Fields represents not merely the end of a period of bloody conflict, but also the beginning of a bright new dawn. Perhaps not as bright as it should be, but certainly brighter by contrast. Now, Henry's response to the various uprisings and pretenders throughout his reign shows once again the fragility of his hold on the throne and his determination to establish a stable dynasty. His actions to suppress revolts and manage claims against his rule were part of a broader strategy to solidify Tudor legitimacy and stabilize England after decades of civil war. And speaking of these rebellions, by pardoning the one Lambert Simnel, a figurehead of a rather significant rebellion, Henry not only neutralized a threat, but he also displayed a kind of magnanimity that could appease potential Yorkist sympathizers. His decision to employ Simnel in a humble but stable position within the royal household allowed him to demonstrate both mercy and the absolute futility of opposing his reign. This act was a clear message to other would-be pretenders and their supporters about the futility of their claims and the potential benevolence of the Tudor regime. Perkin Warbeck's claim presented a more direct challenge, however, as it drew on international support and prolonged Yorkist factionalism. Henry's eventual capture and execution of Warbeck and the simultaneous execution of Edward Plantagenet, the Earl of Warwick, marked a harsher but decisive action to eliminate viable Plantagenet threats. The execution of Warwick, a genuine Plantagenet, with a legitimate, albeit pretty weak, claim to the throne, underscores the lengths to which Henry was prepared to go to secure the future of his dynasty. This act extinguished the direct male Plantagenet line, sending a stark warning to anybody considering supporting claims against the Tudors. Moreover, Henry's strategic marriages for his children, notably the marriage of his eldest son Arthur to Catherine of Aragon, and the betrothal of his daughter Margaret to James IV of Scotland, were part of this diplomatic strategy to forge alliances and legitimize his dynasty through European recognition. Henry's reign ultimately laid the groundwork for the Tudor dynasty, which would preside over a period of relative internal stability and the beginnings of what is deemed to be an English Renaissance. His efforts to stabilize the monarchy through strategic executions, careful management of noble factions, and internal diplomacy show the complexity of his rule alongside the challenges to hold on to the throne. Thus, it's a reign that's not only navigating the immediate aftermath of the Wars of the Roses, but also set the stage for the transformative rule of his son, Henry VIII, and his granddaughter, Elizabeth I, who would oversee the flowering of English culture and expansion on the global stage. Thank you very much for listening. That was a rather brief introduction to the Wars of the Roses, and I know, a lot of moving parts. Now, as for some of the characters, like Henry Tudor, Elizabeth I at the end, Henry VIII, and some of the other monarchs mentioned, they will have their own biographies coming up, also a video on the Battle of Bosworth Field. But until then, you'll just have to wait a little longer. Thomas Aquinas was an Italian Dominican friar, philosopher, and theologian who became one of the most influential medieval thinkers of the Western world. His integration of the philosophical principles of Aristotle with the theology of the Christian faith set the framework for the Catholic theology and helped develop the system known as scholasticism, which sought to reconcile faith and reason. Aquinas is best known for his major work, the Summa Theologica, a monumental treatise that covers the full breadth of Christian theology and philosophy. His teachings on the natural law, the virtues, and the relationship between faith and reason have had a profound and lasting impact on Christian theology and Western philosophical thought. And if you want to learn about him, you're certainly in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you back here with me again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, if you like what I do, and want to help keep me going, links to the Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, help YouTube push the video out to a greater audience by liking, commenting, and subscribing if you feel inclined to do so. Now, without further ado, let's get on to our life of Thomas Aquinas. Please first make yourself comfortable, and we may begin. Thomas Aquinas, born around 1225 in the family castle of Reconquista near Aquino in the Kingdom of Sicily, was destined for a religious career from an early age. His family was part of the southern Italian nobility, with his father, Landulf of Aquino, serving as a knight under Emperor Frederick II. Unlike his brothers, who pursued military careers, Thomas was intended to follow his uncle into the abbacy of Monte Cassino, the oldest Benedictine monastery. At just 5 years old, Thomas began his early education at Monte Cassino. However, the ongoing military conflict between Emperor Frederick II and Pope Gregory IX soon disrupted his stay, leading his parents to enroll him at the University of Naples. There, Thomas was introduced to the works of Aristotle, Averroes, and Maimonides, which deeply influenced his theological philosophy. He also came under the influence of John of St. Julian, a Dominican preacher, whose teachings inspired Thomas to join the Dominican order at the age of 19. His decision to join the Dominicans was met with fierce opposition from his family, particularly from his mother, Theodora. To prevent him from pursuing a religious life, his family held him captive in their castles at Monte San Giovanni and Reconquista for nearly a year. That's right, he was effectively grounded. During this period, Thomas tutored his sisters and maintained communication with the Dominicans. His family's efforts to dissuade him included a rather humorous attempt to break his faith and tempt him by hiring a lady of the night. That's one way of doing it. But unfortunately, this event only strengthened his resolve, and apparently led to a mystical experience in which he was granted the celestial gift of perfect chastity. Certainly a backfire for his parents, I'm sure. Well, in 1244, finally realizing that her efforts were futile, Theodora arranged for Thomas to escape from captivity in secret. This allowed him to maintain his dignity and that of his family. Thomas then traveled to Naples and Rome, where he officially joined up with the Dominican order under Johannes von Wildeshausen, the Master General. In 1245, a year later, Thomas Aquinas began his studies at the Faculty of Arts at the University of Paris, which was one of the leading centers of academic learning in the medieval world at the time. It was here that he likely first encountered Albertus Magnus, a prominent Dominican scholar and chair of theology at the College of St. James in Paris. This meeting would prove significant, as Albertus would become Thomas's mentor and guide in the early stages of his academic and also theological career. When Albertus was transferred to Cologne in 1248 to teach at the newly established Studium Generale, Thomas followed him there, choosing to continue his studies under Albertus rather than accept the position of abbot at Monte Cassino, which was offered to him personally by Pope Innocent IV. This decision marked Thomas's deep commitment to the Dominican order and his pursuit of an academic career. In Cologne, Albertus recognized Thomas's potential and appointed him Magister Studentium. Despite Thomas's quiet demeanor, which led some to underestimate him, Albertus famously predicted that Thomas would one day produce a bellowing in his teachings that would resonate across the entire world. During his time in Cologne, Thomas served as an apprentice professor, teaching on the Old Testament and writing commentaries on the books of Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Lamentations. His early academic work displayed his growing interest in biblical studies and his capability as a scholar. In 1252, Thomas returned to Paris to pursue a master's degree in theology. He lectured as an apprentice professor on the Bible, and his studies culminated in his commentary on Peter Lombard's Sentences, a foundational theological text of the medieval period. This work, along with others such as De Ente et Essentia, highlight his deepening understanding of both theology but also philosophy. By 1256, 4 years later, Thomas had achieved the coveted position of Regent Master in Theology at Paris. One of his first significant works in this capacity was Contra Impugnantes de Cultum e Religionem, sorry for the Latin pronunciation, in which he defended the mendicant orders against critics like William of St. Amour. This period was incredibly productive for Thomas, as he authored several key texts that contributed to his reputation as a premier theologian and professor. These works included Questiones Disputate de Veritate, a collection of disputed questions that he addressed during public debates, effectively a FAQ, and also extensive commentaries on the works of Boethius. Throughout his tenure in Paris, Thomas's work continued to evolve, culminating in the beginning of his efforts on Summa contra Gentiles, one of his most famous and comprehensive works, aimed at explicating and defending the Christian faith against dissenting views. This work, among others, solidified his place as one of the most influential thinkers of the Middle Ages. And if you ask a lot of people about what their main work of Thomas Aquinas was, don't be surprised if they do say Summa contra Gentiles. But that, of course, was not the first, but also definitely not the last. In 1259, after completing his first regency at the Studium Generale in Paris, Thomas left the city to provide teaching opportunities to other members of his order. He returned to Naples, where he was appointed as the general preacher by the provincial chapter on September the 29th, 1260. The following year, he was summoned to Orvieto to serve as the conventual lector, responsible for pastoral formation of friars who could not attend a studium generale. Now, during his time in Orvieto, Thomas completed many more significant works, including the finalized version of Summa contra Gentiles and the Golden Chain, Catena Aurea, and several works that were commissioned by Pope Urban IV, such as the Liturgy for the newly established Feast of Corpus Christi and Contra Errores Graecorum, against the errors of the Greeks. He also composed hymns for the Feast of Corpus Christi, including the Pange Lingua and the Panis Angelicus, which remained part of the Christ liturgy today, the Church's liturgy, rather. Now, in February 1265, newly elected Pope Clement IV summoned Thomas to Rome to serve as papal theologian. That same year, he was directed by the Dominican chapter of Agnani to teach at the Stadium Conventuale at the Roman convent of Santa Sabina, which was founded in 1222. This studium was now designated as the order's first studium provinciale, a more advanced school that bridged the gap between the simpler convent schools and the studium generale, kind of a middle ground. Now, while there at Santa Sabina, Thomas began his most famous work, the Summa Theologiae. This work was intended as a teaching tool for beginners in theology, laying out the Christian religion in a way that was accessible to those new to the subject, kind of like Christianity 101, how to answer all of those pesky questions from the people who are thinking too much and all of the other little details that you would need to know. He also wrote other significant theological works during this period, including the unfinished Compendium Theologiae and the Responsio ad Vir Leonanum Verscalensum de Articulus, and I'm not going to read the rest of it. There is simply too much Latin, I'm afraid. Now, Thomas also conducted a series of disputations on the power of God, which were later compiled into his work De Potentia. His teaching at the Santa Sabina Studium had a significant impact, and he trained numerous future scholars and church leaders, including notable ones such as Nicholas Brunacchi and the blessed Tomasello de Perugia. Now in 1268, Thomas was called back to Paris for a second teaching regency. His departure marked the end of his direct involvement with the Santa Sabina Studium, which he continued to evolve and expand. Now, the theological component of the provincial curriculum was later moved to the New Covenant at the Church of Santa Maria sopra Minerva, which had initially been established as a community for women converts. This studium was eventually transformed into the College of St. Thomas in the 16th century, and in the 20th century it became the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas, also known as the Angelicum. In 1268, Thomas Aquinas was reassigned by the Dominican order to the University of Paris for his second regency. This move was influenced by the emergence of Averroism, or radical Aristotelianism at the university, which posed significant challenges to Orthodox Christian teachings. Thomas was deeply concerned about the compatibility of these teachings with the Christian doctrine, prompting him to write De Unitate Intellectus contra Averroistas, or On the Unity of Intellect against the Averroists. This work targeted the Averroist beliefs that all humans share a single intellect, a view which, Thomas argued, was contrary to the faith. During this period, Thomas also wrote the work On the Eternity of the World against grumblers. That's right, those pesky grumblers, we can't have them. Addressing the Aristotelian concept that the world had no temporal being, which of course also conflicted with the traditional Christian doctrine of creation. The friction between Aristotelian philosophy and Christian theology was a central theme of his works during this time. He also sought to reconcile faith with reason. Thomas's second regency was marked by intellectual disputes, particularly with members of the Franciscan order. A year prior to his return to Paris, Franciscan master William of Ballione had sharply criticized Thomas, accusing him of fostering Averroist thought among his students. The accusation had likely stemmed from a few misunderstandings, or perhaps doctrinal rivalry, rather than any genuine doctrinal deviance on Thomas's part. The tension around Averroism and its implications for Christian teachings was palpable. On December 10th, 1270, Etienne Tempier, the Bishop of Paris, officially condemned 13 Aristotelian and Averroistic propositions as heretical, excommunicating anyone who adhered to them. This condemnation was a clear sign of the Church's resistance to philosophical ideas that seemed to threaten its doctrinal purity. In response to these controversies, Thomas engaged in a series of academic disputations aimed at clarifying and defending the Christian understanding of virtues and hope. These included works such as On Virtues in General, On Cardinal Virtues, and On Hope. These works were part of his broader effort to demonstrate that the Aristotelian philosophy, when correctly interpreted, and that's the important part, could be harmonized with Christian theology. You can have both, but you'll have to make a few concessions. In 1272, Thomas left the University of Paris, following a request from the Dominicans in his home province to establish and lead a new studium generale. He chose Naples for this institution, where he also took on the role of regent master. During his time in Naples, Thomas continued to work on the third part of the Summa Theologica, and lectured on various theological topics. He was also known for his popular sermons delivered daily throughout Lent, addressing fundamental Christian tenets like the commandments, the Creed, the Our Father, and the Hail Mary. Thomas Aquinas is associated with several mystical experiences and phenomena, including, apparently, a few reported cases of levitation. G.K. Chesterton, among others, noted that Thomas had ecstasies where he levitated above the ground, and during one such experience at the chapel of St. Nicholas in the Dominican convent of Naples, he reportedly had a vision of Christ. According to tradition, Christ asked Thomas what reward he desired for his writings, to which Thomas replied, "Nothing but you, my Lord." How sweet. Well, on December 6, 1273, Thomas underwent a profound experience while celebrating Mass, leading him to view all of his written works as, and I quote, straw. This event significantly affected him, causing him to cease writings and dictations to his assistant, Reginald of Piperno. As a result, the Summa Theologica remained unfinished. The specific nature of the vision or revelation that led to this decision remains unknown, but it is believed to involve a direct encounter with the divine. The reason why the divine told him to stop writing the Summa Theologica is a mystery of its own. I suppose we'll never really know. In 1274, Pope Gregory X summoned Thomas to the Second Council of Lyon to discuss the reunification of the Eastern Orthodox and Western Catholic churches. Thomas had previously written against the errors of the Greeks for Pope Urban IV, which was to be presented at the council. Remember, at this time there was a split in the church. Over in the Eastern Roman Empire, or the Byzantine Empire, they believed in a different kind of Christianity, while back in the Roman world, if we may still call it that at this point, it was a more Catholic orthodoxy. Well, however, while traveling to Lyon, he met a little bit of bad luck, and he suffered a severe head injury that led to his eventual death. He became ill again and stopped at the Cistercian Fossanova Abbey, where he spent 5 days. During his last rites, he reaffirmed his faith and the teachings he had written about, particularly concerning the Eucharist and the Roman Church. Thomas Aquinas passed away then on the 7th of March, 1274, leaving behind a legacy as one of the most influential theologians and philosophers of the Middle Ages, whose works continue to be studied for their insightful integration of Aristotelian philosophy with Christian theology, deeply impacting the intellectual landscape of Western Christianity and filling out the next half hour of this video. In 1277, Bishop Etienne Dampierre of Paris, who had previously issued a condemnation in 1270, issued a more extensive list of censures that included 219 propositions deemed to be heretical. Among these were 20 propositions associated with Thomas Aquinas, which initially damaged his reputation severely. Of course, he wasn't around to refute them because he'd been dead for 3 years. It's very easy to throw accusations at people when they can't have the ability to fight back. Well, this condemnation aimed to assert the transcendence of God's absolute power beyond the constraints of Aristotelian and Averroistic logic. Well, despite this early setback, Thomas's theological contributions, posthumously, began to gain recognition and real prestige by the 1300s. Dante Alighieri, the one who wrote the Divine Comedy, completed around 1321, depicted Thomas Aquinas among the great religious sages in the heaven of the sun. Dante even suggested that Thomas died from poisoning orchestrated by Charles of Anjou, a claim also noted by other contemporary writers, though this assertion does lack historical corroboration and is contradicted by accounts from Thomas's friends that suggest a natural death a little while after that head injury. And just a little side note, I will have a full video on Dante Alighieri soon, and perhaps another video on each different part of the Divine Comedy, as there were 3 of them. Effectively, within the Divine Comedy, depending on how much Dante liked you, would be where you would be put. There were some people, especially in the first book, the Inferno, who were placed in rather horrible places at the bottom pits of hell. Of course, these were people that Dante saw as worthy of being there. Conversely, the ones up in the highest echelons of the third book, Paradiso, were people who Dante looked upon quite favorably. So, Dante, placing him in this position in the Divine Comedy, may simply be a reflection of Dante's personal sort of opinions about him. That being said, his work was not censored by any church officials, and Thomas Aquinas was left there, so we may also assume that it was somewhat of a general opinion. Anyway, sorry for going off topic. Back to Thomas. The impact of Thomas Aquinas was such that during his canonization process, that's when you make somebody a saint to canonize someone, was challenged by the devil's advocate about the lack of miracles. A cardinal famously retorted that Thomas's works were as miraculous as they were scholarly, stating in Latin, tot miraculus quod articulus, as many miracles as articles. Thomas was canonized by Pope John the 22nd on the 18th of July 1323. Now, Thomas's remains have had a history of relocations. Initially buried at Fossanova Abbey, his relics were moved to the Church of the Jacobins in Toulouse on the 28th of January 1369. They stayed there until the disruptions of the French Revolution, after which they were held in the Basilica of Saint-Sernin until 1974, when they were returned to the Church of the Jacobins, where they remain to this day. Thomas's feast day was originally on the 7th of March, the day of his death, but it was moved to the 28th of January. By 1969, revision of the general Roman calendar due to the Lenten season often coinciding with his feast day. He is also recognized with a lesser festival on the 28th of January in some Anglican churches. Recognized as a doctor of the Church in 1567 by Pope Pius V, Thomas was placed alongside the great Latin fathers of the Church. His teachings then became central to Catholic education, particularly after Pope Leo XIII's encyclical Aeterni Patris of 1879, which endorsed Thomistic philosophy as the cornerstone of Catholic theological education. Thomas was declared patron saint of all Catholic educational establishments in 1880, and in fact there is a school named after him quite nearby to a friend of mine's home. I'm not going to tell you exactly nearby. Nobody wants to get doxed. Now, Bertrand Russell's critique of Thomas Aquinas highlights a fundamental philosophical difference between the scholastic method employed by Aquinas and the more exploratory questioning approach typical of figures like the Platonic Socrates. Russell points out that Aquinas began his philosophical inquiries with a predetermined truth set out by the Catholic faith, which means his philosophical exercises often aim at justifying or explaining this preset truth, rather than discovering new truths through reason alone. It's called confirmation bias. Now, according to Russell, this method qualifies more as special pleading than genuine philosophical inquiry, because the conclusions are fixed in advance, and the process is all about aligning the reasoning with these conclusions. Russell's example regarding Thomas's views on marriage further illustrates this criticism. Aquinas argued for the indissolubility of marriage based on the roles and perceived capabilities of parents, to which modern sensibilities may appear somewhat outdated or biased, particularly in his claims about the rationality of fathers compared to mothers in their roles of discipline. Russell uses this example to emphasize that followers of Aquinas might adhere to his conclusions about marriage not because of the strength of his arguments, but by modern standards, but because they align with broader theological or doctrinal commitments. This critique touches on the larger debate about the role of philosophy in relation to theology, especially in medieval contexts, where theological commitments often framed philosophical inquiry. While Aquinas is celebrated for synthesizing Aristotelian philosophy with Christian theology, Russell's critique reflects a modern philosophical perspective that more so values independent inquiry and follows arguments to their logical conclusions regardless of prior commitment or beliefs. This kind of detached academia is kind of like saying, instead of "we don't know, let's find out." In the strictly ecclesiastical sense, it's like, "we know, and let's find a way to confirm our biases." Well, either way, Thomas Aquinas' theological framework is a pivotal synthesis of Christian doctrine and Aristotelian philosophy, which aims to reconcile faith and reason within this comprehensive system of thought. He asserts that both faith and reason are essential for understanding the truth about God. But does one come before the other? Is it an even scale? And is reason really reasonable if it contradicts the set principles of the Church? If we were to make an argument based in reason that would go against orthodoxy, well, it's all of a sudden unreasonable. Well, let's have a look at just a few of Thomas's views, taken from his writings, and try to understand a little bit more about where he was coming from. Starting, of course, with his theological approach and natural theology. Thomas views theology, or sacred doctrine, not as some kind of philosophy, but as a science, not in the modern sense of empirical investigation, but as an organized body of knowledge that progresses from these fundamental principles. He argues that this body of knowledge arises both from human reason, natural revelation, and divine revelation, supernatural revelation. Natural revelation involves what can be known of God through reason alone, such as the existence of God and his attributes, which Thomas thought could be demonstrated philosophically. Supernatural revelation, conveyed through scripture and church tradition, includes truths beyond the grasp of reason. For example, let's say the Trinity and incarnation. These things that are just that little bit over our heads in terms of the church's reasoning and understanding of what the general population should have a grasp on. Integration of faith and reason. For Thomas Aquinas, reason is not only compatible with faith, but a necessary component of it. He suggests that reason can explore the truths of divine revelation without contradicting them, suggesting that God's creation, i.e. nature, and God's revelation, i.e. scripture, ultimately come from the same divine source, and must therefore be coherent with each other. When discrepancies arise, they are of course due to human errors, either in scientific understandings or in scriptural interpretations, not because of the fault in the truths themselves. Philosophical and theological contributions. Existence of God. Thomas is well known for his 5 ways, these logical arguments that lead to the proof of the existence of God by his standard. These include the argument from motion, causation, possibility and necessity, degrees of perfection, and governance of the world. Drawing on the works of earlier theologians like Augustine and incorporating these Aristotelian principles, he discusses God's nature extensively. He utilizes both affirmative or cataphatic theology, which articulates what God is, and negative, apophatic theology, which explains what God is not. This innovative approach led to the development of what is known as existential theology, emphasizing God's existence as his essence. Moral and virtue theory. Thomas's moral philosophy, which includes discussions on the virtues, law, and ethics, is another notable area where he applies Aristotelian thought to Christian doctrine. He views virtues as habits, that dispose individuals to act in accordance with reason and faith. The reception of Thomas Aquinas' ideas was initially mixed, facing criticism and even outright condemnation. However, over time his synthesis of Aristotelian philosophy and Christian thought gained significant acceptance and was eventually even officially endorsed by the Catholic Church themselves. Pope Leo XIII's encyclical Aeterni Patris of 1879 underscores this endorsement by urging a revival of Thomistic philosophy as a response to the modern crisis of faith and reason. Thomas's philosophical and theological exploration into the nature of God, the universe, and ethics interweaves these classical philosophies with the newer orthodox Christian doctrines, and leaves us with a system that strives to articulate a comprehensive understanding of the divine, and of course its interaction with our human experience. The nature of God. Thomas's arguments for the existence of certainly not gods, are foundational in classic theistic philosophy. So let's just briefly explain them. He presents these 5 ways, in Latin quinque viae, in his work Summa Theologica, that attempt to demonstrate God's existence logically and naturally. The first being the argument from motion. He argued that everything in motion is moved by something else, and there must be an unmoved mover, which is of course God. Next is the argument from causation, namely, every effect has a cause, and there must be an uncaused cause, which is God. Next is the argument from necessity. Humans observe all things that are contingent, those that can exist or not exist. Therefore, there must be a necessary being whose existence is not contingent, and this being is God. Argument from degrees of perfection. The gradation observed in things suggests that there is a best or most perfect being that is the ultimate source of all existence and perfection, and guess what? That is God. The last being the argument from ordered tendencies of nature. Non-intelligent objects act toward ends, which implies their existence of an intelligent director who guides all natural tendencies toward their goals. And I don't have to tell you who that director is. Through these arguments, Thomas not only intends to prove God's existence, but also to describe his attributes, namely simplicity, infinity, perfection, immutability, and unity. These characteristics outline the conceptual framework that depicts God as the ultimate cause of everything, without being subject to limitations and changes inherent to the created universe. The nature of sin. Aquinas' understandings of sin integrates his metaphysical principles with his ethical and theological concerns. Sin, at least for Thomas, is fundamentally a deviation from reason and God's eternal law. It represents a moral failing that results in the privation of good rather than the presence of an independent evil entity. This view aligns with his broader metaphysical schema that defines evil as a lack of good, something that exists as a deficit rather than a substantive thing. Take, for instance, in our universe, it is not that cold exists, rather just a lack of heat. Integration of faith and reason. For Thomas, faith and reason are harmonious and intertwined. One can lead to an understanding of the other. He held the belief that truths revealed through faith could not contradict those discovered through reason, as both of these things, as with everything, stem from God. This principle allowed Aquinas to employ Aristotelian philosophy to explain Christian doctrine without abandoning the primacy of divine revelation. This approach was not merely to defend theological truths, but also to present them in a systematic and rational format that was also accessible to the scholarly discourse of his time. Theological influence and legacy. The integration of Aristotelian philosophy into Christian theology by Aquinas was initially controversial, but posthumously gained quite a lot of acceptance. His works have become a central element of Catholic education and theological study, influencing countless thinkers and establishing him as a pivotal figure in Western philosophy and theology. His methods and doctrines continue to be studied and widely revered, shaping theological discussions and supporting the view that intellectual inquiry can indeed coexist with faith-based convictions. His extensive discussions on the nature of God, the Trinity, and Christology are integral to understanding his philosophical and theological framework. It is a work that blends rigorous logical analysis with deep theological insight. The Trinity. Aquinas elucidates the concept of the Trinity using philosophical reasoning grounded in doctrine. For Thomas, God is perfectly one in essence, but also distinctly three in persons, namely being the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Each person of the Trinity is God whole and entire, yet each is distinct because of their relationships, i.e., the Father generates the Son is generated by the Father, and the Holy Spirit proceeds from both. This relational distinction does not imply a division in the divine essence, but rather a communion of persons sharing pretty much the same divine nature. Thomas's Christology is deeply incarnational, emphasizing that Christ is the true God and true man. This duality of nature was not a mixture of confusion, but a union in one person. The incarnation of the Word in Jesus Christ is central to Thomas's theological narrative, where the divine nature did not undergo any change, but rather took on a human nature to accomplish the salvation of humanity. Through the incarnation, God made it possible for humans to overcome sin and attain salvation, a process that could not be achieved through human effort alone. According to Thomas, the primary purpose of the incarnation was to restore human nature from the corruption of sin. The soteriological theme is prominent in his writings, where he argues that Christ's redemptive death was necessary for the repair of human nature. Through his sacrifice, Christ offers satisfaction for the sins of humanity, a theme that aligns with the satisfaction theory of atonement. The sacraments are another key area of focus in Thomas's theology. He views the sacraments as the primary means through which the grace of God is imparted to believers. Each sacrament confers grace according to its own form and purpose, thus contributing to the spiritual growth and salvation of the individual. He also delves deeply into moral theology, discussing virtues and the principles of moral decision-makings, and his views of ethics is rather teleological, grounding human mortality in the ultimate purpose or end, the telos of human life, which he identifies as union with God. This end is achieved through the practice of virtues, both natural and theological, which orient a person towards defined beatitude. Now, finally, just to finish up, we must say that the impact of Thomas Aquinas' thought on Western Christianity is profound. His synthesis of Aristotelian philosophy with Christian doctrine set a precedent in theological and philosophical reasoning that continues to influence Catholic thought and beyond. His method of using reason to explore faith elements has established him as a foundational figure in the development of the scholastic tradition within Christianity. And that being said, one must remember that Christianity is indeed a very broad religion. We are mainly speaking in this video from the Catholic perspective, and not all Christians are Catholic. In fact, many Christian sects and individuals have very great disagreements, we will say, with the Catholic Church, many of which are quite obvious. But we must give credence to all people who want to come out and put their thoughts down in academic journals and show us their opinions, all in good faith. Let's hear them out, and then make judgments later on. Of course, let us not tiptoe that line between reason and faith, because we perhaps will find ourselves firmly in one camp, opposing the other. If an argument is not conforming to our preconceived biases, we may immediately judge it as unreasonable. And I think that that is the fatal flaw of Thomas Aquinas, with all due respect. Of course, that's just my personal opinion. How about you tell me what you think in the comments? You see how I did that? Ask you to make the comment to drive up the viewer engagement. Frederick Barbarossa, or Frederick I, the Holy Roman Emperor from 1155 until his death in 1190. A member of the Hohenstaufen dynasty, he is one of the most famous and charismatic rulers of medieval Germany, known for his ambitious attempts to consolidate and expand imperial power in the German territories and Italy. His reign was one marked by a series of military campaigns into Italy as part of the long-standing conflict between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines, which were factions supporting the papal party and the empire respectively. His efforts to assert control over the Italian city-states often brought him into conflict with the papacy and the Lombard League, a coalition of northern Italian cities. And if you want to learn all about him, you are in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If this is your first time here, then it's a great thing to meet you, and if you are returning, it's good to see you again. As always, if you would like to support the channel and help keep me going, links to the Patreon are down below, or if you want to tell YouTube that you want more people to see this video, putting a like and leaving your comments down below certainly helps push them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, I would like you to make yourself very comfortable as we begin our full biography of Frederick Barbarossa. Frederick was born in mid-December 1122 in Haguenau into a union of two of the most influential families in German history. His father, Frederick II, Duke of Swabia, belonged to the Hohenstaufen family, and his mother, Judith of Bavaria, came from the Welf family. These families were so influential in Italian politics that their names were Italianized into Ghibellines from Waiblingen, the Hohenstaufen castle, and Guelphs, respectively. Frederick's lineage connected him to significant imperial bloodlines. Through his paternal grandmother, Agnes, Frederick was a descendant of the Salian dynasty, and that was a big deal, as she was the daughter of Emperor Henry IV. Similarly, his maternal lineage traced back to Emperor Otto II, and his wife Theophanu, connecting him to the prestigious Ottonian dynasty. These connections made Frederick a direct descendant of Emperor Otto the Great. Now, from a young age, Frederick was trained in the knightly arts of riding, hunting, and weaponry, although his formal education did not include reading, writing, or Latin, but these were skills that he acquired later on in life. His upbringing was marked by his participation in the Hoftag, informal and irregular assemblies of nobles that were a staple of political life in the Holy Roman Empire. These meetings were crucial in the political landscape of the time, providing young Frederick with essential exposure to the workings of imperial politics and governance. Notable Hoftag he attended during the reign of his uncle King Conrad III, including those of Strasbourg in 1141, Ulm in 1143, followed by Wurzburg and Worms in the following years of 1144 and 45. Now each time he went to one of these, it contributed to his deeper understanding of the empire's complex feudal structure. Kind of like when your dad takes you to the golf club and you hear how all the other grown-ups talk. Maybe a little simplified, but that's kind of how I imagine it. Either way, after all of these events and sort of listening more than speaking, he gained this understanding of that delicate balance of power that existed among the German nobility. In the early days of 1147, Frederick of Swabia made a significant decision. That decision was to join the Second Crusade, an undertaking initiated by his uncle. Rather after his uncle, Conrad III of Germany, publicly took the Crusader vow on the 28th of December, 1146. This decision came against the wishes of his father, Duke Frederick II of Swabia, who was terminally ill and disapproved of his son's participation in the crusade. Duke Frederick II was concerned about the responsibilities Frederick would need to shoulder after his death, particularly the care of his widow and young half-brother. Despite his father's concerns, Frederick proceeded with his plans, influenced perhaps by his impending responsibilities and the desire to establish his own legacy. Well, before his departure, Frederick married Adelaide of Vohburg, solidifying his position and alliances within the realm. His father passed away on April 4th or perhaps April 6th of 1147, leaving Frederick to succeed him as the Duke of Swabia. Within mere weeks of his succession, Frederick set out with the German Crusader army from Regensburg. Of course, if you know anything about the Second Crusade, which you'd know a lot if you watched my video on it, the Crusade journey was fraught with challenges from the very onset. While crossing the Byzantine Empire, an incident involving the murder of an ill crusader at a monastery outside Adrianople prompted King Conrad to order Frederick to take revenge. The subsequent actions taken by Frederick against the monastery and the perpetrators of the crime heightened tensions, but they were quickly contained through the intervention of the Byzantine general Prosuk, preventing a larger conflict. Well, it wasn't over for the German crusaders as they faced further adversary when a flash flood struck their main camp in September of 1147, and it resulted in significant casualties. Fortunately, Frederick and Welf VI had encamped separately on a hill, sparing them from the disaster. The survivors regrouped and continued on to Constantinople. The journey across Anatolia proved perilous, mainly due to being constantly attacked by the Turkish, forcing Conrad to reconsider their route. After a disastrous engagement near Dorylaeum, Conrad, falling ill and recognizing the untenable situation, retreated to Constantinople with a small retinue that included Frederick. Meanwhile, Frederick was tasked with seeking assistance from King Louis VII of France, leading to a brief coordination between the French and German forces. The Crusaders eventually regrouped and departed Constantinople again in the March of 1148, and they arrived in Acre in April of the same year. Visits to Jerusalem and participation in the Council of Acre followed, where plans were made to attack Damascus, and that's a very tall order, mainly because of the very intimidating walls that Damascus had. However, the subsequent siege of Damascus ended in failure, despite Frederick's rather notable performance, which was later recorded by Gilbert of Mons. Well, following the unsuccessful siege, Frederick and Conrad made their way back to Europe. In Thessaloniki, they reaffirmed a treaty with the Byzantine Emperor Manuel I Komnenos to cooperate against King Roger II of Sicily. Frederick then returned to Germany, passing through Bulgaria and Hungary, and arrived back home in April of 1149, having gained considerable experience and recognition for his efforts during the Crusade, albeit amid significant challenges and setbacks. When Conrad III of Germany was on his deathbed in February of 1152, only Frederick, his nephew, and the Prince Bishop of Bamberg were present. At this critical juncture, both witnesses later claimed that Conrad, fully lucid, passed the royal insignia to Frederick, effectively bypassing his own son, Frederick IV, Duke of Swabia, and designating his nephew as successor to the throne. How convenient. Of course, this move was seen as strategic, prioritizing the stability and continuity of leadership over dynastic succession. Now, following Conrad's death, Frederick acted swiftly to secure his position. Not Frederick IV, Frederick I. I know, it's all a little confusing. There's too many Fredericks. Well, at a gathering in Frankfurt on March the 4th, 1152, the kingdom's princely electors, recognizing both his lineage and leadership capabilities, chose him, Frederick, as the next German king. And just days later, on the 9th of March, 1152, Frederick was crowned King of the Romans at Aachen, marking the official beginning of his reign. Well, the German Empire before Frederick's accession was in quite a sorry state, significantly weakened by the investiture controversy and the ineffective reigns of Henry IV and Henry V. Since Henry V's death in 1125, the German monarchy had largely become a nominal title, without any real power behind it. As the royal authority had been continuously undermined, and the crown was passed around from person to person to prevent any single family from establishing a dynasty. Consequently, when Frederick came to the throne in 1152, the German monarchy had been lacking effective leadership for over 25 years, and the real power, if there was any of it, had been fragmented for more than 80 years. Well, one of Frederick's primary challenges from the outset was the fragmented nature of Germany itself. It wasn't just one country. It comprised of more than 1,600 individual states, at least at the time of his accession. That's a lot, by the way. Well, while a few states like Bavaria and Saxony were relatively large, many others were so small as to be nearly insignificant on a map. The titles that came with the German crown, Caesar, Augustus, and Emperor of the Romans, had become more symbolic than practical, reflecting a grandeur that the monarchy no longer possessed in reality. Well, unlike his predecessors, Frederick approached the complexities of his empire not through attempts to dismantle the feudal system, but by seeking to restore and stabilize it. He recognized that his power base was limited, mainly comprising his own personal territories of Swabia and Franconia, and his forceful personality, of course. Thus, he engaged with the German princes, not by confronting them, but by aligning with their interests, fostering mutual benefits to secure their loyalty and cooperation. He even passed every single one of them out a little piece of candy and gave them all a kiss on the cheek. I'm just joking. I'm just seeing if you're still listening. Back to the video. The backdrop of Frederick's reign was also shaped by ongoing feuds between the Welfs and the Hohenstaufens. Frederick's Welf connections through his mother initially presented an opportunity to mend this long-standing division. However, figures like Henry the Lion, the Welf Duke of Saxony, remained staunch adversaries, completely unwilling to reconcile with the Hohenstaufen monarchy. This internal discord continued to complicate Frederick's efforts to consolidate his rule and strengthen the empire. But when the going gets tough, the tough get going, don't they? Thus, his reign began under these complex and challenging circumstances, with the overarching task of navigating the treacherous waters of imperial politics, regional loyalties, and of course the overarching ambitions of the papacy and other regional powers. And of course, the papacy had to always put their 2 cents in. You know, it's kind of like when you're in school sitting down doing your work, and the teacher comes behind you and looks over your shoulders with one hand on the desk either side of you. That's kind of what the papacy was like. Anyway, in addition to these domestic policies, Frederick looked outward, engaging in international affairs that underscored the empire's role on the European stage. He intervened in the Danish Civil War, supporting Sven III against Valdemar I, which illustrated his readiness to project imperial influence beyond the German borders. He also initiated negotiations with Manuel I Comnenus, the Byzantine emperor, reflecting his interest in the political dynamics of Eastern Europe and the broader Mediterranean. Frederick's personal life and its intersection with his political maneuvers also came to fore early in his reign. He sought the annulment of his marriage to Adelaide of Vohburg, which was childless and thus politically inconvenient. Poor girl. Claiming consanguinity based on distant shared ancestry, Frederick aimed to free himself from this union, to possibly forge a more advantageous marital alliance through his attempt to secure a bride from the Byzantine court, which initially failed. His relationships with the papacy was another critical aspect of his rule. Upon his election, Frederick had informed Pope Eugene III of his new position, but had notably left out requesting the papal confirmation traditionally sought by German kings. This oversight was addressed in March of 1153, when Frederick secured the Treaty of Constance with Pope Eugene. The treaty was a significant diplomatic achievement, as Frederick promised to defend the papacy and to consult the Pope before making peace with common enemies like King Roger II of Sicily. In return, he received papal approval for his coronation as the Holy Roman Emperor. The agreement also included a commitment to assist in reasserting papal control over Rome. Barbarossa initiated his reign with ambitious campaigns into Italy, marking his intent to restore imperial influence over the entire Italian peninsula. His first expedition in October of 1154 aimed to subdue the Norman king William I of Sicily, whose power was perceived as a threat to imperial authority. As Frederick marched through Italy, he quickly took Milan and then decisively destroyed Tortona for defying his rule. Do as you're told. Now he continued his campaign southward, and in either Pavia or Monza, one of the two, he was ceremonially crowned King of Italy, solidifying his authority in the region, regardless of what the other Italians thought of it. Well, the big prize, of course, was Rome, and upon approaching the city, Frederick found Pope Adrian IV contending with Arnold of Brescia, leader of a communal revolt. In a display of loyalty to the papacy, Frederick assisted in suppressing the revolt and ensuring Arnold's execution. However, his relationship with Adrian was tested when Frederick initially refused to perform the humble act of holding the Pope's stirrup, which led to a brief standoff. The situation was, however, resolved when Frederick relented, symbolizing his submission and respect towards papal authority. Sometimes you've just got to do what you can at the moment and get 'em back later. Well, this act allowed his subsequent coronation as Holy Roman Emperor by Adrian IV in June 1155, amidst tumultuous conditions, as his coronation actually sparked riots in Rome, and rather angry ones, which he had to suppress with brute force. The Italian campaign, however, wasn't all good news. It strained resources and exposed Frederick to the complexities of Italian politics, including the challenge of managing relations with the Byzantine Empire, and, of course, the internal strife within the German territories that he had left behind. His brief return to Germany was marked by efforts to consolidate power, including the transfer of the Duchy of Bavaria from Henry II Jasamirgott to his cousin Henry the Lion, a maneuver that stabilized the region, but also set the stage for conflicts down the line. And finally, Frederick found a new wife. Congratulations. His marriage to Beatrice of Burgundy in June of 1156 was not just a union of love, but also a strategic alliance that expanded his influence further into Western Europe. His declaration as the sole Augustus of Roman world was a bold statement, asserting the Holy Roman Empire's supremacy over the Byzantine Empire. I'm sure the Byzantines really enjoyed hearing that. And it also indicated his imperial ambitions were not simply confined to Germany and Italy alone. Frederick was going after the world. These early actions of Frederick highlight his skill as a military leader and diplomat, his commitment to restoring the glory of the Holy Roman Empire, and his complex relationship with the papacy. They effectively set the tone for a reign that would be characterized by both brilliant success and formidable challenges, together hand in hand. Well, the failure of Frederick's initial Italian campaign and the subsequent peace terms that Pope Adrian IV negotiated with William I of Sicily left Frederick feeling somewhat slighted, particularly by the Pope's implication that the imperial crown was merely a papal gift. This strained the relationship between Frederick and the papacy, setting the stage for another conflict. In June 1158, seeking to assert his dominance and driven by a desire to subdue the Norman influence in southern Italy, Frederick embarked on his second Italian campaign. This expedition proved significant, culminating in the capture of Milan and the instigation of the Diet of Roncaglia. This assembly reasserted imperial control over northern Italy and initiated ecclesiastical reforms, marking the start of a prolonged conflict with the new pope, Alexander III. Following the death of Adrian IV in 1159, the papal election resulted in a schism, producing two rival popes, that being Alexander III and the anti-pope Victor IV. The imperial support was crucial for legitimacy, and while Frederick was preoccupied with military operations, including the siege of Crema, he demanded that Alexander III submit to his authority, a demand which, after a little bit of confusion, Alexander staunchly refused. Subsequently, Victor went to the other guy and recognized Victor IV as the legitimate pope in 1160. This, of course, led Alexander to excommunicate both Frederick and Victor, but I'm fairly sure they saw this coming. The conflict with Alexander III significantly impacted the politics of the region, aligning the Norman king of Sicily with Alexander against Frederick. The struggle for papal recognition continued with an attempted council in 1162, which ultimately faltered when King Louis VII of France withdrew, upon realizing that Frederick had manipulated the proceedings, of course in favor of Victor and against Alexander. Not fair. Well, amidst all the ecclesiastical disputes, Frederick faced repeated rebellions in Milan, leading to its surrender and subsequent destruction in 1162. This harsh treatment of Milan coerced other northern Italian cities into submission as well, further solidifying imperial control, but also fostering a kind of resentment. In the summer of 1162, Frederick's entry into Turin and the coronation that followed were meant to cement his status in Italy. And upon returning to Germany, Frederick managed internal disputes, notably curbing the ambitions of Henry the Lion and punishing the citizens of Mainz for their insurrection. His third Italian expedition in 1163, aimed at conquering Sicily, was thwarted by a coalition of cities opposed to his rule, largely provoked by his imposition of imperial taxes. A significant, yet controversial act of Frederick during this period was the removal of the relics of the biblical Magi from Milan in 1164, which he then gifted to the Archbishop of Cologne. Now this move not only endowed Cologne with valuable religious attraction, but also demonstrated Frederick's use of sacred symbols to bolster his political and spiritual authority. Now back in the Rhineland, during a period of relative peace, Frederick organized the canonization of Charlemagne at Aachen, an event presided over by the anti-pope Pascal III. This event was significant not only for its religious implications, but also as a demonstration of Frederick's influence over the Church through his support of Pascal, who was not, of course, recognized by the mainstream Catholic Church, which was still led by Pope Alexander III, and who was still very, very annoyed with Frederick. By October 1166, amid concerns about a potential alliance between Alexander III and the Byzantine Emperor Manuel I, Frederick embarked on his fourth Italian campaign. This campaign was crucial for securing the position of Pascal III, and also aimed at having his wife, Beatrice, crowned as Holy Roman Empress. However, his longtime ally and powerful vassal, Henry the Lion, opted out of the campaign to focus on his own territorial disputes and expansion efforts into Slavic lands in northeastern Germany. Well, Frederick's campaign initially focused on Ancona, which had pledged allegiance to the Byzantine Emperor, underscoring the broader conflict between the Holy Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire over influence in Italy. However, after achieving a significant victory at the Battle of Monteporzio against Roman forces loyal to Pope Alexander III, Frederick abandoned the siege of Ancona and moved swiftly to Rome. It was there that Beatrice was crowned empress, and Frederick received a second coronation from Pascal III, reaffirming his claim and authority as the emperor. This campaign, however, took a dire turn when a sudden epidemic, which was probably malaria or the plague, struck the imperial army, causing significant casualties and forcing Frederick to run back to Germany. The epidemic marked a significant setback. It halted his progress into Italy and forced him to shift his focus back to northern Europe, and not temporarily either, but for the next 6 years. Putting plans on hold, it seems. Well, you can't keep a good man down, can't you? During this period in Germany, Frederick engaged in consolidating his rule and settling various ecclesiastical disputes, and there were plenty of them. He asserted imperial authority over the regions of Bohemia, Poland, and Hungary, and sought to improve diplomatic relations with other European powers, including Manuel of Byzantium, Henry II of England, and Louis VII of France. This time also saw internal reorganization within the empire, especially after the death of many Swabian counts and nobles in the 1167 epidemic, including his cousin, the young Duke of Swabia. Frederick managed to reorganize this territory, installing his younger son, Frederick V, as the new Duke of Swabia. In 1169, among all of these internal and external challenges, Frederick took a significant step by having his eldest son, Henry, crowned King of the Romans, a title indicating the heir to the empire, while he himself retained the title of emperor. The act was aimed at securing succession and stability within the empire. Well, Frederick wanted to go back to Italy, and he certainly did in 1174, and it marked a crucial juncture in his reign. Reflecting the growing power and autonomy of the northern Italian cities, which at this time had begun to really prosper through their trade. This economic prosperity contributed to a shift away from medieval feudalism, at least in its traditional political form. In a practical sense it remained, but it also helped fuel the increasing anti-German sentiment throughout Lombardy. This sentiment culminated in the restoration of Milan in 1169, a city that was previously razed by Frederick, which became a symbol of the resistance of the Lombards. By 1174, this resistance coalesced into the Lombard League, a coalition including not just Lombard cities, but also external powers such as Venice, Sicily, and the Byzantine Empire, all united together against Frederick. Divided by race, united by hatred. Well, this broad alliance reflected the shifting power dynamics in Italy and the broader Mediterranean region as a whole. Frederick had worked up quite a reputation. During this expedition, Frederick aimed to assert his control, but he was of course met with stiff resistance, leading to the stunning defeat at the Battle of Alessandria in 1175, which shocked the European continent due to the emperor's loss to city-states. Indeed, this is the emperor. He's not meant to lose. It would be like the United States losing against, the Republic of the Congo and Gabon. Throw in Benin for good measure, and perhaps Equatorial Guinea. Well, the conflict reached a critical point at the Battle of Legnano on the 29th of May 1176, where Frederick was not only defeated, but also wounded, and a rumor began to spread that he had fallen in battle, for a time at least. Either way, the battle decisively weakened Frederick's position in Italy and forced him into peace negotiations not only with the Pope, but the Lombard League as well. The subsequent Peace of Anagni in 1176 and the Peace of Venice in 1177 marked significant concessions by Frederick, including the formal recognition of Alexander III as Pope, effectively nullifying the decisions of the anti-Pope Pascal III, and ending Beatrice's tenure as Empress. Heartbreaking. These agreements echoed the resolution of the investiture controversy, seen a century earlier between Pope Gregory VII and Henry IV. The core issue, whether the Holy Roman Emperor could appoint popes and bishops, had been tentatively resolved in the Concordat of Worms, and was revised during Frederick's conflicts. The Peace of Venice symbolized Frederick's acknowledgement of papal authority over the Papal States, while Alexander recognized imperial authority over the imperial church. Further reconciliation with the Italian city-states was solidified in the Peace of Constance in 1183. Frederick granted the Lombard cities the right to elect their own magistrates freely, which effectively conceded some of his control, but did secure his nominal overlordship over Italy, providing a basis to exert pressure on the papacy. To reinforce his rule after these setbacks in Italy, Frederick was crowned King of Burgundy in Arles on the 30th of June 1178. Although the German kings traditionally held this title since Conrad II, Frederick sought an official coronation by the Archbishop of Arles, underscoring his desire to strengthen his legitimacy and consolidate his reign following the tumultuous events in Italy. This act also reflected his ongoing efforts to stabilize his authority across the realm, addressing both internal challenges and the many complexities of Italian politics. Now back to Barbarossa's long-standing conflict with Henry the Lion, one of the most powerful German princes, and the Duke of Saxony and Bavaria, reached its climax after Henry failed to support Frederick's Italian campaign earlier in 1176. By 1180, Frederick capitalized on the enmity that the other German princes felt towards Henry to orchestrate his downfall. Henry was tried in absentia at a court convened by Frederick, comprising bishops and princes, where he was stripped of his lands and declared an outlaw under the assertion that imperial law superseded traditional German law. Frederick then led an army into Saxony to enforce this judgment, leading to Henry's ultimate submission in Erfurt in November of 1181, after his allies abandoned him. Henry was then exiled for 3 years to Normandy, under the protection of his father-in-law Henry II of England, and upon his return to Germany, he was confined to a much reduced Duchy of Brunswick, leading a quieter life and engaging in arts and architectural patronage. Despite Frederick's official victory over Henry, the feudal structure in Germany meant that Frederick's control over Henry's former vassals was somewhat limited, as German feudal allegiance was owed directly to one's immediate lord and not to the emperor. This structural divergence significantly diluted the practical impact of Frederick's victory compared to what it might have been under the more centralized English feudal system. The Italian campaigns and ongoing conflicts left Frederick facing a disordered situation in the new German states, with ongoing civil wars among the princes who aspired to independence, or even the crown itself. German hegemony in Italy at this point was nominal at its best, with the Pope remaining the dominant force there. After his defeats in Italy, Frederick had returned to Germany rather bitter and disheartened. No daylights nor heel taps. Facing princes who were consolidating their power and wealth, thereby entrenching their autonomous control. In 1184, in an attempt to consolidate his position and display his influence, Frederick hosted the Diet of Pentecost, a grand chivalric ceremony where he knighted his two eldest sons and celebrated with thousands of knights from across Germany. It was a night to remember. All right, I'll stop. This event, however, did not yield significant financial gains as it might have in other feudal systems like England or France, where substantial fees were expected on such occasions. Well, continuing his efforts to assert control in Italy, Frederick embarked on another Italian expedition in 1184, allying with local rural nobility against the Tuscan cities. In a strategic move to secure his family's future and strengthen his own position in Italy, he arranged the marriage of his son Henry to Constance of Sicily in 1186, despite opposition from Pope Urban III. This marriage aimed at securing the inheritance of the Kingdom of Sicily for the Hohenstaufen dynasty. The death of Pope Urban III later that year brought Gregory VIII to the papacy, who was more inclined towards a conciliatory approach with Frederick, and focused on the more dire reports from the Holy Land than on continuing the contentious power struggles with the emperor. In the late 1187, Frederick received urgent appeals from the Crusader states, urging him to assist them in the aftermath of significant Muslim victories. In early December, he was publicly supportive of a crusade at a sermon in Strasbourg, but he had hesitated to commit fully due to ongoing conflicts with the Archbishop Philip of Cologne. By Christmas, he had engaged King Philip II of France to join the crusade efforts. The 27th of March, 1188, at the Diet of Mainz. After resolving his conflict with the Archbishop of Cologne, Frederick finally took the Crusader vow, spurred by unanimous support from the assembly. His son, the Duke of Swabia, also took up the cross, while his elder son was designated as a regent in Germany, hold down the fort, so to speak. Frederick then announced a crusade against the pagans and planned an extensive preparation period before the Crusaders would assemble in Regensburg the following April. In Strasbourg, Frederick had implemented a tax on the Jewish community to finance the crusade, but he also took measures to protect them, preventing potential massacres similar to those during the previous crusades. And it all sounds very nice, but perhaps he was just trying to protect the highest tax bracket people. Maybe, my own speculation. After disturbances in Mainz, Frederick intervened to ensure the safety of the Jewish community, reinforcing his commitment with a public display alongside Rabbi Moses, who was also paying a lot of tax. Now, Frederick had previously established a treaty with Saladin in 1175, but his new commitment to a crusade, he formally notified Saladin of the termination of their alliance. As the preparations continued, Frederick engaged with various Eastern European and Byzantine officials to ensure safe passage and support for his crusading army. On the 15th of April, 1189, Frederick ceremonially began his crusade from Hagenau, embarking on a well-organized journey that was unprecedented in scale and planning. Despite historical claims of his army's size reaching 100,000, which are frankly laughable, modern estimates suggest a more modest number of 12 to 15,000, including around 3 to 4,000 knights. This is probably a bit more realistic. Now, Frederick's route took him through the lands of Hungary, Serbia, and Bulgaria, engaging with local rulers to secure their support or at least their neutrality. In Hungary, he managed to secure the cooperation of Prince Geza, who provided an escort through the lands of 2,000 Hungarian troops. By late 1189, Frederick had reached Byzantine territory, where he spent the winter to avoid the harsh Anatolian climate. In the spring of 1190, he moved to Gallipoli, preparing to cross into Asia Minor. His progress through Anatolia was marked by strategic victories at Philomelium and Iconium, significantly alarming Saladin, who had to adjust his deployments in response to the advancing wave of angry Germans. While on the Third Crusade, Frederick met his end in a tragic manner near Silifke Castle by the Salef River on June 10, 1190. How did he meet his end? Well, we've got a few different accounts, and I'll quickly go through them. According to a chronicler named Ansbert, despite warnings from his advisors, Frederick chose to go for a little swim across the river. It doesn't really mention why he chose to go for a little swim, just that he did. But unfortunately for him, he was overcome by a strong current, and he drowned. Now, there is another narrative that's more of an alternate version, that suggests while attempting to cross the river on his horse, he was thrown off. And of course, he was wearing his heavy armor, which caused him to sink, and he drowned as a result. There is another account from a Muslim historian named Ibn al-Athir that offers a different perspective, stating that Frederick went into the river to take a bath. Despite the water being shallow, he unexpectedly drowned anyway, which Ibn al-Athir interprets as divine intervention. Another account, a letter from a churchman present with the crusading forces, detailed that after enduring the rigors of the campaign, Frederick sought relief by taking a bath in the river. Unfortunately, he drowned, described as a sorrowful event by God's inscrutable judgment of him. This account suggests exhaustion and the intense heat may have contributed to his death. And finally, the account of Jacques de Vitry, who was chronicling the Crusades and noted that Frederick's military campaign had been quite formidable, capturing several cities and causing Saladin to order the dismantlement of fortifications in anticipation of his approach. Vitry states that during a spell of intense heat, Frederick drowned while bathing in the river, an event he describes as a calamitous loss for Christendom. Well, of course, all of these have the same sort of event in common, that he drowned in a river. I would say that we can fairly easily conclude that that's how it happened. Whether or not it was divine intervention, that is a matter of opinion. Well, regardless, following Frederick's death, the morale and structure of the German crusading army was severely affected. Everyone knows it's very hard to win the battle after the general has been slain. Thousands of German soldiers abandoned the campaign and simply just began walking home. The force that remained, along with the Hungarian contingent led by Prince Geza, was further weakened by disease near Antioch, something else that the Muslim chroniclers thought was another little piece of divine intervention. Frederick's body could unfortunately not be preserved for transport back to Germany. Thus it was divided according to the medieval custom for royal burials. His flesh was buried in Antioch, his bones in Tyre, and his heart and organs in Tarsus. The leadership void left by Frederick's death complicated the Crusader state's political dynamic. The command fell immediately to his son, Frederick VI of Swabia, and the diminished forces struggled to maintain their objectives. The overall command of the Crusader forces saw increased rivalry between King Philip II of France and King Richard I of England, both of whom had arrived by sea. Ultimately, Richard signed the Treaty of Ramler in 1192, which concluded his crusading efforts. The treaty wasn't a bad deal. It allowed Christians to visit Jerusalem as pilgrims in complete safety, although the city did remain under Muslim control. The Latin kingdom was left with only a narrow coastal strip extending from Tyre to Jaffa. And that is it for our life of Frederick Barbarossa. What do you know about the Battle of Hastings? I'm sure you've heard of it. It was fought in 1066 on October the 14th, and it's arguably the most important battle in all of English history. Led by Duke William of Normandy, the invading Norman forces defeated the English army commanded by King Harold Godwinson. This victory allowed William the Conqueror to ascend to the English throne. The battle significantly influenced not only the English language, but their culture, their governance, and it laid the foundation for the medieval English kingdom and dramatically altered the course of history forever. Hello and welcome to the channel. Are you new here? Well, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to have you with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, links to the Patreon is in the description. Otherwise, if you really want to help me out, get YouTube to push my videos out to a broader audience by clicking the like button. Did you do it? Thanks for that. Now, without further ado, make yourself comfortable, and let's learn all about the Battle of Hastings. Let's go back to the lead up, understand how we get to this point. In the year 911, Charles the Simple of the Carolingian dynasty granted land in Normandy to a Viking leader named Rollo and a few of his followers. The settlement did extremely well, and they thrived, with other Vikings quickly assimilating into local culture. They even converted to Christianity and intermarried with the locals. Everything was going swimmingly. Over time, Normandy grew in territory and subsequently influence. A significant connection between Normandy and England was established in 1002 when King Aethelred II of England married Emma, sister of Richard II, the Duke of Normandy. Their son, Edward the Confessor, spent many of his early years in exile in Normandy, and ascended to the English throne finally in the year 1042. His reign saw a substantial Norman influence in England, as he filled the English court and the church with his Norman buddies. Childless and in conflict with the powerful Earl Godwin of Wessex, Edward's actions possibly paved the way for William of Normandy's claim to the English throne. The death of King Edward on the 5th of January 1066 plunged England into a succession crisis, with several contenders vying for the throne, each thinking that they had the biggest claim. The most immediate one of these claims came from Harold Godwinson, the Earl of Wessex, a wealthy and influential nobleman who was actually elected by the Witenagemot and crowned by Archbishop Eldred of York. This election, however, was mired in more than a little bit of controversy, fueled by Norman claims that Stigand, the disputed Archbishop of Canterbury, performed the ceremony, and he was not meant to do that. Well, Harold's claim was quickly contested by the Duke of Normandy, Duke William, who alleged that Edward had promised him the throne, and that Harold had sworn to support William's claim. Similarly, Harald Hardrada of Norway entered the fray himself, citing an agreement between Magnus the Good of Norway and Hartha Knut of England that allowed for a mutual inheritance of the thrones of England and Norway in the absence of an heir. Well, this is, of course, how wars begin. Both William and Hardrada began to muster forces for their respective invasions, setting the stage for a rather turbulent year. Now, in the meantime, Harold's estranged brother, Tostig Godwinson, initiated a series of his own raids, devastating southeastern England, leveraging a fleet from Flanders and additional ships from Orkney. His campaign eventually led him northwards, where he encountered resistance from Edwin of Mercia and Morcar of Northumbria, forcing him to retreat to Scotland. There, Tostig took some time to regroup and gathered a new force to support his ambitions. Now on to Harald Hardrada, whose invasion in the early September of the same year marked another escalation in the conflict. In command of a formidable fleet of over 300 ships and an army of around 15,000 men, Hardrada, joined by Tostig, made a dramatic entry into northern England. Their combined forces quickly took the city of York, following a decisive victory over Edwin and Morcar's army at the Battle of Fulford on the 20th of September. The English military structure in the 11th century was somewhat regional, centered around the fyrd. What is that? Well, it's a local levy of landowning men equipped by their community. The system required 1 man for military service for every 5 hides of land, with the 100 serving as the fyrde's organizational unit. In total, when everything was worked out, England could muster about 14,000 men when fully mobilized. However, a full national call-up to mobilize was pretty rare, and it occurred only 3 times between 1046 and 1065. According to the fyrde, the king maintained a force of personal warriors, known as housecarls, who were better armored and served as the core of royal forces. Local thanes, or landowning elites, either joined the royal housecarls or the retinue of an earl. Now, in anticipation of William of Normandy's invasion in 1066, King Harold Godwinson stationed a significant force that dotted the south coast. By September, needing to return to their fields for harvest, Harold dismissed the bulk of his militia. However, upon hearing of Harald Hardrada's invasion in the north, Harold rapidly gathered forces and marched to confront the Norwegians. The ensuing Battle of Stamford Bridge on the 25th of September ended in a decisive English victory, with both Hardrada and Tostig killed, and the Norwegian forces decimated, reducing their fleet from 300 to just 24 ships. Now, I've already discussed the Battle of Stamford Bridge in a different video, but in case you don't know, it's quite an interesting battle. From memory, I'll try to recount it. So effectively, the Hardrada and his allies had shown up to York. York had surrendered. Well, they went to meet with the people of York, who they believed were going to do an official handover of the city. But when they got to the meeting spot, it was not them. It was about 9,000 or so English soldiers ready to wipe the floor with them. Well, each side stood across the bridge and prepared for battle, and apparently on the Norwegian side there was a single warrior who went out to the middle of the bridge and took on swaths of Englishmen. One berserker, completely drunk off the adrenaline of battle. Well, eventually he got taken down, but Hardrada got done over in this battle as well. Apparently, when he was in the heat of things, he ended up copping an arrow into the middle of his neck. Certainly not the best way to go. If you get an arrow in your neck like that, it is not an instant death, but rather a very slow and painful way to check out. Certainly not good. So that's effectively what happened at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Stunning English victory, and the Norwegians had to go all the way back home. So, despite this triumph, the victory significantly depleted Harold's army, leaving it weakened for the subsequent challenges it would face from the south. Oh, and it's Harold of the English army, not Harald of the Norwegian army, so don't get confused. I know. They could have made that easier. Well, it's just the way it is. Now, on to William of Normandy, who orchestrated a meticulous invasion plan that was planned for over 9 months, assembling a vast fleet and army from across Normandy and France, with notable contributions from Brittany and Flanders, whom they were on fairly good terms with. This endeavor required building a fleet from scratch and securing, according to some Norman chronicles, diplomatic backing to do so. Among these accounts is the claim that Pope Alexander II supported William's cause with a papal banner, a detail primarily sourced from William of Poitiers and absent in contemporary narratives, casting a little bit of doubt on its authenticity. Raises a few eyebrows, doesn't it? Now, an interesting thing happened in April. The appearance of Halley's Comet, recorded in April of 1066, recorded all the way across Europe, was interpreted as a kind of ominous sign linked to the ongoing succession crisis in England. I mean, a little bit of stretching on the interpretation, but, it has to mean something, right? Well, William gathered his assembled forces and Saint-Valery-sur-Somme, poised for the Channel crossing by mid-August, ready and raring to go. However, the invasion was postponed, possibly due to adverse weather conditions, or to elude the English naval defences. It could have been a storm, though. Seems to be a good way to get rid of a fleet. Just ask the Spanish. The Normans finally set sail shortly after Harold Godwinson's triumph at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, benefiting from the dispersal of the English fleet. They landed at Pevensey in Sussex on the 28th of September, with a few vessels veering off to Romney, where they engaged the local fyrd. Upon landing, William's forces quickly established a foothold by constructing a wooden castle at Hastings to serve as a base for further raids and fortifications, including additional works at Pevensey. The composition and size of William the Conqueror's invasion force still remains a little bit uncertain, with contemporary sources and modern historians all providing their own varied estimates. Now, a historical document at the time cites 776 ships in William's fleet, but this is probably exaggerated. Contemporary writers' estimates of the army's size range wildly, from 14,000 to a completely ridiculous 150,000. Certainly the period has a penchant for hyperbole. Modern historians come in with a little bit more plausible numbers, estimating William's force to be between 7 and perhaps up to 12,000 men, including a significant cavalry component of 1,000 to 3,000 horsemen. The consensus among scholars is that the army was approximately half infantry, while the remainder divided between cavalry and archers, possibly crossbowmen. Despite the existence of lists naming William's companions at Hastings, only about 35 individuals can be reliably confirmed to have been present. The Norman army was well equipped, with chainmail hauberks as the main form of armor. These knee-length chainmail shirts, some with sleeves and silts for riding, were complemented by conical metal helmets featuring a nose guard. The force was divided into infantry and cavalry, with the infantry wielding round, wood and metal reinforced shields, and the cavalry adopting kite-shaped shields better suited for mounted combat. While the lance was a common weapon among the horsemen, the difficult terrain at Hastings probably limited its usual effectiveness, favoring the use of straight swords, javelins, and long spears for combat. Some cavalry might have opted for a mace over a sword. Archers, an essential component of the force, utilized self-bows or crossbows, with most lacking significant armor protection, but that was pretty normal for bowmen anyway. Now, after his victory over Tostig and Harold Hardrada in the north, Harold Godwinson left a substantial portion of his forces, including notable Earls Morcar and Edwin, in the north, and hastened south with the remainder to confront the impending Norman invasion. Harold's awareness of William's landing likely emerged during this march. He paused in London for about a week before advancing to Hastings, averaging a frankly impressive 27 miles per day over approximately 200 miles. Harold's forces encamped near Calbdeck Hill on the 13th of October, positioning themselves strategically close to William's base at Hastings. And despite attempts to surprise the Normans, William was forewarned by his scouts of the English approach. The prelude to the Battle of Hastings is muddled with conflicting reports, but it is agreed that William's forces moved towards Harold's defensive setup on Senlac Hill, which is about 6 miles from Hastings. And what about the size of Harold's army? Well, just like William's, the exact numbers are a little unclear, with rather comical estimations from the contemporary sources. Some Norman sources vastly inflating the numbers between 400,000 and 1.2 million. This is a fairly obvious exaggeration. Well, English sources possibly underplaying the number to mitigate the perception of defeat contrast sharply with these figures. Modern estimates suggest Harold's forces numbered between 5 and 13,000, but there's a consensus between 7 to 8,000. This contingent comprised both the feared and professional housecarls, with only about 20 individuals, including Harold's brothers Gyrth and Leofwine, specifically identified. Now, the English army of Harold was entirely infantry-based, with higher-ranking members likely arriving on horseback, but dismounting for combat. The corps was formed by the housecarls, donned in conical helmets, mail hauberks, and carrying shields, predominantly fighting with two-handed Danish battle axes, though swords were also used. The feared provided additional support, forming a shield wall with axemen, javelin throwers, and archers backing them up, though they were more lightly armored and not really professional soldiers. And so we arrive to the night before the battle. Duke William's forces remained armed and vigilant against potential surprise attacks, as reported by William Jumièges. Now, as for the battle's location, it lies about 7 miles north of Hastings, nestled between Calbeck Hill and Telham Hill, a terrain that's marked by dense woods and somewhat difficult marshland. Despite being fought closer to other settlements, it's historically dubbed the Battle of Hastings. This nomenclature is first recorded in the Domesday Book of 1086. Earlier references, such as by the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, label it the battle at the Hoary Apple Tree, which is a little bit less catchy, isn't it? Well, another source, Orderic Vitalis, referred to it as Senlac, derived from Sandlacu, meaning sandy water in Old English, possibly naming the stream that crosses the battlefield. But of course, we're going to refer to it as the Battle of Hastings. Now, the exact path taken by Harold's English army to reach the battlefield also remains unknown, with some speculation favoring either an ancient Roman road from Rochester to Hastings, or a route from London to Lewes, then local tracks to the battlefield. While contemporary accounts, like William of Jumièges, suggest that the Normans were already present at the battle site the night prior, most historians believe that the Normans advanced from Hastings on the day of the battle. So, Harold Godwinson's army, when the time had come, took a strategic defensive position on a steep slope for the battle, forming a compact shield wall to maximize protection. The English forces, flanked by woods and marshes on either side, possibly extended their line to a nearby stream for additional natural defense. The exact location of their deployment is debated, though, traditional accounts placing them at the side of the latter abbey, while more recent suggestions point to the actual top of the Caldbeck Hill. Now, the Duke William, of Normandy, his tactical arrangement of his invasion force was more clearly documented. He divided his army into three main groups, based on their geographic origins. The left flank comprised Breton forces, along with units from Anjou, Poitou, and Maine, led by Alan the Red. The central group was predominantly Norman, and was personally led by William, surrounded by his relatives and close allies. The right flank included forces from various French regions, commanded by William Fitz-Osbern and Count Eustace II of Boulogne. William's strategy employed archers in the front to initiate the battle, supported by infantry armed with spears, with cavalry held in reserve for decisive charging when the time came. The formation aimed to soften the English defences with arrows, before close combat and a cavalry charge could break through and chase down the fleeing opponents. And so the battle commenced, with Norman archers firing uphill, but their efforts were largely ineffective against the English shield wall. The archers' arrows either deflected off the shields, or simply overshot their mark, with the Normans also disadvantaged by the absence of English archers, leaving few arrows on the field to be reused. Following the ineffectual archery barrage, William's spearmen advanced, but were repelled by a hail of javelins, axes, and stones, and they were ultimately unable to breach the shield wall. The subsequent cavalry charge also failed to break through the English defences, leading to a retreat, particularly blamed on the Bretons on the Norman left flank. Amidst the retreat, a rumour of Duke William's death began to spread, causing further disarray among his forces. William, however, quickly quashed the rumour by making a visible and vocal presence among his men, yelling out to them, "I'm still alive," and rallying them for a counter-attack. For some reason, the image of Theoden pops into my head from Return of the King. Well, this maneuver caught the pursuing English forces off guard, some of whom had rallied on a hillock, only to be eventually overwhelmed by the rallying Normans. The decision for the English to pursue the retreating Normans remains another subject of debate, with sources disagreeing on whether it was a spontaneous action or one that was under the specific orders of Harold. The death of Harold's brothers, Gyrth and Leofwine, plays another role in these accounts, with their timing and manner of death varying across sources. Some narratives suggest that they died early in the battle, possibly leading Harold to resolve to fight to the death. This speculation is supported by the positioning of their bodies near Harold's after the battle, suggesting they were moved there posthumously, as if they had fallen earlier in the conflict. In the midst of the battle, a pause in the fighting likely occurred early in the afternoon, serving as a critical juncture for both armies to rest and strategize. Duke William, seizing this moment, possibly formulated a new strategy based on exploiting the English tendency for pursuit, observed during earlier phases of the battle. By feigning retreats with his cavalry, William aimed to lure the English into breaking their shield wall formation, and thus create some vulnerabilities that the Normans could exploit. William of Poitiers mentions that this tactic of feigned flight was deliberately employed twice, a strategy not unique to Hastings, but seen in other Norman military campaigns of the era. Despite skepticism among some historians who suggest that the accounts of feigned flight may have been post-battle fabrications to justify Norman retreats, the consensus acknowledges its strategic use at Hastings, giving its detailed recordings and the strategic mindset it reveals. Now, these tactical feints, while not dismantling the English shield wall, likely diluted its strength by thinning out the elite housecarls and necessitating their replacement with less experienced and less armored members of the fyrd. Despite this, the English formation remained resilient. The battle then saw renewed use of archers, followed by a concerted assault by Norman cavalry and infantry. Later sources suggest a tactical shift in archery, with orders for high-angle shooting to arc arrows over the shield wall, though contemporary accounts do not elaborate on this. The exact number of assaults William launched in the afternoon remains uncertain, with varied actions recorded by both sides. Notably, the Carmen and William of Poitiers diverge in their accounts of William's personal risk in the battle, with the former claiming 2 horses were killed under him, while the latter asserts it was 3. While the circumstances of Harold Godwinson's death at the battle are muddled by their own conflicting accounts, William of Poitiers notes that Harold's death, without detailing how it occurred, he just says that he died at the battle. And when we look at the Bayeux Tapestry, we get a different narrative that depicts a figure with an arrow in his eye, beside another being slain with a sword, with the caption, "Here King Harold has been killed," which of course leaves a little bit of ambiguity about Harold's depiction, or at least the manner of his death. The first particularly detailed account of Harold dying from an arrow to the eye comes from Amautus of Monte Cassino in the 1080s. later echoed by William of Malmesbury and Wace, suggesting an arrow struck Harold's eye and went all the way through to the brain. In contrast, the Carmen credits Duke of William with Harold's killing. Duke William, rather. A claim that's doubted by historians due to a lack of corroborating evidence. William of Jumiege's version, placing Harold's death at the battle's outset, is pretty much dismissed by everybody. The Chronicle of Battle Abbey suggests Harold's death occurred amid the battle's chaos, with the exact killer unknown. Could have just been a normal foot soldier. But, well, most people think the arrow in the eye is the most plausible death. Following Harold's death, English resistance crumbled, with many simply fleeing the battlefield. However, a core group of them, likely the royal household soldiers, made a brave final stand, surrounding Harold's body. The Normans pursued the retreating English, with only a rearguard action at Malfoss, or Evil Ditch in our modern tongue, offering a substantial resistance before the battle's conclusion. The location and specifics of the Malfoss encounter is once again something that we don't quite know for certain, but is known only as a brief but fierce confrontation where Eustace of Boulogne was seriously injured before the Normans ultimately secured victory. Harold Godwinson's defeat at Hastings can be attributed to multiple factors, which complicates the narrative of a singular cause for the English loss. It's really not that simple. One significant challenge was the need to counter two near-simultaneous invasions, stretching the English military resources too thin. Additionally, Harold's decision to dismiss his southern forces on the 8th of September prior to William's invasion likely weakened his defensive capabilities. Critics of Harold's strategy argue that he acted hastily by marching south without amassing a larger force, though it is debatable whether additional troops would have significantly altered the outcome. Contrary to claims of an exhausted English army, the battle's duration, lasting from morning until dusk, suggests the English were not significantly wearied by their rapid southward march. Questions also arise regarding Harold's trust in Earls Edwin and Morcar post-Torstig's defeat, potentially influencing his decision not to summon their forces for the southern defense. Some modern historians do suggest that Harold's swift movement towards Hastings aimed to limit William's ability to consolidate power and wreak further havoc from his initial foothold. Within the battle itself, though, several key elements tipped the scales into the favor of William. First of all, William's extensive military experience and the Norman army's cavalry gave them a tactical edge over the English, who lacked comparable mounted units. Also, Harold's failure to capitalize on the momentary confusion caused by rumors of William's death and the English pursuit of retreating Normans, which left their flanks vulnerable, are seen as crucial missteps. Whether these errors stemmed from command inexperience or soldier indiscipline, we really don't know for sure. It could have been either one of them. Well, it was the demise of Harold that was the real turning point. The real point that led to the complete disintegration of the English Following the Battle of Hastings, the identification of Harold Godwinson's body became a matter of both personal and political significance. Depending on the source, his body was recognized either through the marks on his body or his distinctive armor. In a symbolic gesture of victory, and perhaps a kind of claim to legitimacy, Harold's personal standard was taken by William and later sent to the papacy, signifying papal involvement and approval of William's claim to the English throne. The aftermath of the battle left the field strewn with bodies of the dead, including some of Harold's brothers and his loyal housecarls, while the Norman casualties were collectively buried in an unmarked grave that remains undiscovered to this day. The English dead initially received no such honor, which somewhat reflects the brutal norms of medieval warfare and the victor's prerogatives. Over time, though, relatives managed to reclaim some of the bodies for proper burial, indicating the personal tragedies that unfold alongside the broad historical narratives. No one remembers the mothers, the fathers, and sons and daughters who have to go and pick up the broken, battered corpses of their relatives. Yeah, no one ever writes about that. Well, the precise number of casualties also remains a mystery, and of course the estimates have suggested devastating loss on both sides, possibly 2,000 Normans and twice as many Englishmen. The grim tally underscores the brutality of the battle, and intriguingly, recent archaeological finds challenge long-held beliefs that acidic soil conditions would prevent the recovery of human remains and artifacts, and it gives us a new possibility to understand the battle's physical context, so looking forward to a few more digs. William's victory did not immediately secure his rule over England. Instead of surrendering, the surviving English leaders proclaimed Edgar the Atheling as the new king, which of course led William to work a bit of overtime in undertaking a military campaign to consolidate his control. That being said, there wasn't much of an army left to fight on the English side. Well, his maneuvers around London and the subsequent submission of key English leaders at Berkhamsted paved the way for his official coronation only a few months later, on December 25th of 1066. Merry Christmas, William. A moment that marked the beginning of Norman rule in England, but also the onset of prolonged resistance and rebellion against the Norman dominance. The establishment of Battle Abbey at the site of Harold's death, purportedly fulfilling a vow by William, serves as a lasting memorial to the conflict, and it's still there to this day. It's a beautiful building. Over the centuries, the abbey and the battlefield have undergone their own changes, with the dissolution of the monasteries and later developments altering the landscape. Now, a site of historical interest managed by the English heritage, it attracts visitors and a lot of reenactors, keeping the memory of the battle alive in the public imagination. And I suppose I hope that I'm doing my part in it as well. But what about the battle's veterans and their fates? Well, some of the English fighters went to join the Varangian Guard, Others joined up with the Normans. And I suppose plenty more of them, those who were left, went out to the countryside and did what everyone else did. Farm. Well, thank you very much for listening. I told you it was a pivotal battle. You didn't believe me, didn't you? There's a reason why everyone still talks about the Battle of Hastings. One thing I will say is, if it wasn't for the Battle of Hastings and the victory by William, well, our language that we're speaking right now would be very, very different. You see, the English had their own language, and the English that we speak now is more of a, how can I put this, a lesser version of French? Perhaps so. The two great events that changed our English language to what it is now is, one, the Battle of Hastings with the Normans conquering England, and two, the great vowel shift that began at the end of the Black Plague, where basically everyone came over from the heartlands of Europe and changed the language even more. But if you want to hear what Old English sounds like, it's quite easy to do so. Just get onto YouTube and search up what Old English sounded like. And then try and imagine that you, if history had have played out a little differently, you might sound exactly like that instead. Chivalry. A code of conduct that evolved over centuries. A code that embodies the ideals of knighthood, valor, and honor. Originating in medieval Europe, chivalry encompassed a complex set of virtues, but also obligations that shaped the behavior of knights on and off the battlefield. While it's often romanticized in literature and legend, the historical development and practical implications of chivalry reveal somewhat of a nuanced and dynamic system that adapted to the social and political trends of the Middle Ages. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to have you again. If you'd like to support the channel, as always, check out the Patreon. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe certainly goes a long way. Now, without further ado, let's talk about the Code of Chivalry. First of all, what is that word, chivalry? Well, the term chivalry originates from the old French word chevalerie, which literally translates to horse soldiery. Originally, it referred to a specific subsection of horse-mounted warriors, as indicated by the French word for a horse, cheval. However, over time, it became associated with the ideals and values of knighthood. In its earliest use, the French word chevalier meant a man of aristocratic standing, possibly of noble lineage, who possessed the capability, when needed, to equip himself with a war horse and the weapons of a heavy cavalryman, and who has also undergone certain rituals that confer upon him this status. Hence, during the medieval period, the plural form of chevalerie, which later transformed into the English word chivalry, originally referred to the collective body of heavy cavalry when assembled for a battle. But as time passed, the meaning of the term expanded to encompass a more broader sense. During the Middle Ages, chevalier evolved from its original concrete military definition to represent the ideal of Christian warrior ethos. which was popularized in the burgeoning romance genre of the 12th century. Additionally, it became associated with the concept of courtly love, which was promoted in contemporary poetry and music, such as, for example, the Minnesang. Now, these evolving ideals of chivalry emphasized virtues such as bravery, loyalty, honor, and respect for women. The principles of chivalry are encapsulated in 3 separate medieval works, each offering their unique perspective on the concept. An anonymous poem, Ordine de Chevalerie, recounts the tale of Hugh II of Tiberias, who was captured by Saladin and released after agreeing to demonstrate the rituals of Christian knighthood. The poem sheds light on the rituals and customs associated with knighthood during the Crusades. The next one, Liber del Order de Cavalleria, authored by Raymond Lull from Majorca, delves into the subject of knighthood in general. Lull's work explores the various aspects of being a knight, likely influenced by the chivalric ideals prevalent during his time. And finally, Geoffrey de Charnay's Livre de Chevalerie examines the qualities and attributes expected of knights, with a particular emphasis on prowess and martial skill. Charnay's work provides insight into the ideals and values upheld by knights during the late medieval period. Interestingly, none of these authors were aware of each other's works, yet their writings collectively contribute to a broader understanding of the concept of chivalry. And while each text approaches the concept from a different angle, they collectively depict chivalry as a way of life integrating military service, nobility, and of course, religious observance. The development of the code of chivalry occurred during the late Middle Ages, evolving in the aftermath of the Crusades. Influenced by both the historical deeds of knights in the Holy Land and these romanticized ideals of courtly love, the code of chivalry became a guiding ethos for knights, emphasizing virtues such as loyalty and compassion to others. Léon Gautier, a pioneering French literary historian, compiled what he referred to as the medieval 10 Commandments of Chivalry in his book Chivalry, published originally in 1884. These commandments encapsulate the core values and principles expected of knights during the medieval period. They provide a very good insight into the ethical code that governed the conduct of knights and shaped their ideals of honor and nobility. So, these, outlined by Gautier, the 10 Commandments of Chivalry, are as follows, and I'll read them in no particular order. Thou shalt believe all that the Church teaches, and shalt observe all of its directions. This commandment emphasizes the importance of religious faith and obedience to the teachings of the Church. All knights were expected to uphold and defend the Christian faith with no exceptions, and their actions were mostly guided by religious principles. Thou shalt defend the Church. More or less the same. Knights were seen as champions of the Church system, and they were expected to come to the aid to safeguard the church's interests, both on and off the battlefield, and in war and peace. The church was effectively the boss. Thou shalt respect all weaknesses, and shalt constitute thyself the defender of them. Now this one sounds a little tricky. What it means is that this commandment is underscoring the chivalric virtue of compassion and empathy towards others. Knights were expected to show kindness and mercy towards the weak, including women and especially children and the elderly. And it was thought that it was the priority of a knight to defend women from harm. Thou shalt love the country in which one was born. Of course, knights all had to be loyal to their homeland, and they were duty-bound to defend it against enemies, from without or within. Patriotism and loyalty were essential virtues of chivalry. Thou shalt not recoil before thine enemy. Courage and bravery in the face of danger were paramount virtues for knights. They were expected to confront their enemies with valor and resolve, and never back down from a challenge. Thou shalt make war against the infidel without cessation and without mercy. Now this command reflects the religious fervor of the Crusades era, during which knights were called upon to wage holy war against the infidels in the name of the Christian Church. Of course, that simplifies it a little too much. The Crusades mainly came about to protect pilgrims who were being attacked along the roads heading to Jerusalem and other holy sites. Groups like the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller were set up to effectively protect them. And, of course, part of protecting the pilgrims is fighting against the infidel. So I suppose that's where that comes from. It was also a political thing. The knights certainly had to be reminded of who the good guys and the bad guys were. There was no thinking outside this box. That being said, Saladin, the one who was meant to be the enemy, was universally respected, at least via many sources, reckoning by a lot of the European knights, as for him expelling the virtues of what a chivalric person would do. I have a whole video on Saladin if you want to learn more about that. Moving on. Thou shalt perform scrupulously thy feudal duties, if they be not contrary to the laws of God. Knights had feudal obligations to their lords, including military service and loyalty. However, these duties were expected to align with the laws and principles of the Church. Knights were to fulfill their feudal obligations faithfully while upholding their religious convictions. Thou shalt never lie, and shalt remain faithful to thy pledged word. Honesty, integrity, and honor, all fundamental virtues. Knights were expected to uphold their word and act with honesty and integrity, not just in military matters, but in all of their dealings, both on and off the battlefield. Of course, this falls into line with observing the Christian ethics of not bearing false witness. Thou shalt be generous, and give largesse to everyone. Generosity and magnanimity were esteemed virtues of a chivalrous knight. Therefore they were expected to be generous in all of their actions, and give freely to those in need. This includes their vassals, allies, and even outstretching a helping hand to the less fortunate. Thou shalt be everywhere, and always be the champion of the right and the good against injustice and evil. This commandment embodies the overarching duty of knights to uphold justice and righteousness. They were expected to stand up for what is right and oppose injustice and evil wherever they encountered it, embodying the ideas of true chivalry. So, these 10 commandments, if we can say it like that, while certainly catalogued at a later date, they provide a moral and ethical framework for knights to follow, guiding their behavior both on and off the battlefield. They encapsulated the majority of the noble ideals and values, giving us a pretty good roadmap of what a knight should and should not be doing. Of course, not all knights were following this to the T, and there were a lot of knights who thought that these kind of restrictions were somewhat stifling. Historians have offered varying perspectives on chivalry, challenging the traditional view of it as purely a civilizing and stabilizing force in a rather chaotic Middle Age. Now, contrary to this portrayal, some scholars argued that the role of knights in maintaining public order was complex, but often somewhat problematic. Ugh, I hate that word. While they contend that while chivalric codes and ideals provided guidance to knights, they were also riddled with contradictions, and did not always lead to a more ordered and peaceful society. Well, the ambivalent and sometimes disruptive role played by knights in medieval European society was indeed an issue to be contended with. The ideals of chivalry were not always aligned with the interests of public order and stability. The conception of medieval society, comprising of those who pray, those who fight, and those who work, seemed to be in conjunction with knighthood, but also posed challenges to the establishment of social harmony. This world view of knights, rooted in martial values and pre-Christian traditions, often clashed with the objectives of the church and monarchy. Indeed, if you've watched my video on knights in general, you'll know that a lot of these traditions do go back to Roman times. So, perhaps I should have told you at the start of the video to watch that first. But here we are 20 minutes in. There's no turning back now, isn't there? Well, I digress. The church sought to reform and guide knights, mold them into their image, recognizing the need to temper the disorderly and chauvinistic elements of chivalry. Similarly, royalty encountered conflict with knights over matters of warfare and personal disputes. Here's the other thing. When you're a knight, you're kind of known as the local tough guy, right? So, when somebody gives you a raw deal, there's only really one way of dealing with it. Well, of course, you're bogged down by this series of rules that you are meant to follow, but you're sick of being told what to do. Indeed, a lot of knights had no doubt felt this way. Just a bit of speculation, but I certainly would have. Well, moreover, emerging merchant class and the bourgeois, representing the social and economic forces of this growing modernity, seem to be at odds with the values of chivalry. The knights, driven by notions of value and honor, viewed the values of commerce as inferior, and sometimes resorted to violence against those engaged in trade. And here's another thing. Merchants in these times were often seen in some places as less than a farmer. Well, why is that? Surely a merchant's doing pretty well. Well, yes, they are. But the merchant doesn't produce anything. He does not create anything. He simply takes something from someone else and sells it at a higher price. He is a middleman, and many people saw these people as parasites. Well, some historians also raise skepticism about early writers on medieval chivalry, cautioning that their accounts may be colored by polemical agendas. Writers often viewed chivalry as a means to reform corrupt secular society, and emphasized its origins in the Teutonic forests brought into civilization by the great and wonderful Catholic Church. Others, however, view chivalry as a social rather than a military phenomenon, focusing on its key features such as generosity, fidelity, liberality, and courtesy. They portray chivalry as somewhat of an ethical inheritance that shaped the behavior of individuals and provided a moral framework for social interaction, an ideal for those unwashed masses to aspire to. Now, before the emergence of codified chivalry, there existed an uncodified note of noble conduct centered around the concept of the prud'homme, which can sort of be translated as a wise, honest, and sensible man. This unwritten code, known as the noble habitus, encompassed the behavioral and material expectations that were prevalent in medieval societies, and not just in the upper classes, but indeed across all social platforms. Now, this concept of noble habitus as a modern idea was pioneered by the French philosopher-sociologists in our modern era Pierre Bourdieu and Maurice Merleau-Ponty, although its roots can be traced back to works as ancient as those of Aristotle. It represents this set of social norms and expectations that govern the behavior of aristocratic individuals, emphasizing qualities such as wisdom, honesty, and sensibility. More or less, if we were going to boil it down, we would say that it was almost a secularized form of universally preferable behavior. Good manners, if you will. Going back to that golden rule that is prevalent in all cultures, treat others how you would like to be treated. Well, the pre-chivalric noble habitus, as discovered by historians and elaborated upon by scholars, encompasses several key principles, which I will go through briefly now. The first being loyalty. This virtue was considered a practical utility among warrior nobility, closely associated with prowess on the battlefield, highlighting the importance of reputation for loyalty and noble conduct. Secondly, forbearance. Knights were expected to exercise self-control, not only in combat, but also at the courts of their lords. The early noble habitus emphasized the nobility of mercy and forbearance, as evidenced by historical documents, such as the Conventum of Hugh de Lusignan of the 1020s. And of course, these qualities were well established before the formalization of chivalry, so it wasn't really reinventing the wheel, just writing it down. The next one is hardiness. Physical resilience and prowess in warfare were essential components. Exceptional physical prowess on the battlefield often led to attaining noble knightly status. Indeed, usually you would have to be from a noble family to become a knight. Either your father was a knight or you were born of somewhat noble stock. However, if you were noticed by a commander or general on the battlefield for exemplifying extreme courage, or perhaps just managing to murder a lot of people in a very short amount of time, then you could perhaps get a glowing commendation and go up in the ranks, moving from peasant to slightly more well-dressed peasant. Now, largesse or liberality. Generosity was, of course, once again considered a very noble quality, with liberality representing one of the noble virtues. And it wasn't just about merely giving possessions away, but one was also expected to look at those greedy elements of society with a good deal of contempt, to look down upon those who hoarded things for themselves. Next one is the Davidic ethic. Now, what is the Davidic ethic? Well, it's derived from biblical tradition. The concept encompasses noble qualities such as safeguarding the vulnerable, ensuring justice for widows and orphans especially, and in general opposing cruelty and injustice. The ideal warrior leader is portrayed as a guardian protector, committed to upholding ethical principles and demonstrating benevolence towards the weak. There was none of this Gaston-esque sort of character. Well, at least there wasn't meant to be. Knights were expected to always be humble. Which leads us to the last one, honor. Achieving honor was closely tied to living up to the ideals of the prud'homme, and embodying all of the virtues listed above. Not some of them, not most of them, but all of them. If you were a very great warrior, but you were cruel to your servants, or you looked down upon the poor, held your nose as you walked past the peasant working the field, then you were not considered a very good knight. If you slayed innocents, or lent people money at high interest, that's a big no-no in the Middle Ages, by the way. You get thrown down the well for usury. Well, that also means that you weren't a very good knight. Also, if you acted very, very nicely to everybody, rode around on your horse flicking coins to people, and generally being a nice guy, that was great, but when the call to arms rang out, if you weren't the first on the field, well, you'd lost your qualification, friend. All of these principles formed that base foundation of the pre-chivalric noble habitus, and laid the groundwork for the development of the formal code of chivalry in the later medieval period. Courtly behavior remained a recognized form of superior conduct in medieval European society throughout the Middle Ages. It was expected of all aristocrats, and its norms were integrated in chivalric literature. However, unlike chivalry, courtliness was not confined to noble society alone. Examples can be found of servants, merchants, clergy, and free peasants being commended for their courtly behavior in medieval literature. This broader application of courtly behavior suggests its widespread influence across various social classes. Now, the emergence of chivalry as a recognizable and prescriptive code of behavior can be tied to a more exclusive definition of nobility that emerged around the late 12th century. This had a significant impact on the professional horse warrior, the knight. Retained knights were prominent figures in the households of barons, counts, and princes, and were considered proper associates of their lords. As such, knights adopted the fashions and behaviors of their lords. Many knights were drawn from the younger sons of noble families, leading them to regard themselves as noble, albeit of lower status than their lords. The tipping point of the nobilizing of the knight is often located in the households of the sons of King Henry II of England, particularly his eldest son, Henry the Young, died in 1183. Died quite young, by the way. Young Henry lived a lavish lifestyle, focused on the great northern French tourneying society of the 1170s and 80s, funded by his father to distract him from meddling in his realms and to stake a claim to cultural superiority over other European princes. Now, despite criticism, and I mean widespread criticism, for his wasteful and hedonistic lifestyle, young Henry played a significant role in the development of chivalry as a noble code. The De Re Militari of Ralph Niger, circa 1187, the first known work to use the knight as a moral exemplar and definitive nobleman, was written by the young man's former chaplain, partly as a moral defense of the knightly lifestyle. Another reason for the coalescence of chivalry as a noble code in the late 12th century is suggested by an analysis of conduct literature. The courtly habitus underwent a crisis as its moral failures became evident to writers, particularly in the materialism that motivated courtly society. They're rich people. Come on. The Roman Diel's poet knight Raoul de Hodanc is seen as a critique of courtliness and its failures. Raoul's solution is to focus moral eminence on the figure of the knight, who is to be the avatar of a new moral nobility, set above all other males. A knight was expected to eschew materialism and embrace noble generosity. So, by this time, in medieval literature, chivalry's fairly depicted through 3 overlapping areas, each highlighting different duties and virtues. Duties to countrymen and fellow Christians. This encompasses virtues such as mercy, fairness and protection of the weak and poor, and the loyalty of the knight to his lord. It involves, and rather emphasizes, being willing to sacrifice one's life for others, whether it be for a lord or for a poor individual. Certainly a knight is expected to run into a burning building to save the maiden. Next up, duties to God. Of course, knights are meant to be agents of the church, Christian warriors, protecting the innocent, defending the church and championing good against evil, all while prioritizing obedience to God above loyalty to one's feudal lord. Duties to women. Now this is perhaps the most recognizable aspect of chivalry. It includes the concept of courtly love. Knights are expected to serve a lady, placing her above all others, and to exhibit gentleness and graciousness towards all women. There's a reason why we call gentlemanly conduct in the modern era as chivalrous. And of course, any man worth his salt wants to be as much of a gentleman as possible. Right, guys? Well, all of these emphasis placed on these different areas resulted in different strands of chivalry, each with its own focus and ideals. The first up being warrior chivalry. Now in this strand, a knight's primary duty is to his lord. It's exemplified by characters like Sir Gawain in Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, and the wedding of Sir Gawain and Dame Ragnell. Anybody who is a fan of the Bretonians in Warhammer Fantasy must leave a comment, so we can perhaps summon the Green Knight to the field. Next up, religious chivalry. Here, a knight's chief obligation is to protect the innocent and serve God. It conjures to mind figures such as Sir Percival and Sir Galahad of the Grail legends, that certainly embody this form of chivalry to its core. And then there is, of course, the romantic ideal of the chivalrous, courtly love. It emphasizes a knight's unwavering devotion to his own lady, and by extension protecting the honor of all women. Think about it this way. If you have a beautiful young lady who is having trouble carrying her shopping to her car, and an old woman who's having the same trouble, a knight, at least in this sense, should be treating that situation with equal importance, not just running to the young, beautiful girl. Now, with the emergence of the knight's character and the chivalric ethos came several novel elements that reshaped medieval society. The first up was the revised social status, with knights now occupying a unique position in medieval society, somewhere between the nobility and the commoners. Not quite nobility just yet. While their adherence to chivalric codes and their role as protectors elevated their social standing and distinguished them from the other classes within feudal society. Of course, the next part was the innovation of military tactics. You see, chivalric codes introduced regulations that governed warfare, emphasizing principles such as loyalty to the overlord and adherence to rules of engagement, which was great when you were fighting other knights. But fighting enemies who had no idea what that was and would not fight fair, well, different tactics needed to be utilized. Next thing we had was fresh literary themes. Now, the ideals of chivalry inspired a rich vein of literature, including epic poems, romances, and the tales of knightly valor. These literary works often portrayed knights as paragons of virtue, embodying ideals such as courage, loyalty, honor, and mercy. And indeed, it was more or less based on a true story. For example, in the battlefield, knights were expected to never attack a defenseless opponent, and prioritize the capture of fellow nobles for ransom, while not causing them immediate harm. They were also expected to treat prisoners of war well. So, a lot of these ideas coming from the literary depictions of knights were indeed based on their real-world counterparts, albeit somewhat blown out of proportion. It's literature. There's always a dramatic license. Now, throughout the medieval period, martial exercise and military virtue remained integral components. However, as warfare evolved, the role of knights on the battlefield began to shift, increasingly restricting their activities to tournament grounds and dueling culture. The joust. It certainly conjures that image to mind, doesn't it? Continued to serve as a prominent display of knightly martial skill well into the Renaissance era. Additionally, the martial skills of knights extended beyond the battlefield to activities such as hunting. Expertise in this area became an essential aspect of courtly life during the later medieval period. Furthermore, the practice of heraldry, with its elaborate rules governing the displays of coats of arms, emerged alongside chivalry during the High Middle Ages. Heraldry served as a visual representation of a knight's lineage, achievements, and allegiances, further solidifying the connection between chivalry and aristocratic identity. Of course, Christianity was the big one that shaped the concept of chivalry, infusing those classical notions of heroism and self-sacrifice with Christian ideals. It can be observed in several key developments. The peace and truce with God. Instituted in the 10th century, this placed restrictions on knights, compelling them to protect and honor the weaker members of society while aiding the church in maintaining peace. The just war theory. The church became more tolerant of war in defense of faith and developed theories of the just and righteous war, which sought to establish ethical guidelines for warfare. Liturgies were introduced to bless a knight's sword and symbolize chivalric purification bath, imbuing military actions with religious significance. And here's a fun fact for you. In some kingdoms of the Middle Ages, priests were forbidden from fighting. As a matter of fact, the rule was they were forbidden from drawing blood. So, many people got around this by simply using a mace. Now, if you hit somebody hard enough with a mace, there's certainly going to be bleeding, especially those big maces that they were using. But rules are meant to be broken, aren't they? And so are yours, apparently. Just ask some medieval priests about that. Now, the next one is chivalry as a Christian vocation. In medieval literature such as the Grail romances and Chevalier en Cygne, chivalry was depicted as an order of God, with knights viewing their way of life, simply doing chivalry, as a means of pleasing God. It combined Teutonic heroic values with the militant tradition of the Old Testament. The concept of the Knight of Christ gained prominence in France, Spain, and Italy in the 11th century. That notion of religious chivalry was further developed during the Crusades, which were simply portrayed as chivalrous enterprises. Chivalric orders, including the Teutonic Knights of Germany, revered the Virgin Mary as their patroness. The development of chivalry, with its emphasis on the honor of a lady and knightly devotion, was certainly influenced by the cult of Mary. She served as a symbol of purity, compassion, and refuge. Kind of like a mummy, you know. Well, she shaped medieval attitudes towards women and contributing the development of Mariology. Think about it. Respect for women. You wouldn't disrespect a woman, wouldn't you? The Virgin Mary is a woman. It was kind of like that. Well, all in all, chivalry was a dynamic and adaptable code of conduct that evolved in response to local circumstances. Everyone's code of chivalry was a little bit different. It changed from France to Germany to Poland to really everywhere. In the late 15th century England, Sir Thomas Malory depicted numerous chivalric groups in his work The Death of Arthur, suggesting that each group had its own unique chivalric ideology. When The Death of Arthur was printed, William Caxton encouraged knights to read it, with the hope that the stories of chivalry could serve as a unifying force for the knightly community that was already fragmented by the Wars of the Roses. And during the early Tudor period of England, some knights still adhered to chivalric ethos, although fewer were actively engaged in warfare. The emergence of professional infantrymen on the battlefield somewhat reduced the opportunities for knights to demonstrate their chivalrous action. And the decline of chivalry was further accelerated by Queen Elizabeth I's decision to reserve the power to create knights exclusively for the monarchy, ending the tradition of knights being able to create other knights. Some argue that Sir Edward Woodville, who travelled across Europe engaging in battles and died in 1488, was one of the last knight-errants to witness the transition from the age of chivalry to modern European warfare. Well, whichever the case is, as the Middle Ages drew to a close, the code of chivalry gradually faded away, no longer serving as the guiding ethos it once was. So, looking back on what we've learned about chivalry, I've recently made a video about the East Asian counterpart, Bushido, which I believe that both of these ethoses have their good parts and bad parts. Now, in terms of chivalry, the observance of that golden rule in our Christian theology of treating others how you would want to be treated. Well, it's a bit of an obvious one, isn't it? We don't need a code of chivalry for that. But the interesting thing about the code of chivalry to me that really kills it is the unquestioning adherence to the church. Now, if we are going to make the rule that serve God, serve the Bible, and serve what has been given to us at the Sermon on the Mount, fair enough. But if we are going to place it back into the hands of an entity that can be controlled and changed by the whims of human elements, such as the church, well then things get a little dangerous, especially when they can tell you who to go and kill. And with that, I think that's enough of a talk about chivalry for today. But reflect upon it. Think about how you can be a little chivalrous in your own life. Just don't go riding any horses into battle anytime soon, thank you. Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, ruled as the king of the Franks from 768 and later as emperor of the Carolingian Empire until his death in 814. His reign marked a pivotal moment in the history of Europe, often regarded as the founding of both the French and German monarchies, and the beginning of the Carolingian Renaissance. His expansive military campaigns across Western Europe consolidated a vast realm that laid the foundation for modern Europe, promoting the spread of Christianity, unifying various Germanic peoples under one rule, and fostering an intellectual renaissance that would influence the continent for centuries to come. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, good to meet you. And if you're coming back for more, it's good to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreons are in the description. Otherwise, like, comment and subscribe certainly helps YouTube push my videos out to a broader audience. Did you like? Good job, thank you in advance. So now, without further ado, let's get on with the topic of the day. A biography of Charlemagne. Get yourself comfortable. Let's start from the beginning. By the 6th century, the Franks, a Western Germanic tribe, had already embraced Christianity, largely due to the conversion of their king, Clovis I, to Catholicism. Following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, the Franks established the Kingdom of Francia in Gaul. This kingdom expanded to encompass most of modern France and Switzerland, as well as smaller parts of Germany and the Low Countries under the rule of the Merovingian dynasty. However, Francia often experienced division under different Merovingian kings due to the Frankish practice of partible inheritance. In the late 7th century, Francia faced internal turmoil following the assassination of King Childeric II, leading to factional struggles among the Frankish aristocracy. In 687, Pepin of Herstal, the mayor of the Palace of Austrasia, brought an end to the conflict with his victory at the Battle of Tertry. Pepin, who was the grandson of Arnulf of Metz and Pepin of Landen, emerged as a prominent figure in Austrasian politics. But upon Pepin's death, his son, Charles, succeeded him, and became known as Charles Martel. Now Charles did not support a Merovingian successor after the death of King Theodoric IV in 737, and left the throne vacant. Instead, he had the plan to divide the kingdom between his sons, Carloman and Pepin the Short, who succeeded him after his death in 741. The brothers later placed the Merovingian Childeric III on the throne in 743. Several years later, in 747, Carloman abdicated and retired to a monastery close by to Rome, leaving his son, Drogo, to succeed him. Charlemagne, also known as Charles the Great, was born as the eldest son of Pepin the Short and his wife Berthada. Berthada hailed from an influential noble family in Austrasia. However, the exact date of Charlemagne's birth remains a little uncertain, with different sources proposing various years. And this isn't anything strange. Records from that time are a little bit spotty. One tradition, influenced by the 9th century biographer Einhard, suggests that Charlemagne was born in 742, based on Einhard's report that Charlemagne was 72 years old at the time of his death. However, Einhard's knowledge of Charlemagne's life in the early years was limited, and he may have provided an approximate date following the model of Roman imperial biographies. There is another view, however, and it points to a near-contemporary addition to the Annales Bataviani, which records Charlemagne's birth in 747. Lorsch Abbey commemorated Charlemagne's birth on April 2nd from the mid-9th century onwards, and this date is likely considered to be genuine. Considering that the annalists had marked the start of the year from Easter rather than January 1st, some historians have argued that April 2nd in the recorded year would have corresponded to 748. Consequently, April the 2nd, 748, is generally accepted as Charlemagne's likely birth date. Now, there is some speculation regarding concerns around the legitimacy of Charlemagne, due to uncertainties surrounding the marriage date of Pepin and Berthada. If Pepin and Berthada did not marry until 749, Charlemagne may have been considered illegitimate. Additionally, the precise place of Charlemagne's birth also remains unknown, although scholars have suggested various Frankish places, including those in Verres-sur-Marne and Kiersny, as possible locations, but we're yet to come to a complete consensus on it. Now Einhard, in his writings, mentions Charlemagne's Patrius Sermo, which translates to native tongue. Most scholars interpret this as a form of Old High German, likely a Rhenish Franconian dialect. However, due to the spread of the evolving of Old French language in Francia, Charlemagne most likely grew up bilingual, speaking both Germanic and Romance dialects. In addition to his vernacular languages, it's reported that Charlemagne was proficient in Latin and possibly had some understanding of Greek. Of course, Greek was little by little falling out of fashion. While Charlemagne's father, Pepin, received education at the Abbey of St. Denis, The extent of Charlemagne's formal schooling is another matter of uncertainty. It is likely that he received training in military matters during his youth at his father's court, which traveled frequently. Charlemagne emphasized the importance of liberal arts education, encouraging its study among his children and others. However, it's once again unclear whether he pursued formal education in his youth or took it up later on at his life in the court. Which brings us to the manner of his literacy. While some believe that he could read, based on some circumstantial evidence, others argue that there's very little direct evidence to support the claim. Charlemagne typically had texts read aloud to him and dictated responses and decrees, which was pretty much common practice for literate rulers of the time anyway. While it's likely that he attempted to learn writing in later life, Einhard, our main source on his early life, does not explicitly mention Charlemagne's ability to read. So, while it is possible that he could, it remains a bit of a mystery. Now, during the reign of Pepin, there are only occasional references to Charlemagne in the Frankish annals. By 751 or 52, Pepin had deposed Childeric and replaced him as king. Early Carolingian-influenced sources claim that Pepin's seizure of the throne was sanctioned beforehand by Pope Stephen II, but modern historians somewhat dispute this for the most part. It is likely, however, that papal approval came only when Stephen travelled to Francia in 754, apparently to request Pepin's aid against the Lombards. And on this trip, he anointed Pepin as king, thus legitimizing his rule. Charlemagne, along with his brother Carloman, was anointed along with their father during this event, and at the same time, or around there so, Pepin sidelined his son Drogo, sending him and his brother away to a monastery. Charlemagne began issuing charters in his own name in 760, and joined his father's campaign against Aquitaine in the following year. After Pepin's death in 768, Charlemagne and Carloman succeeded their fathers as joint rulers. They had separate coronations, and while they maintained separate palaces and spheres of influence, they were considered joint rulers of the Frankish kingdom. The immediate concern for the brothers was the ongoing rebellion in Aquitaine, which Charlemagne ultimately subdued after Carloman withdrew from the campaign. Now, Carloman's refusal to participate in the war against Aquitaine caused a pretty large rift between the brothers, quite a conflict of interest. And while the reasons for Carloman's abandonment of the campaign are a bit of a mystery, it probably stemmed from disagreements over territorial control, or perhaps Carlemagne's focus on securing his rule in the northern part of Francia. Well, whichever way it was, despite their differences, Charlemagne and Carloman maintained a joint rule for practical reasons mainly, and they sought support from the clergy and local elites to further solidify their positions. Which brings us to 771, where Carloman suddenly passed away, and this of course left Charlemagne as the sole king of the Franks. while Charlemagne moved quickly to secure his brother's territory, forcing Carloman's widow and children to flee to Desiderius's court in Lombardy. In response, Charlemagne ended his marriage to Desiderius's daughter and got a new wife, Hildegard, the daughter of Count Gerold, to strengthen his hold on Carloman's kingdom and gain support from Gerold himself. Now, Charlemagne's first campaign as the sole king of the Franks was against the Saxons on the eastern frontier. The Saxons had been raiding the Frankish border, prompting Charlemagne to respond by destroying the pagan shrine at Eresburg and seizing their treasures. This victory not only enhanced Charlemagne's reputation, but it also provided desperately needed funds for further military actions, and it marked the beginning of over 30 years of continuous warfare against the Saxons. In 722, Pope Adrian I sought Charlemagne's support in recovering territories captured by Desiderius, the Lombard king. Concerned about the presence of Carloman's sons in the Lombard court, Charlemagne gathered his forces to intervene, and despite attempts at diplomacy, including offering gold to Desiderius, Charlemagne's army crossed the Alps to besiege Pavia, the Lombard capital, in late 773. During the siege, Charlemagne's wife Hildegard gave birth to a daughter, Adelaide. Charlemagne left part of his army under the command of his uncle Bernard to continue the siege while he captured Verona, where Desiderius's son had taken Carloman's sons captive. However, the fate of Carloman's sons and wife remains unknown, another mystery that we've yet to figure out. Well, after celebrating Easter in Rome in April 774, the break was over, and Charlemagne continued the siege at Pavia. And he got a little bit lucky, because disease had actually struck the besieged Lombards. Tends to happen when you're all crowded in so close together, and it led to their surrender by June. Charlemagne then deposed Desiderius and proclaimed himself the king of the Lombards. The subsequent annexation of the Lombard kingdom by Charlemagne was unprecedented, but he was able to secure support from Lombard nobles and urban elites, which made the takeover mostly peaceful. Desiderius and his family were confined to a monastery for the rest of their lives. How boring. And Charlemagne returned to Francia with the Lombard royal treasury. In Charlemagne's absence in Italy, the Saxons took advantage and raided the Frankish borderlands. Well, they weren't going to stand for that. So in response, the Franks launched a counter-raid in the autumn of 774 and initiated a full campaign against the Saxons in 775. Charlemagne was then compelled to return to Italy when Duke Hrogord of Friuli rebelled against him. Charlemagne swiftly crushed this rebellion, redistributing Hrogord's lands to Franks to solidify his rule in Lombardy. He then spent the winter in Italy, issuing charters and legislations to further consolidate his power, as well as taking a few Lombard hostages for good measure. Amidst these campaigns, his other daughter, Rotrud, was born back in Francia. Upon returning to the north, Charlemagne conducted another campaign against the Saxons in 776, resulting in the submission of many Saxons who surrendered captives, lands, and converted to Christianity. In the following year of 777, Charlemagne convened an assembly at Paderborn, attended by the Frankish and Saxon representatives. Many of the Saxons in attendance pledged allegiance to Charlemagne, but the Saxon leader Widukind fled to Denmark to prepare for a brand new rebellion. During the Paderborn assembly, Charlemagne also received representatives from Al-Andalus, or Muslim Spain. They sought Charlemagne's support for the restoration of Yusuf ibn Ad al-Rahman al-Fihri, the ousted governor of Cordoba. Sorry about that. The Islamic names are a little difficult. Additionally, Suleiman al-Arabi, governor of Barcelona and Girona, expressed his desire to join the Frankish kingdom and seek Charlemagne's protection against Cordoban rule. Seeking an opportunity to strengthen his southern frontier and expand influence further, Charlemagne agreed to intervene. Crossing the Pyrenees, Charlemagne's army encountered very little resistance, until they faced an ambush by Basque forces at the Battle of Roncevaux Pass in 778. The Franks suffered defeat in the battle and withdrew from the campaign, albeit with most of their army intact. Upon his return to Francia, Charlemagne was greeted by the birth of his twin sons, Louis and Lothair, born while he was away in Spain. Tragically, Lothair passed away in infancy. Meanwhile, the Saxons had taken advantage of Charlemagne's absence to once again launch another raid. In response, Charlemagne dispatched an army to Saxony in 779, while he addressed domestic matters such as holding assemblies, legislating, and a rather pressing famine in Francia. During this time, Hildegard gave birth to another daughter, Bertha. Charlemagne's certainly attacking on all fronts, isn't he? Now, he himself returned to Saxony in 780, overseeing assemblies where he received hostages from Saxon nobles and supervised their baptisms. In the spring of 781, Charlemagne and Hildegard traveled with their younger children to Rome, fulfilling a request made by Pope Adrian in 775. During their visit, Adrian baptized Carloman, Charlemagne's son from Hildegard, and renamed him Pepin. Louis and the newly named Pepin were anointed and crowned, with Pepin appointed as King of the Lombards and Louis as King of Aquitaine. Both young kings were sent to reside in their respective kingdoms under the guidance of regents and advisors. Now, during this trip, Hildegard, guess what, gave birth to her 8th child, Gisela. Tragically, upon the family's return to Francia, Hildegard passed away, mainly due to complications from childbirth, followed shortly by her newborn daughter. Charlemagne arranged for epitaphs for both his wife and daughter, and ensured that daily masses were held at Hildegard's tomb. Shortly after, his mum, Bertrada, also passed away. By the end of the year, Charlemagne remarried to Fastrada, the daughter of the East Frankish Count Radolf, so he can't have been too upset about it. Well, in the summer of 782, Widukind returned from Denmark and launched an attack on the Frankish positions in Saxony, managing to defeat a Frankish army, possibly due to internal rivalry among the Frankish counts that were leading it. Upon learning of this defeat, Charlemagne hurried to Verden, but Widukind had already fled before his arrival. Charlemagne then summoned the Saxon magnates to an assembly and compelled them to surrender prisoners to him, viewing their previous actions as treachery. The annals report that Charlemagne ordered the execution of 4,500 Saxon prisoners in what is known as the Massacre of Verden. He shed the blood of the Saxon men. While the exact number might be exaggerated, historians do agree on the basic truth of the event, with some regarding it as a significant stain on Charlemagne's reputation. Now, in the aftermath of this massacre, Charlemagne issued the Capitulatio de Partibus Saxoniae legal code, which included harsh laws penalizing pagan practices with death. Can't get more harsh than that, can't you? This legal code aimed at forcibly converting Saxons to Christianity, but also suppressing their cultural identity. And it certainly seemed to do its intended purpose. For the next several years, Charlemagne focused on completing the subjugation of the Saxons. He concentrated his efforts in Westphalia in 783 and pushed into Thuringia in 784, while his son, Charles the Younger, continued operations in the west. Throughout these campaigns, the Frankish armies seized wealth and enslaved Saxon captives. Notably, Charlemagne continued campaigning through the winter months instead of resting his army. By 785, Charlemagne had effectively subdued Saxon resistance and gained full control of Westphalia. And in the summer of that year, he met once again with Widukind and persuaded him to surrender. He also convinced him to get baptized with Charlemagne as his godfather. And with that, it marked the end of the last phase of the Saxon Wars. Well, almost. In 786, Charlemagne travelled to Italy with the aim of extending his influence further into the south. Upon his arrival, he marched into the Duchy of Benevento, where Duke Arecus initially fled to a fortified position at Salerno, before eventually offering Charlemagne his fealty. Charlemagne accepted the submission, along with hostages, including Arecus's son, Grimoald. During his time in Italy, Charlemagne also met with envoys from Constantinople. However, Empress Irene's exclusion of Charlemagne and Frankish bishops from the 787 Second Council of Nicaea led to Charlemagne breaking the betrothal between his daughter Rotrude and Constantine VI. Following Charlemagne's departure from Italy, Duke Arecus sent envoys to Empress Irene to promise an allegiance against the Franks. However, before finalizing his plans, both Arecus and his elder son Romuald died of illness, within weeks of each other. It's pretty convenient, don't you think? Well, Charlemagne then sent Grimoald back to Benevento to serve as a duke and return it to Frankish suzerainty. Although a Byzantine army invaded Lombardy as part of the planned alliance, they were repulsed by the combined forces of the Franks and Lombards. Meanwhile, Charlemagne turned his attention to Bavaria, ruled by his first cousin, Duke Tassilo. Tensions between the two rulers escalated, leading to Charlemagne's invasion of Bavaria in 787. Tassilo ultimately surrendered and recognized Charlemagne as his overlord. However, in the following year of 788, Tassilo was accused of plotting with the Avars against Charlemagne, and was subsequently deposed and sent to a monastery. Charlemagne spent the following years consolidating his rule in Bavaria and warring against the Avars. In 789 he granted rule over Maine and Neustria to his son, Charles the Younger, leaving his other son, Pepin the Hunchback, very unfortunate title, without any lands at all. Well, Pepin's marginalization in the succession led to a failed conspiracy in 792, where he attempted to assassinate Charlemagne and his brothers. The plot was discovered, and then Pepin got sent to a monastery as well. And this monastery must be getting pretty full. During the early 790s, Charlemagne focused on mainly ecclesiastical affairs, convening councils at Regensburg in 792 and Frankfurt in 794 to address theological controversies and enact reforms. Following the council at Frankfurt, Charlemagne's wife, Fastrada, fell ill and passed away, leading him to simply just find another wife, and he married Luitgard shortly after. During the 790s, Charlemagne intensified his efforts to subdue the ongoing Saxon resistance, launching a series of annual campaigns that lasted until 799. These campaigns were characterized by their brutality, with Charlemagne's forces systematically devastating Saxon lands and forcibly relocating many Saxons to Francia, where Frankish elites and soldiers were installed in their place. The prolonged conflict prompted Charlemagne to establish his court at Aachen, strategically located near the frontier. At Aachen he constructed a grand palace, including a chapel that would eventually become part of the Aachen Cathedral. It was during this period that Einhard, that aforementioned scholar and biographer, joined Charlemagne's court. Meanwhile, in the south, Pepin of Italy continued to engage in warfare against the Avars, contributing to the collapse of their kingdom and the expansion of the Frankish rule eastward. In addition to military campaigns, Charlemagne pursued diplomatic efforts to expand his influence further, particularly in the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of Britain. Although negotiations for a marriage alliance between Charles the Younger and the daughter of King Offa of Mercia failed due to Offa's insistence on reciprocal marriages, Charlemagne and Offa did manage to establish a formal peace treaty in 796. This treaty safeguarded trade and ensured the rights of English pilgrims traveling through Francia to Rome. Charlemagne also provided refuge and support to deposed English rulers, including Egbert of Kent, Egbert of Wessex and Eardwulf of Northumbria, treating the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms as quasi-satellite states and establishing direct relations with English bishops. Additionally, Charlemagne formed an alliance with Alfonso II of Asturias, although Einhard characterized Alfonso as being dependent on Charlemagne. In 795, Leo III became pope and faced more than a little bit of political opposition from his accession. In 799, his adversaries accused him of various offences and attempted to physically harm him by gouging out his eyes and cutting out his tongue. That'll do it. Leo managed to escape and sought refuge in the north, eventually reaching Charlemagne's court to seek assistance. Charlemagne, who was engaged in his campaign against the Saxons at the time, interrupted his military operations to meet with Leo at Paderborn in September. After hearing from both the Pope and his accusers, Charlemagne decided to send Leo back to Rome with loyal legates to reinstate him as Pope and conduct further investigations into the allegations. Charlemagne himself did not immediately travel to Rome, but he made plans to do so after completing an extensive tour of his Neustrian lands. Finally, in November, near Mentiana, Charlemagne convened an assembly to examine the charges against Leo. However, instead of passing judgment on the Pope, Charlemagne allowed Leo to swear an oath of innocence on December 23rd. The oath was accepted, and on the 25th of the year 800, during a Mass in St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, Pope Leo III unexpectedly proclaimed Charlemagne as emperor and crowned him. Merry Christmas. This coronation marked Charlemagne as the first reigning emperor in the West since the deposition of Romulus Augustulus in 476. So it was a very big deal. And concurrently, Charlemagne's son, Charles the Younger, was anointed as king by Leo at the same time, so all around, the family is making victories wherever you look. Now, historians have debated the intentions behind the imperial coronation. Charlemagne's level of awareness or involvement in its planning is also up for debate, and its significance at both the time and for Charlemagne's reign. Some contemporary sources suggest that Charlemagne may have been somewhat surprised by the coronation, while others argue that it was a carefully orchestrated event, planned entirely by Charlemagne himself. Either way, the coronation had profound implications for the relationship between the Frankish kingdom and the papacy, but also for the concept of imperial authority in the Christian West. The significance of the Roman Empire in European politics during the time of Leo III and Charlemagne cannot be overstated, particularly in Italy, where the Byzantine Empire held considerable territory. Irene's ascent to the throne in Constantinople in 797, as the first reigning Byzantine empress, faced opposition due to both her gender and her method of accession, having deposed her blinded son, Constantine VI. I bet he didn't see that coming. The presence of a female ruler in Constantinople was seen by some contemporary sources, like the Annals of Loge, as a justification for Leo III to crown Charlemagne as emperor. However, this assertion is also debated, with some arguing that the coronation was not directly related to Irene's reign. Now, the decision of Charlemagne to assume the imperial title had various implications. Some argue that it was aimed at incorporating the Saxons into the Frankish realm, while others just say it was intended to enhance Charlemagne's influence in Italy by appealing to the traditional authority recognized by Italian elites. Either way, becoming emperor gave Charlemagne the right to impose his rule over Italy, but it also posed political and military risks, including the opposition from the Byzantine Empire and potential backlash from the Frankish elite. Certainly a big sword in Charlemagne's hand, but a massive target on his back. Well, either way, the coronation led to a long-standing ideological conflict with Constantinople, as it challenged the Byzantine emperor's claim to universal Christian rulership. While Charlemagne may have viewed his role more narrowly as dominion over the lands he ruled, the imperial title bestowed upon him enhanced his prestige and ideological authority. His careful formulation of his titles in official documents, avoiding direct claim to Roman emperorship, may have been a sort of underhanded way of improving relations with the Byzantine, but while also asserting his authority over the Roman Empire in the West. After his departure from Italy in the summer of 801, he shifted towards a more sedentary style of rule from Aachen, marking a distinct phase in his reign. While conflicts persisted, particularly on the frontiers, this relative peace of this period allowed for increased attention to internal governance. The Franks shifted their military focus toward defending and securing the empire's borders, with Charlemagne himself rarely leading armies personally. One significant expansion during this time was the enlargement of the Spanish March counties, achieved through campaigns led by Louis against the Emirate of Cordoba, culminating in the capture of Barcelona in 801. In terms of legislation, the Capitulare Missorum Generale, issued in 802, was a comprehensive piece of legislation aimed at governing the conduct of royal officials and assuring loyalty from all free men to Charlemagne. It reformed the institution of missi dominici, who were now assigned in pairs to administer justice and oversee governance in specific territories. Additionally, Charlemagne ordered the revision of Lombard and Frankish law codes. He also delegated authority to his sons as sub-kings, with Pepin and Louis having devolved authority as kings in Italy and Aquitaine respectively. However, Charlemagne retained ultimate authority and intervened directly in matters when necessary. Charles, the eldest son, was given rule over Francia proper, Saxony, Nordgau, and parts of Alemannia. Pepin and Louis were confined in their kingdoms and granted additional territories. Now, following his coronation, Charlemagne sought recognition of his imperial title from Constantinople, initiating diplomatic exchanges with Empress Irene. However, Irene's subsequent deposition and replacement by Nikephoros I led to tension between the two empires. particularly over control of the Adriatic Sea. Charlemagne eventually sent envoys to Constantinople in 810 to attempt to negotiate peace, relinquishing his claims to Veneto. Despite Nicephorus's death in battle before the envoys could leave Constantinople, his successor, Michael I, confirmed the peace and recognized Charlemagne as emperor and basileus. This acknowledgement prompted Charlemagne to issue the first Frankish coins that specifically mentioned his imperial title. Additionally, Charlemagne established diplomatic ties with the Abbasid Caliph, Harun al-Rashid, in the 790s, particularly due to their mutual interests in Spain. Harun presented Charlemagne with an elephant named Abul Abbas as a gesture of friendship. Although the Byzantines initially maintained cordial relations with the Abbasids, Charlemagne's outreach to Harun contributed to strained relations between the Frankish Empire and Constantinople. His involvement in religious matters extended to a dispute over the recitation of the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed. This disagreement arose when Frankish monks in Bethlehem were accused of heresy for using the Philoke form of the creed, which asserted that the Holy Spirit proceeded from the Father and the Son. Charlemagne convened a council at Aachen in 809 to defend the use of the Filioque, leading to a compromise with Pope Leo III, who consented to the Franks maintaining their tradition, while affirming that the canonical creed did not include Filioque. Leo commissioned 2 silver shields with the creed in Latin and Greek, omitting Filioque, which were hung in St. Peter's Basilica. Scandinavia came into contact with the Frankish world primarily through Charlemagne's prolonged conflicts with the Saxons. Raids by Danes on Charlemagne's territories commenced around the year 800. In 804, Charlemagne conducted his final campaign in Saxony, seizing control of the territory east of the Elbe and resettling it with his Obertrite allies. During this campaign, King Gudfred of Denmark, concerned about the expansion of Frankish influence, proposed peace talks with Charlemagne to potentially hand over Saxon refugees. But these negotiations did not succeed, and we don't know why. We simply just know that they didn't happen. The northern frontier remained relatively calm until 808, when Gudfred, along with allied Slavic tribes, launched an incursion into Obertrite lands, extracting tribute from significant portions of the territory. Charles the Younger led a Frankish army in response, targeting some of Gudfred's Slavic allies. Gudfred attempted diplomatic overtures again in 809, but peace was not achieved. Later on in 810, Danish pirates raided Frisia, although their connection to Gudfred remains a little uncertain. In response, Charlemagne dispatched an army to secure Frisia, while leading a force against Gudfred himself, who had reportedly challenged Charlemagne to battle. However, before Charlemagne's arrival, Gudfred was assassinated by 2 of his own men, nonetheless. Well, following Gudfred's death, his nephew and successor, Hemming, promptly sought peace, leading to a final settlement negotiated by Charlemagne's cousin Wala in 811. While the Danes did not pose a significant threat for the remainder of Charlemagne's reign, The consequences of these conflicts, along with Charlemagne's earlier expansions in Saxony, contributed to the conditions that would later fuel the intense Viking raids across Europe in the 9th century. And yes, I'll get to them eventually, don't worry. Now, the Carolingian dynasty faced multiple losses in the years of 810 and 811, with Charlemagne experiencing the deaths of his sister Gisela, his daughter Rotrud, and his sons Pepin the Hunchback, Pepin of Italy, and Charles the Younger. These losses disrupted Charlemagne's earlier plans for succession, leading him to declare Pepin of Italy's son Bernard as ruler of Italy, and designating his only surviving son Louis as heir to the entire empire. To ensure the orderly transfer of power, Charlemagne completed a new will detailing the disposition of his property, including bequests to the church and all of his children and grandchildren. Now Einhard, possibly drawing on literary conventions from works like Suetonius's The 12 Caesars, recounts that Charlemagne interpreted the deaths of his family members, along with an accident he suffered falling off a horse, celestial phenomena, and structural collapses in his palace, as omens of his impending death. Nevertheless, he continued to govern, and quite energetically, in his final year, convening bishops for ecclesiastical councils and ultimately organizing a large assembly at Aachen. In this assembly, held on the 11th of September 813, Charlemagne formally crowned Louis as his co-emperor, and Bernard as king. It was from here that Charlemagne's health began to decline, around the autumn of 813, and he spent his last months engaged in prayer, fasting, and studying the Gospels. He ultimately succumbed to pleurisy and became bedridden for several days before passing away on the morning of the 28th of January 814. Now, according to a biographer of Louis, namely Thegan, Charlemagne's last words were a quote from the book of Luke 23:46. "Into your hands, Lord, I commend my spirit." His body was prepared and buried in the chapel at Aachen on the same day by his daughters and palace officials. Louis arrived at Aachen 30 days after his father's death to assume control of the palace and the empire, which formally marked his accession. Charlemagne's remains were later exhumed and reinterred into a new casket by the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa in 1165, and then again finally laid to rest in 1215 by Frederick II. Founded by Saint Dominic in the year 1216, the Dominican Order, officially known as the Order of Preachers, OP for short, it emerged as a response to the need for informed preaching against heresy and the salvation of souls. Characterized by their commitment to scholarship, education, and theological innovation, the Dominicans played a crucial role in the intellectual life of the Church, contributing significantly to the development of medieval theology and philosophy. The order's emphasis on poverty, preaching, and communal life underpinned its rapid growth all across Europe, where it established famous universities and became very influential in ecclesiastical and secular affairs. Hello there, welcome to the channel. Are you new here? If you are, good to meet you. And if you are coming back, it's great to have you back here again for another video. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, we're trying to hit 6,000 subscribers, so a like, comment and subscribe would definitely help us get there. Now, without further ado, please make yourself relaxed, and we can learn all about the Dominican order. Let's go back to medieval times together, shall we? Dominic, a man deeply committed to his faith, took the decisive step of establishing the Dominican order in the year 1215. But the true groundwork for this monumental endeavor was laid earlier, in the year 1214, when Dominic founded a religious community in Toulouse, France. The community was to operate under the guidance of the teachings of Saint Augustine, with a set of rules and statutes, including the primitive constitution, to regulate the lives of its members. At its core, Dominic envisioned this order as serving two fundamental purposes. One, preaching the gospel, and two, aiding in the salvation of souls. The influence of Dominic's vision extended beyond his immediate community. Henri Dominique Lacordaire, a scholar of the order's history, pointed out striking similarities between Dominic's statutes and the reformist principles of the Premonstratensians, suggesting that Dominic drew inspiration from these earlier movements. Dominic's initiatives gained official recognition in the July of the year 1215, when Bishop Folquez of Toulouse sanctioned his followers into an institutionalized form of religious life. This marked a significant departure from traditional pastoral practices within the Catholic Church. Now, Dominic's priests, his team of soldiers for God, if it will, were well educated in matters of theology, and they were to be organized and focused on the revolutionary task of preaching to the masses. Basically, go forth and spread the word. Dominic understood the necessity of a structured framework to guide their endeavors, and found that the rule of Saint Augustine to be a fitting choice, given its emphasis on preaching for the salvation of souls. If you want to know more about St. Augustine, check out the biographies playlist. I did an hour-long video on him. Quite interesting. Now, by adopting this rule, Dominic's followers positioned themselves as canons regular, distinct from the traditional monastic model. This designation allowed them to engage in active ministry while embracing a life of individual poverty. The formal approval of the Order of Preachers, remember that's the other name for the Dominican order, came in December 1216 and January 1217 through papal bulls issued by Pope Honorius III, granting them the universal authority to preach, a privilege previously limited to local bishops. Central to the identity of the Dominican order was its commitment to study, and I don't just mean a few hours once every Tuesday and Thursday night. No, they were serious. They wanted to build a kind of ecclesiastical, intellectual aristocracy, but without all the coin. Dominic firmly believed that effective preaching required a profound understanding of theology and scripture, and he made sure that anybody who was going out to do this task really knew their stuff. In August of 1217, he dispatched 7 of his finest followers to establish a priory in Paris, focused on scholarly pursuits and preaching. This marked the beginning of the order's tradition of establishing centers of learning across Europe, with additional foundations in Bologna, Valencia, Montpellier, and even as far as Oxford in England. Despite their primary focus on preaching and study, the Dominicans found themselves confronting new challenges with the advent of the Renaissance. While some members, like Dominici and Savonarola, resisted the secular influences of the age, others, like Francesco Colonna and Matteo Bandello, engaged with humanistic endeavors. Similarly, Dominican friars like Fra Angelico and Fra Bartolomeo made significant contributions to the artistic achievements of the Renaissance period. Dominic's vision for the Dominican order extended beyond the realm of male brethren. By 1227, he and his followers had established female Dominican houses, such as the one at Brolay and other locations. These houses, dedicated to the religious lives of women, quickly gained popularity across Europe, and by the 14th century, there were a staggering 157 nunneries affiliated with the order. 157 of them. Well, these nunneries were scattered throughout Europe, in countries like Italy, France, Spain, Germany, Bohemia, Hungary, and Poland. Now, in particular, in Germany, many of these houses had previously been inhabited by communities of women known as beguines. Upon encountering the teachings of the Dominican friars, these communities embraced the Dominican way of life, contributing to the rapid expansion of the female Dominican houses. Over time, several of these houses evolved into centers of study and mystical spirituality, producing notable works like the Sister Books. In regions beyond Germany, convents were often established as havens for women of the upper classes who were seeking refuge from the world. These projects were typically funded by wealthy patrons, such as the Countess Margaret of Flanders and Adelaide of Burgundy, who founded the monastery of Lille and Val Duchesse at Orgadem near Brussels, respectively. Unlike their male counterparts, female Dominican houses operated under very strict enclosure. The nuns within these houses adhered to the divine office and observed monastic rituals. They lived under the authority of the orders general and provincial chapters, and enjoyed the same privileges as their male counterparts. The friars offered spiritual guidance, serving as confessors, priests, teachers, and mentors to the sisters. Women could join the Dominican religious life as young as the age of 13. The profession of these nuns, outlined in the work Constitutions of Montargis Priory, involved pledging obedience to God, the Blessed Virgin, their priories, and the Order's Institute, in accordance with the rule of St. Augustine. Their attire consisted of a white tunic and scapular, a leather belt, a black mantle, and a black veil. You know, you've seen it before. The penguin outfit. Candidates underwent rigorous questioning and intellectual testing before being admitted, however. It wasn't the fact that you would just show up and they would let you in. You had to prove that you had at least a pretty solid base knowledge of what you were getting into. And you had to be somewhat morally sound. Not perfect, because no one is, but at least willing to take on the role of a nun in a serious capacity. In addition to their spiritual duties, the nuns engaged in intellectual pursuits, such as reading and discussing religious texts. Some, like those at Strasbourg Monastery of St. Margaret, even conversed fluently in Latin. Learning held a significant place in their lives, reflecting a broader commitment to scholarship within the Dominican tradition. The establishment of the English and Hungarian provinces within the Dominican order traces back to the pivotal Second General Chapter held in Bologna during the spring of 1221. Under the leadership of Dominic, 12 friars were dispatched to England, guided by their English prior, Gilbert of Fresnay. Landing in Dover on August 5, 1221, these friars laid the groundwork for what would become the English province, officially recognized at its first provincial chapter in the year 1230, some 9 years after the landing. The English province operated within the broader framework of the International Dominican Order, drawing upon its laws, direction, and instructions. However, it also maintained its distinct English identity. The leadership was English, and the members of the province resided and worked within typical English communities, interacting with both European and local influences. The first Dominican site was established at Oxford, where the friars constructed an oratory dedicated to the Blessed Virgin Mary. By 1265, they had initiated the development of a school, reflecting their commitment to scholarly pursuits. Although limited information exists about the schools of the English province, records from visitations provide insights into their curriculum. Dominican students were typically required to study grammar, logic, natural philosophy, and of course theology, which held the particular importance. Dartford Priory, founded later than other monastic institutions in England, followed the model of European monasteries, particularly those in France and Germany. The first nuns at Dartford were sent from the Priory of Poissy in France. Even as the dissolution of the monasteries loomed, Dartford Priory maintained its commitment to strict discipline and simple living. And yes, I will be doing a full video on the dissolution of the monasteries. Bartholomew de las Casas, a settler in the New World during the era of Spanish colonization, was deeply moved by the atrocities inflicted upon the Native Americans by his fellow colonists. His first-hand witnesses of their brutal torture and genocide spurred him into advocacy for the rights of indigenous people. Las Casas gained renown for his meticulous descriptions of Native American cultures, particularly those in the Caribbean region, making him a very famous member of the order, certainly breaking from a little bit of tradition. Here's another one, Gaspar de Cruz, active across the Portuguese colonial empire in Asia during the 16th century, holds the distinction of being the first Christian missionary to preach in Cambodia, albeit rather unsuccessfully. He also attempted missionary work in Guangzhou, China, though he had similar outcomes. Upon his return to Portugal, Gaspar de Cruz became the first European to publish a book solely dedicated to China in 1569. So you can see how even just these two characters are certainly leaving an interesting legacy for the Dominican order. Now, on to the onset of the 16th century, which brought its own significant challenges, particularly with the advent of the Reformation. The spread of Protestantism resulted in the loss of 6 or 7 provinces in the numerous convents. However, the discovery of the New World, well, that provided a new frontier for the Dominican order's activities. The 18th century witnessed several reform attempts within the order, albeit accompanied by a decline in membership. The upheavals of the French Revolution also dealt a severe blow to the order in France, leading to the dissolution or decline of many provinces. Despite all these challenges, the 19th century saw a steady number of Dominican friars, with figures never dropping below 3,500. By 1910, the order boasted over 4,000 members actively engaged in various activities. A significant revival moment occurred in France, spearheaded by figures like Jean-Baptiste Henri Lacordaire. The French province of the order was formally established in 1850, giving rise to a succession of prominent preachers and scholars. Now, during this period, the Dominican order's doctrinal development flourished, with various institutions contributing to its intellectual pursuits. The establishment of schools and publications, such as the École biblique and archéologie française de Jerusalem, I believe it's study of biblical archaeology of Jerusalem. My French isn't so good. Now, that played a pivotal role in advancing biblical research and theological studies, and indeed the birth of archaeology was effectively a confirmation bias movement surrounded around the Old Testament. That's why everybody went to Egypt. They were looking for remnants of the people Moses led through the desert and all those Old Testament stories. Now, despite facing challenges during the Protestant Reformation, many Dominican convents managed to survive, and some of them even thrived. St. Ursula's in Augsburg, for example, founded numerous new houses during the upheaval. In the 19th century, after Napoleon's closure of the European convents, King Louis I of Bavaria restored religious orders of women within his realm, leading to the establishment of several third-order regular congregations of Dominican sisters. So it wasn't just like they had nowhere to go. Furthermore, the influence of the Dominican order extended beyond the Catholic Church, influencing the formation of other orders, such as the Anglican order of preachers within the Anglican Communion. That's the English side of things. Now, these orders, while inspired by the Dominican tradition and taking a lot of inspiration from it, certainly operated with their own distinct structures and also affiliations. Now, that's how it ended up, but let's rewind it a little bit. During the 13th and 14th centuries, in a period known as the Pax Mongolica, the Mongolian Peace, which brought relative peace and stability to vast regions of Europe and Asia, facilitated a movement of missionaries from the west to the east. Dominican friars, empowered by this newfound ease of travel, began spreading the gospel in lands they'd never even dreamed of. As early as the year 1225, Dominican friars were active on the Volga steppes, following the establishment of the Kipchak Khanate by Batu Khan. Pope Gregory IX furthered these efforts by dispatching missionaries to Persia and Armenia in 1240. Among the notable Dominicans engaged in these missions was Jordanus de Severac, who journeyed to Persia and later to India in 1321. His writings, including 2 letters to the friars of Armenia and a book titled Mirabilia, The Wonders of the East, provide valuable insights into his work and observations. And it's often overlooked because we have other characters like Marco Polo and Ibn Battuta who take up all of the cultural shelf space. But it's certainly worth a read. Go and have a look at his book, Wonders of the East, if you can find it. Ricold of Montecros, another Dominican missionary, traveled extensively in Syria and Persia during this period. His journeys took him from Acre to Tabriz and Baghdad, where he engaged in many theological debates with Nestorian Christians. Despite the challenges posed by the growing influence of Islam, Ricold and other missionaries persisted in their efforts to spread Christianity throughout the region. However, their endeavors were eventually thwarted with the expulsion of all Christian missionaries following the death of Timur in 1405. Well, by the 1850s, the Dominican order had gained a significant presence in the Philippines, boasting 500,000 followers and establishing thriving missions in the Chinese province of Fujian and even in Tonkin, Vietnam. These missions saw thousands of baptisms each year, contributing to the spread of Christianity in the region. Of course, if you've watched my video on the Taiping Rebellion, you'll know that this isn't always a good thing, especially when it results in the death of 30 million people because one lad had misinterpreted scripture and thought he was Jesus' brother and started a rebellion. But go look up the video on that Chinese history playlist. Well, yes, they saw so many thousands of baptisms and support each year, and the influence of Christianity was spreading for better or worse. Moreover, the Dominicans played a key role in promoting education in the Philippines, exemplified by the establishment of Colegio de San Juan in Letran, which became a leading educational institution of the country. Are you wondering why so many Filipinos are Christians to this very day? Well, that's because of the Dominicans. Now, let's talk a little bit about the general structure of how the order was composed. Who are the people, and what do they do? You know what I mean. Well, the order of preachers, comprising friars, nuns, and third orders, along with priestly fraternities of St. Dominic, Dominican laity, and Dominican youths, collectively form the Dominican family. At the helm of the order of preachers stands the general chapter, the highest authority empowered to develop legislation governing all branches of the Dominican umbrella and enforce it. Comprising these two bodies, the chapter of provincials and the chapter of divinators, the structure is unique within the Catholic Church. The provincials consist of the superiors of individual Dominican provinces, while the divinators are grassroots representatives from each province, ensuring balanced representation and efficient governance. The enactment of new legislation within the order requires approval from 3 successive general chapter meetings, ensuring stability and consensus. The first general chapters were convened at Pentecost in 1220 and 1221, marking the beginning of this institutional tradition. Recent general chapters have been held in various locations worldwide, including Bologna, Krakow, and Rome, each serving to articulate the mission mandates of the order and address matters of importance. The general chapter also elects the master of the order, who wields broad and direct authority over every other member, convent, province, nun, and monastery. This office, envisioned by Dominic himself in the early days as one of service to the community, holds significant responsibility. The master is elected for a 9-year term and is supported by the general curia of the order, with authority subjected only to the general chapter. Together with the chapter, the master assigns memberships, appoints or removes superiors, and makes decisions for the general welfare of the order. Dominican nuns trace their roots back to the very origins of the order itself, predating the establishment of the friars themselves by Dominic. These devoted women lead a contemplative life within the cloister, celebrating their 800th anniversary in 2006, and that's quite a legacy. Some of their monasteries support themselves by crafting religious articles like priestly vestments, or even baking communion wafers. Friars, on the other hand, encompass the male members of the order, including ordained priests and non-ordained corporator brothers, engaging in a diverse array of ministries such as preaching, parish assignments, education, and social work. Both priests and cooperators actively contribute to the overall Dominican mission. The life of a Dominican is structured around 4 pillars: prayer, study, community, and preaching, forming the essence of the order's mission. Renowned for their intellectual rigor, Dominicans employ scholarly insights to inform their preaching and engage in academic discourse with contemporaries. Prior to taking final vows, members undergo a significant period of academic study, underscoring the importance of intellectual engagement within the order. Of course, since its inception, women have been a part of this, but distinct active congregations of Dominican sisters, as we recognize them today, emerged primarily in the 19th century and beyond. The origins can be traced back to the Dominican nuns and communities of lay women tertiaries, who lived in their homes and gathered for prayer and study together. Among these, the Mantellates associated with St. Dominic's Church in Siena, which counted Catherine of Siena among its members, were particularly renowned. In the 17th century, some European Dominican monasteries, like St. Ursula's in Augsburg, temporarily abandoned their enclosed lifestyle to engage in teaching, nursing, and other charitable works. However, any daughter houses they established operated independently. By the 19th century, responding to heightened missionary fervor, monasteries were tasked with sending groups of women to establish schools and medical clinics worldwide. Large numbers of Catholic women traveled to regions like Africa, the Americas, and the East to educate and support new communities of Catholics, both settlers and converts. Given the vast distances involved, these groups needed to be self-governing, leading to the establishment of new self-governing congregations in adjacent mission areas to better meet pastoral needs. Following the 19th century growth, another surge in membership was in the 1950s, and there are currently 24,600 sisters belonging to 150 Dominican religious congregations spread across 109 countries affiliated with Dominican Sisters International. Similar to the friars, Dominican sisters adhere to 4 core values, known as the four pillars of Dominican life, that being community life, common prayer, study, and service. The founder, Dominic, termed this fourfold pattern of life holy preaching. Notably, the renowned artist Henri Matisse was deeply moved by the care he received from the Dominican sisters, leading him to collaborate on the design and interior decoration of their Chapelle du Sainte-Marie du Rosaire in Vence, France. The priestly fraternities of St. Dominic are composed of diocesan priests who are formally affiliated with and considered the true members of the Dominican order. These priests adhere to a rule of life that they profess, and they strive for evangelical perfection under the overall guidance of the Dominican friars. The origins of the priestly fraternities can be traced back to the Dominican Third Order Secular, which historically included both priests and laypersons as members. However, the priestly fraternities now exist as a distinct association from the laity, with their own unique rule to follow. Despite this separation, they continue to be guided by the Dominican order in embracing the spirituality of St. Dominic within the specific context of the diocesan priesthood. In addition to the grace conferred by the sacrament of holy orders, which enables them to carry out the sacred ministry effectively, members of the priestly fraternities also receive spiritual support from their affiliation with the Dominican family. By professing the rule of the fraternities, they become part of the Dominican tradition and share in the grace and mission of the order. While the Dominican order provides them with spiritual assistance and directs them towards their own sanctification, members of the priestly fraternities remain under the jurisdiction of their local bishop, allowing them to fully serve the needs of the local church. This balance allows them to integrate their Dominican spirituality with their ministry within the diocese. Lay Dominicans, also known as the Dominican laity, are governed by their own rule, the rule of the lay fraternities of St. Dominic, which was promulgated by the Master in 1987, so quite recent. This rule is the 5th in a series, with the first being issued in 1285. In addition to the rule, the lay Dominicans are guided by the fundamental constitution of the Dominican laity, along with general directories and statutes provided by their respective provinces. According to their fundamental constitution, lay Dominicans have a distinctive character in both their spirituality and their service to God and neighbor. As members of the Dominican order, they participate in its apostolic mission through prayer, study, and preaching, adapting these activities to the state of the laity. Pope Pius XII, in his address to the Third Order of St. Dominic of 1958, emphasized the importance of lay Dominicans seeking a deeper knowledge of God and his works, as well as the refinement of Christian attitudes derived from this knowledge, beyond simply accepting the Catholic faith and observing the commandments. Two prominent saints among lay Dominicans are Catherine of Siena and Rose of Lima, who lived ascetic lives in their family homes, but exerted significant influence within their societies. In addition to lay Dominicans, there is a growing number of associates who share the Dominican charism. Dominican associates include Christian men and women from various backgrounds and life situations, such as married, single, divorced, and widowed individuals, as well as clergy members and laypersons. Associates are drawn to and called to live out the charism and mission of the Dominican order without taking vows. Instead, they make a commitment to be partners with vowed members and to share mission and charism of the Dominican family in their own lives, families, churches, neighborhoods, workplaces, and cities. Associates are often associated with a particular apostolic work of a congregation of active Dominican sisters. The Dominican emphasis on learning and charity sets it apart from other monastic and mendicant orders. As the order expanded through Europe, these values remained central to the identity of both friars and nuns. However, when the order reached England, additional specialized characteristics were added, influenced by figures like Humbert of Romans. Humbert of Romans, who served as the Master General of the order from 1254 to 63, was known for his administrative skills, preaching prowess, and literary contributions. Under his leadership, the nuns of the order were given a new constitution, and he emphasized the importance of excellence in preaching, leaving a lasting impact on the order. Humbert's writings also focused on asceticism and mysticism, advising young Dominicans to prioritize doing good and having a sincere will over seeking visions and miracles. He encouraged them to remain steadfast in their faith, even if they did not experience divine consolations or mystical phenomena, emphasizing the importance of moral integrity and spiritual discipline. Well, the Dominican order was actually deeply influenced by mysticism, which emphasized the believer's potential to experience God's love and seek union with the divine. While some members of the order, particularly in Europe, embraced ecstatic mysticism and sought union with God through intense spiritual experiences, the English Dominicans had a markedly different approach. They focused less on the ecstatic phenomena and more on simply emulating the morality of Christ, striving for moral perfection and spiritual growth. The Dartford nuns, surrounded by these diverse traditions within the Dominican influence, developed their own unique expression of spirituality, drawing from the mysticism and learning of the order while emphasizing moral integrity and spiritual discipline in their own unique pursuit of union with God. Well, by the year 1300, the fervor for preaching and conversion within the Dominican order had waned a little bit, giving way to this growing interest in mysticism. This mysticism, as advocated by figures like Albertus Magnus, became a central focus for many within the order, serving as a powerful tool for personal and theological transformation. The roots of mysticism in the Dominican tradition can be traced back to the Hebrew Bible, where the idea of encountering God indirectly or through a dark cloud was prevalent. This concept of unknowing permeated Jewish and early Christian writings and laid the foundation for the mystical spirituality embraced by the Dominican community. English Dominican mysticism of the late medieval period differed from its European counterparts in its emphasis on a deep personal relationship with God, centered around the moral emulation of Christ. Instead of seeking ecstatic experiences of or union with the divine, English Dominican mysticism focused on the essence of Christ's morality and the transformation of humanity's nature into an actual image of divinity. Well, this mystical tradition emphasized four key elements: moral emulation of Christ, the connection between moral emulation and humanity's divine nature, an embodied spirituality rooted in love for others, and the aspiration for union with God. For English Dominican mystics, the mystical journey was a process of faith leading to experiential knowledge of divinity, rather than simply a single moment of divine revelation. While visions and voices were not necessary for a mystical experience, the ultimate goal remained a deep understanding of Christ and a profound love for God and humanity. Central to this mystical experience was, of course, the main character, Christ himself, with English Dominican mystics seeking to emulate his values and actions. The focus was all about spiritual growth and the reflection of Christ's love in one's own life, rather than seeking physical manifestations such as stigmata. You know, stigmata, if you don't know, is it's kind of a, they call it a miracle. I'm not sure if that's the correct word, but effectively what happens is you will start getting wounds and holes in your wrists, reminiscent of where Christ was nailed to the cross, if you believe that. But effectively the interesting thing is some people who have claimed stigmata have shown up with the wounds in the middle of their palms. Now this is incorrect, because they never used to crucify people by the palms. It was always through the wrists, because if you crucified someone by the palms, the pressure and the weight of the body would simply rip the hands off. They wouldn't be able to hang there for days on end. So it was always through the wrists. Many of the images of Christ you see with him, the nails through the palms, are actually incorrect. A little fun fact for you right there. Well, love as exemplified by Christ's sacrifice was seen as the key to spiritual growth and the ultimate expression of one's image-bearing nature. English Dominican spirituality, therefore, emphasized the moral implications of being made in the image of God, and sought to cultivate love for God and humanity as the only path to real spiritual fulfillment. Well, if you want to get fulfilled, you just get it in whatever way you feel comfortable, whether that be through Christianity or Islam, Buddhism, or even nothing at all. Whatever leads you to a happy life. It must be worth it, right? I'd like to thank my top-tier Patreon subscribers, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, and Susan. And if you would like to support the channel, go and have a look at the Patreon in the description. But until then, I will thank you once again for listening, and I will see you in the next exciting video. Good night for now.